Yeah, I'm telling you. Um, but and it's always sad because they come in here telling us how they got math and science and logic and everything's on their side. Yet they can't give us that testable, repeatable experiment.
I guess we're very specific in the things that we want, though, aren't we? We don't want stories. We don't want claims that can't be backed up by anything. What we do want is kind of very narrow.
So let me ask you this here. If your mother, your sister, your daughter, your niece, or even your neighbor's daughter or wife or mother had cancer, and they said there was an experimental treatment, but it's not repeatable, it's not testable, how would you feel?
No, of course, just about to kill a loved one prematurely.
I mean, would you rush out and be like, oh, hey, let's do this?
No, I'd be too scared that I'm just about to kill a loved one prematurely. That would scare me.
Yeah. So I think that should be our same standard for any scientific proof.
Yeah, very possibly. Hello, Jim66%. Sorry, we've got a new visitor to the server. Just want to welcome them quickly. So, hi, Jim66%. How are you? Let's see what roles you've got. Voice verified. You've got a link, image embedded, and you seem sincere. That's awesome. Welcome to the server.
How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Just thought I'd join live. I usually listen on YouTube, but I figured maybe I'd come on here live every once in a while, show my face. Been a little while.
It's good to see you, buddy.
Yep. Yeah, I was listening almost all night last night. Tiggins on there. I listen on YouTube a lot because you can back it up. I like to back it up and kind of, 'cause sometimes nothing going on, you can back it up and get in some beat.
So if you would please, Mr. Jim, 66%, tell me about your Jim Dandy logo. What's that reference?
I think that's I was just looking for something, and that's mixed bread, Jim Dandy cornbread. I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
There's a restaurant chain. There's a restaurant chain in the state that I live in called Jim Dandy, but they've got a different kind of logo. But I didn't know if maybe they'd switch something up or something. But very cool.
Yeah, I think I seen because that one day I was googling stuff like, oh, what's like Jim this or Jim that. I don't know if you ever done that or not, but just looking at stuff. Yeah, it was just something I put on there. I don't know. I figured I'd leave it on there now because people recognize it. Yeah,
I think that's really cool. We should keep it up.
I've been listening on there for, I don't know, it feels like it's been a few years, but I don't get on here and talk too much. Sometimes, like in the middle of the night, I get on there, I talk to Flat Earth Dude and other people, God Rockin' and Gizbo. I've talked to Gizbo some on there at night. I work midnights, and it's like something to listen to, and it's just about all I listen to anymore. Everything else, I used to listen to Jaron a lot, and listen to Dave Weiss so many times because he just kind of tells me thing. But Jaron, he's like gone off the rails a little. Yeah, like sometimes it gets a little hectic, but yeah. That guy last night, he was a little out of it. That Saved by the Word guy, I listened to that whole thing, man. He earlier, but he just, I think he had Latter-day Saints PO'd. But I'm probably going to be robot here in a second when I get by the house here.
Probably been roboting for about 20 seconds, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, not a problem.
They need to put helium in the balloons up there. But guys, I'm going to back out of here for the night. So I appreciate it.
Good to see you again, Mr. Barrington, sir. I see Hades has joined the room. Hello, Hades. How are you? You got control of your mic?
Yeah.
Hello, mate. So you've got that voice verified role. You're now in the live stream, mate. It was good to speak to you up in voice checking about 5-10 minutes ago. We've got a relatively quiet room, mate. So if you want to ask any questions or bring any topics up, obviously nobody knows you just yet, as you just joined the server, but you've got a new and keen interest in why flat earthers believe the things that they believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to the server, mate. Like I said, you got any questions?
Yeah, thank you. So like, I know like as per like the flat earthers believe the earth is flat. So like, is there also belief that the other planets like Mars and Jupiter are those planets also flat, or are they spherical?
So the claim that we make that the earth is flat, as you said, has got no relevance to what we observe in the sky. Now, to me and you, mate, they look completely, circular from our point of view, and you can give them 3 dimensions and say they look spherical. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly or categorically what Jupiter or Mars or the Sun or the Moon actually were. In fact, I'd be able to tell you very, very little about them. What I could tell you is the stories we're told about Mars and Jupiter and the Sun and the Moon and the vacuum of space can't be true. But yeah, just because the Earth is measured and observed and practically used as a level stationary plane doesn't mean that the things in the sky are. The things in the sky are different from what we are down here.
Yeah, I understand, but you talk about observation. Like, I get it. Like, observation is one of the very important senses that we have. Like seeing and observing and making a conclusion. But you can't really rely on just what you see. Like we have physics and we have mathematics to prove something that we can't really observe, or prove some stuff that we can't really let's just say perceive. So mathematics and physics and all the laws that they have will help us reach some conclusions that we can't. So what I'm trying to say is, you said that as per your observation, or as per my observation, or as per our observation, we see that Jupiter is circular, so it might be spherical. So and as per our observation, the Earth is flat, because we see the Earth is flat, so we can conclude the Earth is flat. But this is like a very basic.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Sorry, we don't just make the claim that we see that it's flat, so it is flat. Deeper into the claim, it would be easier said that the Earth is observed.
Yeah, observed. Yeah.
Measured, observed, measured, and practically used as a stationary flat plane. So not just observed, directly measured, and because of those measures, practically used. We don't just say it, because we see it. Right?
So like, what evidence? I just wanna... Like, I get it. The images NASA shows, those images aren't really believed because, well, someone else is showing us those images. So I understand, there is this mistrust, and I get that. So any images from satellites or any images from NASA are not really prone to belief, and I get that. But what about experiments that have been done, which actually prove, that Earth has curves and is therefore a sphere, which prove the Earth's curvature? What about those experiments?
Well, then all you would have to do is give me the experiment in the formation of a hypothesis that demonstrates the shape of an object. Could you do that?
Yeah, sure. So, let's just say that there is a boat, and
Right.
you must know about the experiment I'm about to talk about, right?
Well, no, you brought up the word experiment for the shape of an object. I cunningly gave you a question that hopefully you would have understood, which was formulated to suggest that we're not going to be using science to figure out the shape of an object. Science, the scientific method, is where we figure out the cause of an effect. We want to know what caused something to happen in the physical natural world. To figure out the shape of an object, but that's just observation and measurement, mate, isn't it? Not science.
Yeah. So this experiment I'm about to suggest you will actually give us the calculation and the measurements that will help us conclude that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, I'll let you bundle through experiment, but yeah, we'll go with this, observational testing. Let's go with it. Wanna?
Yeah, sure. So let's just assume that there's a boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the boat is like traveling away from you in a straight line, in a body of water, obviously, and you're standing on the ground, and you shine this beam of light towards the direction the boat is going, away from you. And in between you and the boat, you place these cardboards, right, at equal distance and at equal height. So none of those boards are like one board is like higher and the other board is lower. No, we want those boards to be equal, and those boards are placed like equidistant from each other. And in the middle of the board, in the middle of those boards, there is like a tiny hole that you've made, and you want to shine your torch through that, through those holes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Are you suggesting this is something we could do? I thought you were going to give us something that we have already done, and that's obviously proven the shape of the Earth. Not something new that you've come up. I thought there was something you were going to give me that had already been done.
Yeah. This experiment has been done countless times before.
Really? Have you seen it on TV?
And now you're just gonna say that, what I saw on TV was fake.
No, I'm just trying to reference the thing that I think you might have seen on TV because it sounds familiar to something that's been on TV before.
It's over the curve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
this was an experiment done by a flat earther. I don't remember his name, but the guy was actually a flat earther, and he made a documentary, and he wanted to prove the Earth was flat, but he ended up proving that the Earth was sphere through this experiment, because this experiment proved that the Earth has a curvature. I forgot the name of the person. Hold up, just give me a second. I think I'll be able to Google that person. Just give me a sec.
No, that's completely fine.
He's talking about Darwinism.
Mark.
That's absolutely fine. How long ago was this?
This is actually fairly new, not that old, but
that doesn't really mean much to me, mate.
This documentary is, I think it's on Netflix. I'm not entirely sure.
He's talking about Darwinism, Jedi.
Yeah. So how old is this?
Okay, you're already aware. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, so how old is this? It's quite old, isn't it? Like 4 years old now, if not longer.
Like, why does it matter if it's old? I don't get it. How is that relevant?
Because we've heard this before. This is a flat earther, and if you'd seriously think that this flat earther had proven the shape of the Earth, we wouldn't be having this conversation, because this Discord server wouldn't be here, because this would be proof of curvature of the Earth. But it's not, mate. It's also a false and failed experiment, and it's also not an experiment. But ultimately, I mean, I don't know if somebody else who's got maybe a much better understanding of the Darwinism thing wants to jump in, because it's been years since I've seen this. But my point right at the moment is, mate, I'm an honest guy. We're all honest people here. We want the proof that the Earth is of a radius of 3,959 miles with a visible geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the measured curvature of the Earth. Now, I get it. You say some flat earther might have done it. Obviously, he hasn't. We're still here. What I was asking you was to give us the proof that they had proven their claim that the Earth was measured to have radius, diameter, and circumference. Not something that you think a flat Earth has done.
I don't
It
understand.
was a movie, not a documentary. People think that was a documentary. It was just a movie, just like Disney.
No, it's not a movie. It's actually a documentary by Mark K. Sargent, and he's actually a well-known flat earther.
I know. We know him. Kind of known him for like 7-8
And
years. And he's still a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was edited heavily towards the globe favor. Heavily edited. Especially when they found out at the end, when Mark Sargent was talking to kids, they wanted to make flat Earth a bad thing. Just go listen to some Mark Sargent. He'll tell you all about it. It's heavily edited.
Yeah, I'll watch the video. So like this I get it. So you said that you wanted to know, or you wanted to have concrete evidence that the Earth was sphere, right?
You gotta have something better than that, bro.
Yeah, so what we are looking for is the direct measurement of the radius, diameter, or circumference of the surface of the Earth.
You said direct measurement. That means you want someone to carry a tape around the Earth, and that would prove to you that the Earth is round.
Well, hold on. Without ever so very slightly trying to build a straw man out of a tape measure for me, I don't care how anybody is ever supposed to have done it in the history that we've been here, believing that we're on the globe Earth model. I want the demonstration that they've proven their claim to be true with a measurement of the Earth being a ball.
Yeah, but that's been done before. No?
Well, this is what I'm. This is what I'm. Hades. Yeah, it's 2000 whatever. I'm going to kind of ask you. When do you, or how do you think the Earth was demonstrated and measured to have curvature? Any point in history. All I want is the method and how it was done. I want the results as well, because this is the claim, isn't it? The Earth is a ball. So surely somebody has demonstrated this to be a fact, right?
Yeah. Okay, cool. So there's actually another mind experiment that you can do.
Mind experiment?
You can actually do it, but obviously we're going to do it right now in theory, obviously. But, it's an experiment that you can actually perform.
Okay. Is this going to give me curvature of the Earth?
It will actually prove to you that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. So a mind experiment that's going to prove to me the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Gotcha. Let's go.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you help me understand? As per the flat earther model, gravity doesn't exist, right? The Earth is a flat disk moving up the space.
Whoa. So, do you remember in voice check-in that I told you that we are not the Flat Earth Society and we are not a spinning disk in space?
No, I didn't say you were. I said as per the flat Earth model, not just the model.
Yeah. So that flat Earth model comes from the Flat Earth Society and still keeps the Earth a disk in space. To give us gravity, the Flat Earth Society say that the disk in space is rising at 9.82 whatever meters per second squared. Now, that Flat Earth Society claim is, like I said in voice checking, that's a shill organisation. They make rubbish claims, so you look at those.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Yo, Hades. I'll leave and rejoin.
1 second, I'll rejoin the live stream. 1 second.
I told him this. Try that again.
I heard you fine. Go ahead.
I had some trouble with my internet connection.
No problem, buddy. So where did you hear me to?
Like, you know what? Let's just start from the start. You know.
Okay, no worries. So we are not the Flat Earth Society, and they make a claim that the Flat Earth model rises at to give us gravity. Okay, rises at a certain speed. So we've got gravity. That
Yeah, 9.8 meters per second. Yeah.
Yeah. And it also gives us this Earth disk in space. Now, as I told you in voice checking, we're not the Flat Earth Society because they're a shill organisation. They sell snake oil. Basically, they're the first point that you go to. You look at their claims, you shake your head and laugh and walk away from the Flat Earth thinking, my God, that's a ridiculous idea. We're not them. We're actual Flat Earthers, not the bullshit ones that you see a lot of. Yeah, he's run. I'm not repeating that. No worries. He's experiencing some trouble with his speakers. He'll be back at some point. I bloody told him this in voice checking. He said he understood. And now he's going to give me a flat earth model that's rising at 8 point whatever it is meters per second squared to give us fucking gravity and still keep us a disk in bloody space. I fucking told you. They don't listen.
That straw man, bro. It's the only thing they've got.
Yep. But hey, it's quiet, so I'll entertain him, or we'll entertain him, sorry. But yeah, Sam, try to dispel those myths as quick as we can, and I really want to try and keep him somewhere around these 3 points.
Totally, I hope he comes back.
Yeah, me too. In the interim, if there's anybody watching up there in YouTube land who wants to join the server, hit the link that Nightbot provides. And voice checking has currently got one silver member in there at the moment holding interviews, so there's a busy interview room. So you can hit the link, get involved in the Discord server as quick as you can, and then maybe you can pick up where our friend Hades was. I thought that was going to be fun. Shame he's got problems. Ooh.
It's amazing, Jedi, after all these years, people still come in with this remedial shit, ain't it? It's hilarious.
Well, this is why I was kind of stunned in a little bit of silence and wanted him more to explain exactly what obvious TV documentary / movie he'd watched on TV, because it was that old. Seriously, mate, are you referencing this? Is this what you're talking about? Because that's old. That's really old. Over the Curve or whatever it was. Fucking hell. Hades, you have returned.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I think my speaker is like experiencing a problem, so yeah.
That's okay, my friend. Glad you got that issue sorted out. Without going and having to repeat myself too much, you brought up the idea of the Earth rising. We don't think the Earth moves. The Earth is stationary, right? This claim comes from the Flat Earth Society. We're not the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society are a shill organisation set up to make flat earthers look stupid. So that's where that idea of the Earth rising comes from. It's obviously a ridiculous claim. We claim the Earth isn't moving. It also keeps the Earth as a disk in space, as in the third disk from the sun. That's not what we believe, mate. That's not what we're here to inform you about. So understanding that, mate, please carry on with your questions. Just understand that, mate, before we go any further, yeah?
No, wait. My entire... Yo, that changes somewhat everything. Wait, so if the Earth is like stationary in space?
No, not in space.
In what exactly?
I guess. That's fine. I guess for the moment, not making a claim to the Earth in this instance, but just so you've got an idea in your head, the Earth is better termed as the floor, and what is in the sky is up and in the sky. I don't know how big the floor is or how deep the floor goes, and even if there's an underneath to the floor, I just know that the bit that we're on is level and the sky above me is above me, not below me. Okay? Does that help? Or have you still got speak problems?
I'm sorry, Chris, but this is very confusing for me. So
What's confusing about what's confusing about the floor being underneath your feet?
where does
And when
gravity
you
come from? If everything is stationary, and so when I jump, why do I come back to the ground?
mate, if the floor's moving underneath you, why don't you land somewhere else?
No, but that's different. That's different now.
No,
But
yeah, I know it's different, but that's the claim if the Earth was moving. But why don't you understand that when you jump up, you come back down? Why don't you understand that?
like, how do you
Why?
justify that?
Well, tell me why the Earth has to be a spinning ball for you to jump up to come back down on. Why can't you just?
Listen, Chris. This isn't like a competition for me. Okay? I'm sorry, I spoke Urdu. I'm actually not English. Obviously, I have an Indian accent, so sometimes Urdu's, just slips out. So I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, this isn't exactly a competition for me. I actually came here because I was genuinely curious, and I just want a better understanding of what you guys perceive about flat earth, what you guys think about flat earth. So I want to collect as much information as I can, and eventually I'll come back to you and have some arguments. I think that's how debate should be. It should be peaceful. It should be like it should be like a civil discussion. So that's what I want to have. So I don't think it should be a competition. So
talking a lot. Hey, not a competition. I'm just trying to help you understand where you're wrong. And that's not a competition. I've already tried to help you with the fact that we're not the Flat Earth Society. So when you start asking questions the Flat Earth Society claims, I have to correct you on that, don't I? So you are more informed.
Yeah. I understand and I respect that. But
the jumping around from this subject to the next subject and then asking me why you jump up and then come back down when we're talking about the Earth not moving and where it is a little bit off subject. You asked me to conceptualize what the Earth was according to flat earthers. I told you it is better termed as the floor of the Earth, and the sky, when I point up, is above me. Now that is as simple as I can make it at the moment. Trying to get you right down to the beginning, mate.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we got that covered. I get it. There's a sky and there's a floor. I get it. But help me understand, Chris, that when I jump or if I were to throw this pen, if like down, there is a down and there is an up. We have identified an up and we have identified a down. Okay. So if I were to leave this pen from a certain height, and if I were to drop it, it would fall down to the ground. Yeah. So how do you justify that pen falling?
Scientifically? Yeah,
scientifically, or what your theory is on that.
Okay. So let's try and do this scientifically, right? I have picked something up, I let it go, and it falls. So what's the phenomena we're observing? The object. No. The phenomena we're observing is the thing falling, isn't it?
Yeah. Simplified observing.
So, like I said, we're going to try and science this. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a phenomena to ask a question about. We want to know what causes something to happen, don't we? We're going to be trying to find gravity as the cause of something. So that's what we're going to do if we're going to try and science this. Now, at the moment, we've picked... so at the moment, we have picked something up and dropped it. What do you think the cause of that is? The phenomena is something falling after you've picked it up.
Yeah. It's called like it's gravity, Chris. Come on, it's gravity.
Okay, so scientifically, I would have to vary and manipulate gravity to see if it causes the effect, wouldn't I?
Come again?
Scientifically, I would have
Yeah.
to vary and manipulate, like physically move what I think is causing the effect to happen scientifically. Let me ask you something. Do you think gravity has been scientifically proven? Before I tell you that you've just picked something up and dropped it.
Yeah, gravity has been scientifically proven, Chris.
Awesome. Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Well, which one? Mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time? Which one?
What?
So there are two types of gravity that are commonly thought about and thought over. So that would be mass attracting mass, the old one that's over 250 years old, that the Newton idea, or the new idea of Einstein that's been around for about 110 years or something like that. So is it the mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time that Einstein gave us that you think has been scientifically proven? Which one are you talking about, mate?
Chris, both of them have been proven.
Right. So I will probably, at this point, because you said you didn't want to debate, I would say that flat earthers understand that both gravity ideas have not been scientifically proven at all. In actual fact, I would go far as to say that even the people like Brian Cox, Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they would turn around to you, and with all honesty, they can't tell you what gravity is. It hasn't been proven. Gravity, we don't know what it is. Brian Cox would tell you that gravity isn't even a force. So before you start trying to die on this hill about both gravities have been proven, I'm going to tell you with all kindness, mate, that no scientific experiment has proven any type of gravity. Do you think that's just my personal incredulity, or do you think I might be correct in that?
I understand your take, and I respect that, Chris, but I'll have to disagree with you.
Okay, then if you were logically and with knowledge going to disagree with me, then what you would be able to do if you were going to die on this hill is to give me the scientific experiment that's proven mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time if it's a mathematical concept.
I mean, I know the experiments that actually proved both of these theories.
Okay.
But then again, wouldn't believe them
because what?
It goes against the entire. For that, you have to accept that. You'll have to accept some of the spherical Earth beliefs, quote unquote.
Yeah. So for any gravitational idea, the Earth has got to be a ball, right?
No, the Earth is actually a ball because of gravity.
Because of gravity. So because of gravity, it brought everything together, making the Earth a ball.
No, the Earth had enough mass for gravity to morph it into a ball because that's how gravity works.
It's literally what I just said, mate. Yeah. But ultimately, you would either, in this instance, have to presuppose that the Earth was a ball and then give me a scientific experiment that proved gravity, or you would have to demonstrate with physical measurement the radius and circumference of the Earth. Because you're going to need a ball for your claim. But ultimately, I would still say that no, science has not proven gravity, mate. Which one did you want to pick on? Give me an experiment. Let's see if it's an experiment.
Okay, so you said bending of space and time. That happens. So back when Einstein discovered the theory of relativity, and he figured out that mass actually bends space and time, and greater the mass, the more bend in space and time. So, am I audible?
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just letting you finish, mate.
Yeah. So after that, the scientists actually wanted there to be नहीं या वो क्या होता है जब वो चांद के आगे सूरज आ जाता है? Yeah, lunar eclipse. Yeah, I'm sorry. The scientists actually wanted this phenomenon could only be observed in a lunar eclipse.
1919. Einstein, Arthur Eddington. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so doesn't that really prove that mass bends space and time?
No. First of all, space and time are mathematical concepts. So space is the absence of anything, and time, you can't put it in a jar and paint it red. So you're not going to be able to physically bend in space-time. What you've got to remember is Einstein gave you a lot of equations. He gave you a shitload of maths. But ultimately, he didn't give you any science. Now, what you give me is the observation of an eclipse, and they say that they saw things that should have been behind the sun, but next to the sun. And what they did is they pointed at it, and they said, ta-da! Gravity. Now, that's not a scientific experiment.
That's exactly how you define an experiment.
Do you remember in the bit where we were speaking a couple of minutes ago where I said you got to physically manipulate that to see if it causes that to happen? What have you physically manipulated in this not an experiment when you've pointed up at the sky and gone ta-da?
You had some charts of the night sky, of the constellations and of the stars before the lunar eclipse, and then you observed and captured some images during a lunar eclipse, and you put both of those stars atop each other, and you realize that some of those stars which were around the sun or behind the sun were a few coordinates or a few axes of each other, and that actually you conclude that those stars didn't move. The light came from those stars because of the gravity of the sun.
So I was with you right up until you made the claim right at the end, because of the gravity of the sun. Now, like I said in science, you've got to physically manipulate that shit. You can't just point and make declarations. That's not a very good thing to do, is it? So, this isn't a scientific experiment. I'll give you Einstein and Sir Arthur Eddington in 1919 observed an eclipse and saw lights where they maybe shouldn't have done. But that doesn't prove gravity. If you're going to prove scientifically gravity, you're going to have to physically manipulate what you presume the cause to be. Gravity. You're not doing that when you point at the sky and make declarations, mate. No one is. Is that a scientific experiment that you do in experimental setup? Is that you, the researcher, physically manipulating in an experiment what you presume the cause to be? Or have you just got charts out and pointing at the sky? If we're going to follow the scientific method, that ain't doing it. And you must agree there's a method to this shit, right? There is the scientific method. This doesn't follow that. You can reply.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Chris.
Good. So, do you understand me? Or is it just, okay, this is, and I'm fine with you. This is what flat earthers say. I think I've given quite a good demonstration of how this isn't a scientific experiment. That's fine. I'm not in a debate with you. I'm just telling you what it is. Or what, in this case, it isn't. And you said that they've proven both types of gravity. Well, these types of gravity don't even happen in the same geometric space. They're not the same thing. Mass attracting mass is not the bending and warping of space-time. So what have you got, two gravities now? Come on, mate.
No, there's not actually two gravities. It's just one. and it has
Did
these
you not
properties.
hear what I said? But did you not hear what I said? They don't
Yeah, I
happen.
heard.
Yeah. Good. So they didn't happen in the same geometric space. One is a force that isn't a force, mass attracting mass at a distance, no physical contact, but because the thing's big, it attracts the other big thing towards it. And the other one is a mathematical concept based on or reifying space-time to give us a mass bending and warping that space-time, giving us the phenomena of things being pulled towards it. They're not the same thing. And not. One happens in 3D space, one happens in 4D pseudo-Riemannian space. One's got straight lines, the other one's got curves. Not the same thing. So to suggest that they've proven these two different types of gravity puts you in a bit of a hole. And that's what flat earthers would say. Not getting into a debate with you. This is where we're at. This is where any logical thinking person would be at. If you're given this type of argument or a lack of scientific evidence in the first place, not from you, the people who claim this. And the people who claim this tell us that they haven't got that what we're looking for anyway. So for people like you to want to come in and die on this hill, it's a bit strange to me. You understand, mate, right? I'm not being rude. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just thinking.
That's fine, buddy. You do all the thinking that you need. I ain't here to debate you. I ain't here to be rude to you. But I will give you the facts as I and my colleagues here see them.
You know what, Chris? I'll get back to you on this.
No problem at all.
Yeah, I had a good discussion. Thank you for being civil. You know, a lot of people they get really violent, and I just don't like how that ends.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed the conversation, mate, and I appreciate that you're going to go away with at least a happy thought in your mind. So that's good.
Yeah,
I'm glad. I look forward to having another chat with you.
Yeah. Bye.
Take care, mate. No, seriously, guys, if you ever wanted to jump in, just jump in, yeah? But that was fun. I enjoyed that. That was a nice little conversation with Hades there. He's only been in the server for an hour. And I don't know, maybe I've got a different way to talk into people than other ones, but when they start making claims that they don't necessarily understand, I will try my best to help them. And that might sound arrogant, I don't know. But yeah, he said things that were wrong. That's all I need to know. But yes, who else have we got in the server with us at the moment? I see Diesel Boy's with us. What's up, Diesel? Good to see you. Who else have we got? EMBO. You don't have any roles, my friend. That's unfortunate. I can't unmute you in the live stream, I'm afraid. But Platter is up in voice checking number 1. He'll be eager to give you a very short interview if you want to get permission to speak. So EMBO. If you want to go to voice checking number 1, you can get permission to speak from Platter. We've also got FE Batman, good to see you. Flat Lloyd Wright, good to see you. Little G, don't know who you are. Say who, that's you. Texas Bear. What week did you Bandai? And Will Be Flat and Wavy Unit, Ethergrass and Sunny. Oh, Sunny's come back. Good to see you, Sunny. But yes, good roll call. Nice little chat. I hope other people are in the room. Good to see you.
Howdy, all.
Hey. How are you doing, my friend?
I missed it. That's why I'm keeping my mouth shut, because I didn't hear most of it, but it sounded like a good conversation.
It was okay, mate. It was okay. Went around a little bit, ended up talking about gravity as some of these conversations go. But yeah, he was a nice gentleman, nice young lad from India. Gonna go away and think about it after I smacked his ass around with gravity. And yeah, he'll come back to us. But he liked the experience. So that was good. It's been relatively quiet today, guys. I will say that. So when that gentleman came in, that was a nice little conversation. And to be fair, I haven't spoken in depth about some of these subjects for a long time. So when our guest a few months ago started going into Einstein and the experiment they've done, I was quite glad of my memory being as good as it was, because I even remember the guy who went with him. That was Arthur Eddington. He's an interesting chap, Sir Arthur Eddington. He's the guy who tells us about the second law of thermodynamics and points to the sky and says, oh, look, there's bendy gravity. So I don't know exactly what his story was, because I presume he's dead by now. But yeah, he definitely understood that to have gas pressure, you need a container. Or if you've got no container, more entropy, right? But there he was next to Einstein pointing at the sun during an eclipse and saying, oh, look, there's bendy space-time gravity in the vacuum of space, which 30 seconds ago I just remembered wasn't real or couldn't be real. It's interesting when you look at these stories. But yeah, I guess I've waffled on enough. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of coffee. Yeah. Oh, Deadman's just entered. Hello, Deadman. How are you? So, Deadman and EMBO. I'll go and make my coffee in a second. Deadman.
Another late night coffee drinker, eh?
Yeah.
I get it. I totally
yeah.
get it.
Just quickly, Sonny, just finish off what I was saying to Deadman and EMBO. Go to voice check-in number 1. They can give you permissions to speak. So, Deadman, EMBO. And yes, Sonny, definitely drink coffee longer than I should do.
Yeah, I drink quite a bit. Well, pretty much mostly in the morning, but then sometimes in the evening too.
Well, it's 16 minutes past 2 in the morning, so a cup of coffee now.
Man, you are certainly up late. Wow. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, you're fine.
That's outrageous.
I might regret it in half an hour when the room goes quiet, but I can't go to sleep.
I regretted it the one night I stayed up too late, man. Trying to keep my mind busy, so because I have these cravings, and I probably should just go out and ride to get away. I don't know what to do with myself.
Got to keep that mind busy, mate.
Yeah, I just transcribed this song. It took me all day. Well, I took quite a break, but it's funny when you break music down to its constituent parts. Like if you take a song, like let's just say you take a song that has C, F, and G. That's called 1, 4, and 5. A pattern, right?
Yeah.
So if you break it down to like chord arrangements, let's say C, that would be the 1, F would be the 4, and G is the 5. So in more complex songs, you have something like 1, 3 minor 7. These are just 4, E, 3 minor 7 again. So it gets quite complex. And then you can transcribe the song into any other key by using that method. If you know all the notes in that key, the next key you're going to, then you just figure out what they all are. For instance, all the white keys of the piano would be C, D, E, F, G, A, B, then back to C again. Well, if you go to B flat, which starts in a black key, B flat, so then you would have to go B, C, E flat, F. Let me see. Hold on. I'm getting it wrong. 1, C, D, yeah, E, F, G. G, A, G, A, B flat. Yep.
Unfortunately, reading music went right over my head.
Mm-hmm.
It's one skill I never really picked up. I just hit keys and made a noise, mate.
As long as you have the right intervals between the notes, they come in patterns. So like a major scale has, if you're taking the notes, you would take the spaces between the notes. So you would take and go one whole note, two whole note, half note, then three whole notes, 1, 2, 3, and then another half note. That constitutes a major scale.
Okay.
So if you think of it, you just put that, so you could go any number of letters. You could just C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Those are all the white keys. So you could put that thing right on the spaces. C to D is a whole step. D to E, another whole step. E to F is a half step. F to G is a whole step. G to A is a whole step. And A to B is a whole step. So you have the half step right before the root again, and the pattern lines up. Just gets difficult when you're lining it up with flats or sharps.
Okay.
You almost have to have a template of all the notes in that scale. So when you're trying to figure out which chords which, according to like say 1, 3, or 5, you know which one has a minor, which one has a dominant seventh. I know it probably sounds complicated if you're not.
Yeah.
This is like,
I'm just listening.
This is like, it's actually very basic music concepts, but most people don't know these things about intervals, and that's the very beginning. I had to learn the hard way and then go back. Always kept me busy.
Got to keep that mind busy, mate.
Yeah, and so there I got lined it up. So the notes in the B flat are B flat to C, that's a whole step. C to D is a whole step. We need a half step, so go D to E flat. Then we have E flat. We need 3 more whole steps. So E flat to F is a whole step, F to G is a whole step, and G to A is a whole step. That leaves from A to B flat half step, which is required back to the root or the first note.
Not going to test me on this, are you?
No, I would. You know what? That's not fair. Like if I'm going to do anything like this, I would need a whiteboard, make a presentation. You'd have to see it. You'd have to see it in front of in a classroom setting. There's no way to conceptualize these things unless you're like writing it down yourself to understand what that means. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you're trying to learn music, you'll be doing that kind of thing, right? Yeah. I know they say nothing new under this. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah. But are you sure? Is there anything new happening anywhere?
I don't hold completely with that, as in there is nothing new under the sun. I think there has to be, because things are being created all the time. Individuality is being created. I guess the repeating pattern more
Right.
suggests, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not something I wholeheartedly hang my hat on.
All I can really go by is like when I'm like out in the world, like I get a general mood of, I think it's more based on like subjectively how I'm feeling. Like obviously some days don't have the same vibration, don't have the same mood. I don't have the same mood. Even some days, several times I'll have a different mood in the same place, you know, so I don't know. Sometimes I think I have much more ambition sometimes to like challenge myself, mostly physically, because that keeps my mind off of myself and my petty problems, which I seem to amplify to like the nth degree and make them far worse than they are, and actually start causing a problem where there really wasn't one before.
Yeah.
And there's been times when I felt absolutely helpless through this whole that situation where I just felt like there's no way I can avoid like any of this. It seems to like follow me around no matter what I do. I forget. Oh man. God, please help me to not forget.
Just got to keep that motivation going forward and being positive. And that's so much easier said than done, mate. Do you know what I mean? That's so much easier said than done.
Yeah, it is. Avoiding self-doubt and insecurities. I'm sure nobody else has ever had that problem. I must be the only one that feels that sometimes. Yeah, those are difficult, man. You have these personal challenges that, like I was saying before, it's not like... That's what leads me to this idea that in some sense we have choices, but they're actually in a pretty confined space within our personality confines. Because we're confined by our personality. We're never going to get out of who we are. We're not going to like separate off and go like, I wonder if I can have a totally objective view. Like that's a good practice, I think. But I think that can help actually. But we never are going to really get to that point. So as a personality that's unique, which is really odd if you think about that. So no one can help you with your unique problems because they'd almost have to be inside there with you, experiencing it to understand what's happening. So every single person is like this. And then, so what I was going to say about like destiny or freedom of choice. So do we have both of those? Like we have freedom of choice, but has to be a caveat in there because, and then I'm jumping right to, we're destined because of our personality. We can't make choices that are outside of what our personality is going to make those choices. We might be able to modify them a little bit, try to have some forethought, but we're still working within those confines of ourself. What say you about that?
I've thought about it quite a few times, mate, and you're not saying anything that is saying you. I don't have an answer.
Yeah,
I can throw that around all day long, and I still haven't handed an answer with that one. We're talking about destiny and freedom of choice.
Yeah.
Trying to stick them two together, you got problems, and then trying to figure it out. Okay.
And I think that's what we're dealing with. I think we're dealing with both. Like we have both in each one of us. And this inability to get outside of ourselves to see like, what is this personality doing? And how could I make some actually concrete, definite changes in the behavior of this one being yourself? We aren't seemingly able to do it.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
We're gonna party.
What? We're gonna party. What?
No, I'm for real. I got a Class B like Mercedes. Like we're gonna party.
What?
Yeah, I'm staying out in California like March 1st through the 5th on the beach. Like I don't remember exactly where it is at, but
Oh, okay.
I'll come pick you up.
Oh shit! It sounds good, man.
No, I'll show you the van, dude. I just have to lock in the financing tomorrow, and I'm out the door to Colorado. I'm out to Denver tomorrow, and then I'm headed.
Wow, man, that's freaking awesome, man. That's like a dream come true. Shit. Yeah,
Dude.
like that's something I thought about doing myself, and I might be able to do it in like a
Dude,
couple of years.
It's only going to cost me like $1,200 a month. Like the only thing I also have to pay for is food and diesel.
That's
it.
cool.
That's less. My rent was $11.25, so it's only like $1,000 more a month, and I don't have utilities.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
And I got a 5G hotspot, and it's like, I'll show you a picture. Check this thing out, man. This is a
right on, man. That's freaking awesome, man. Like,
I swear.
I think you flat earthers are going to be the ones that help save me, because I literally this last year I felt I was sinking, man. I've been
dude. Look at the bus.
That's outrageous. Wow, that's exciting. Holy crap. Surfmobile.
Dude, it's a Benz. It's got dualies in the back. It's got an onboard generator. You flip a switch and it has a generator that feeds off the gas.
Shoot, dude, go up to Santa Barbara and do some. Well, you know what? When you get down here, have you ever been to San Diego?
Once. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's places here where you could have like 6 black swans at least a day in observations. Like easily.
Oh, I'm definitely
like you'd be dying, because right out at the harbor here where I live, less than a mile away, I live from the harbor, right? So it's flat water out there, so you can see all the way across because it's protected from the winds on the windward side, right? It's protected,
dude,
by the shore.
This thing's gonna have so much flat Earth stickers on it. It's not even gonna be funny.
Yeah.
And I've got projectors to shoot out the back and the side with Dolby Atmos, Bose, and JL audio sound. And I've got 6 foot blow up projectors with 4K going out both sides with Dolby Atmos. So we can shoot like COVID out one side, and we can shoot flat Earth out the other.
It's outrageous.
I was like, let's see how this fucking. I was like, I'm gonna roll up. I already told Helio I'm rolling up to Arkansas, and we're going to college, and we're gonna broadcast.
Shoot,
we're gonna broadcast. You're gonna see us. I'm gonna start a whole new channel, like a separate channel. Like,
dang. I could bring my guitar, my amp, and
dude, I'm serious.
You should flat Earth music thing.
You could literally I could come pick you up, and we could both go to Arkansas to see Helio and have a meetup there, and then go to college. Like you wouldn't even have to pay for nothing. Like I'd cover the cost.
Well, as long as we're in California, I have food funds.
Yeah, like food. That's what I'm saying. But you could throw your food, like buy all your food for the trip, and then I got refrigerators and like stuff you just store in there.
Yeah, buy a couple chickens. Whole chickens,
dude, and I got a mini smoker. We can smoke like pork butts on the beach. Like,
oh shit, that sounds good.
We can make like our own carnitas and shit. Like I'm gonna get a couple crossbows so I can hunt like
barbecue on the road. Like
I'm gonna hunt like squirrels and rabbits with the crossbows, dude.
Oh, I don't know if I could kill Peter Bunny Rabbit, but
I mean, if I'm gonna eat it, like if there's nothing else around,
yeah, we have to. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if there was absolutely nothing, then I just want to have the means, like a fishing pole and like a crossbow.
Exactly. That's what I miss.
Harpoon gun or something.
I miss fishing like when I was younger.
Well, that's what I'm planning to do when I'm out there is fish. Like
a lot of people do ocean fishing. I did when I was out sailing, but I never went on trips on fishing boats because that's not my style. I can't sit there bouncing around on a fishing boat. Like I will get sick on that unless I'm moving like with the sails or something. But yeah, I like freshwater fishing. Yeah, much better.
Yeah, man. I'll just let you know. Like it'll be March. I'll be out.
Well, we'll probably be past the freaking ice age by then because it's freaking freezing out here, man. The foothills and the mountains are in the 20s right now. That's not far. Like, let me see. Let me get a temperature.
I don't know. I'm excited though.
How'd they know I was going to pick map? How'd they know that? Let's see. 10-day temperatures.
Sunny.
Frosty night. Let me see if that's today. 27 in the mountains there. Let's see. No, that was in 2015. What the hell?
Shit.
Okay. Hourly. Frost advisory. Yep. First thing. No rain. Looks like it'll be about 45 degrees tonight here at the coast. Well, let's see. It looks like severe weather crossing the country right now and the northern part of Texas.
Texas gets
moving across through Texas.
Texas and Kansas get like the craziest thunderstorms ever.
Yeah,
like they have the biggest. They have like the biggest cumulus cloud storms like ever. Like lightning, everywhere. Like just lightning out like out of control.
What we have here is what's that? Small craft advisory off our coast, so it's going to be treacherous ocean, like probably huge waves. Out by Phoenix and Tucson, hard freeze warnings and freeze and frost. So does east of me here, frost advisory. Wow, yeah, look at that. Yeah, frost advisory up in the mountains. LA's got gale warnings. Whoa. Oh, that's Northern California. Yeah, and north of San Francisco, really hazardous ocean, like gale warnings, hazardous sea warnings. Not good. Let's go right to the frost advisory. Where is this? Hold on. Overnight temperatures between 32 and 36 degrees will result in a frost formation in the San Diego County valleys. You could wake up to a frozen poodle, so take steps to protect your outdoor pets. Why would you leave a poodle outside then? Where's that? Active Indian storms. That's literally in India? I guess so. Whoa, huge storm approaching Madagascar. The South Pacific has 3 storms. Oh, 10. No, there's only 2 left. Okay. Irene and Hale. Where's that?
Get back.
New Caledonia. That's off of in the Coral Sea between Fiji and Australia's east side. Melbourne and Sydney. How much difference is Perth from Sydney? Is it very much different? Anyone know?
Like a few hundred miles, probably, right? Like 500 miles. I don't know.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
well,
all the way on the other side, but I'm wondering if it's different, like as far as the weather or the way it looks at the beach, or like, is it basically the same?
I want to go to Tasmania, actually. It's like south. There's an island south of Australia.
Yeah.
I want to go there.
Yeah, Hobart. Tasmania.
I'd probably fly there, but
Hobart's in Tasmania. Yeah, and that's, well, not very far from where Antarctica is supposed to be.
I know, that's what I'm saying, dude. You probably get some shots with P900 from there.
Wow, look at this map, and this map, Antarctica is all straight across, bro. Completely straight.
I bet you might be able to get
It's
some
larger.
shots.
Well, check this out.
Maybe not. It's
Go.
probably thousands of miles still.
Hold on, let me take a screenshot of this and post it.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, so Antarctica's bigger than the rest of the whole Earth, just like it's shown here, apparently. Thank you, AccuWeather. Look how large that is. Oh, they got 2. That's a double Earth. So I'm sorry, never mind. They got 2 North Americas, South Americas, and how weird. What the hell? They actually had to show 2 of them. That's crazy. I think they're confused over there at the Weather Channel. They don't know what shape the Earth is, or if there's even 2 North Americas. There might be double continents.
You guys quit over silencing each other.
Yeah,
If,
we did. How you doing, Dave? You good?
What's up, Jedi?
Usual stuff. Sky, sun.
Take a quick opportunity to shout out to anybody listening to us right now. You may think the earth is a ball. You got taught that, just like all of us did, pretty much. Come in here and find out how it cannot be a ball, if you would like. We're not going to try to convince you of anything. We're just going to share some information with you. That's all we want to do. You can believe whatever you want. What can you prove? What can you know for certain? I, for one, know for certain we are not living on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing. If somebody wants to try to prove me wrong, come on in. Back to you, Jedi, or somebody else. Got home, plopped on the couch. I don't see any new people in here right now, so maybe someone will join us. Looks like a bunch of globe deniers in here, unless somebody wants to speak up and say they're not. You crazy globe deniers. My mic's still working. Just glancing at the YouTube chat. Not many people out there participating, but that's what I mean. Anybody here talking right now, if anybody's got a question, a legitimate question about the subject, type it in the chat wherever you're at. See if anybody responds. Yeah, literally the only two people I see on YouTube right now is Tessie Tiger, and shout out to One Big Pond. He's an OG. If I remember right, he's in a land down under. It's really just across the way. There are no lands down under. That's silly. This is Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. I thought it was a spinning ball too for 52 years of my life in this existence. But then after, in my 53rd year, I started investigating the actual physical reality claims of this globe model. And it
37 here.
Yeah. Comes up pretty short once you investigate it, don't it?
Hey, you're in Kentucky, right, Dave?
Correct.
I'm in Kentucky as well, my friend.
Sweet.
I saw a video on your YouTube page, and I realized you were in Kentucky.
What part you in? Who am I talking to?
Warrior V unit. I'm in Middle West Kentucky, I guess.
Not far from me. You know where Anderson County is, Lawrenceburg,
No, Anderson County.
in
Is that
between Frankfurt and Versailles.
Okay. Yeah, I don't get down that way much. I got family up close to Cincinnati and in between Louisville and Cincinnati. And then I got some family in Somerset, McRae County, near Somerset.
Yeah. I grew up near Somerset. I grew up in London, down south.
Yeah, that's where my family's from, near there.
Well, down south, London town.
You know where Pine Knot is?
Oh, yeah.
That's where a bunch of my family's from. My parents and their family. I was born over here. They got out of there.
How long you been a globe denier?
About 3 years. Well, I'd say 2 years. I spent a year saying, that shit can't be real. And then ultimately I was like, oh, damn.
Give us your short version of your wake-up story if you want to share.
I just had a friend who was on Facebook talking about it, and I just would lurk on the comments, read the comments, and everybody made fun of him pretty much. But after lurking, I kind of had a few serious questions because he seemed sensible and everybody else was like, you're retarded. And I was just going to prove him wrong because I know the guy personally and I, just engaged in conversation. And then he just had a good answer for everything. And I started looking into it and I was just like, well, I'm a globe denier. It was kind of crazy.
Well, I got a similar story. I'll give you the short version. Like springtime of 2015, I was watching like a 9/11 video or some kind of conspiracy because I really woke up like right after 9/11. That's when I started realizing that things aren't as they seem, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So the spring of 2015, I think it was February, March, somewhere in there. The video over to the right, flat Earth. I laughed at it. I was like, I didn't even click on one for like 2 weeks, and I finally watched one. And it was Matt Powerland, his comedy special. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
Who is that again?
Matt Powerland or Boylan, the guy that claims to be he actually painted the globe for NASA.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anyway, he's doing a comedy, stand-up comedy. He's got a picture of the globe behind him, and he's like, if they actually get the technology to go up there and check out what we all agreed to, what it is, and they found out what they were wrong, would they tell you? And they just, that hit home with me. 6 months later, I went out to a lake, where Lake Cumberland is in Kentucky.
Yep.
I went out to a lake, and me and a buddy that's still a glober because he thinks refraction or whatever. But anyway, went over 8.5 mile stretch with a mirror, and we reflected sunlight across the lake. And I gave gravity its last chance to curve that water for me, and it didn't happen. And he's sitting there going, well, it's still a globe somehow. You know how people are.
Yeah.
When you actually see it, I saw that sunlight bounce off that mirror 8.5 miles away from me. I knew that water wasn't curving at that point, right? So what else are you going to do? This whole gravity story, it all just falls apart. So people can believe whatever they want, but I know for a fact it's not a ball. So
yeah, no, it's wild, right? I mean, I was a space junkie. I loved that shit. But once I saw that it's just a story, and I got into like philosophy and stuff, and it's pretty interesting. It's basically, I realized that this is a philosophical argument that has been taking place for quite some time. And with the invention of the TV, they just managed to make it appear to be fact. That's the way I see it. It's a philosophical argument, and the people on that side of the argument, you know what I mean? Like, it goes really deep. There's a whole history to that stuff where basically godless people, and I don't know, it's really interesting. But I was an atheist for a long time till discovering this, and then I had to rethink my entire worldview. Because you see the real agenda, and I don't mean just modern day agenda. Like, you can go back in time, and these people were talking about the same thing, and then all of a sudden they put space on TV, and everybody thinks it's real. So
Yeah.
pretty interesting realizing that it's not necessarily real. The only proof that they have that space exists is from the TV.
Yeah. That's the only place it exists in men's minds and on the screen.
Yeah, and a lot.
Isn't it amazing that they got it in textbooks like it was fact? Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted somebody.
Well, Dave, I wanted only to say, don't touch that space because that's hurting.
Yeah, it kind of hurt me at first, but only for a minute. And now, people say, "Oh, I can't watch space movies." I love watching sci-fi and space stuff because there's always at least one or two moments in the movie where I just look at my wife and I'm like, he thinks it's a gas ball, or you know what I mean? It's just hilarious.
Yeah, it is funny to point out the little heliocentric things that you know in almost every movie. I know what you mean. We have been joined by somebody without roles. I'm going to try to unmute them. We have the Lone Ranger.
I'm going to mute up. Good talking to you, man.
Well, it's nice to meet a fellow Kentucky. You don't have to shut up. I'm just going to try to say hi to a new person here.
Yeah, no, and I'm not always good at arguing yet. I'll or trying to get the. I've been listening. I don't have the tongue that most people have. I sound crazy sometimes.
It's all good, man. We're all going our own pace on this journey, and at this point, at least for me, I like how we generally at this server, we're not here to argue with anybody. We're just trying to share information with people.
Yeah, and when they make them realize they just believe in space. That's right. I mean, that's amazing conversations when people actually have the conversation, and at the end of it go, I guess I do. I'll still disagree with you, but I do understand that I believe in space. And that, that's just interesting to witness.
You're hitting the key point, really, I think, for anyone to actually be able to get themselves in the right mindset to actually accept this information. They have to admit it's a belief. They have to know that they don't know, because many people don't even know they don't know, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They think it's all been proven as facts.
And you got to be intellectually honest.
Yeah. And there's no facts. There's nothing in reality that backs up this globe as far as factual information. If this was for real, two guys would have went out to a beach in an island 10 miles away and shown us a 66-foot drop over and over again, because if it was a ball, it would really be a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm having trouble unmuting this guy. Hold on, Low Ranger. Go get Tonto. Maybe we'll help you unmute. Does anybody remember the Lone Ranger and Tonto?
Yep. Only you and I, though, Dave. Only you and I.
What was his horse's name, son?
Lone Ranger isn't muted. He should be able to speak.
Hello, Lone Ranger. Can you talk? Welcome to the server.
Yeah, if he's unmuted in here, he can speak. Lone Ranger, you have control of your mic. Can you say hi? Tonto.
Did you ride Trigger up to his name? Wasn't his horse named Trigger, or was that Roy Roger? What was the Lone Ranger's horse? Somebody tell me.
It wasn't Tonto. That was his friend, Indian friend's name, right?
Somebody had a horse named Trigger, but I think that was
Trigger. I think it's Roy Rogers. Could be right. Let's see.
Hello, Lone Ranger. You can at least say hello and we give you VC Verified, and you can sit around and listen if you want. We're not going to make you talk, but we always say hi to new people because And we're trying to share information with people. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything.
Let's find out what the horse's name was. Silver.
Silver.
Hi-ho, Silver. And away.
I go Silver. How did I forget that?
I don't know. Me too. And who's Silver? So that's Silver. Who?
I guess the Lone Ranger's not going to chat with us.
Trigger was somebody else famous. Roy Rogers, probably. Yeah, I think so. Yep. That was it.
A Lone Ranger. What's the Lone Ranger's horse name?
Silver.
Silver. I go Silver.
Hi-ho, Silver. And away. That could be a Mandela effect. If he didn't say away, because that's exactly how I hear it. The horse named Trigger who was pulled behind a truck. What? Oh my God. Now in CBS News. Someone was pulling their horse named Trigger behind a truck, and animal abuse investigation ensued. And the horse now is on the road to recovery. So, yay! How sad. This is the impromptu Flat Earth News. You really didn't want that. Not from Sonny. No. Roy Rogers' horse Trigger was bought for $266,500. $250,000 for that horse.
Well, somebody paid $250,000 for an old horse just because it was a Lone Ranger.
They better have him taxidermied for that much. We could have him around a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? How could it? What are they talking about? That horse could not possibly be still alive. It must be, yeah, it must be a stuffed. They don't want to tell you the gruesome details. It's probably a stuffed Trigger. Okay, let's find out. We'll go to the Wikipedia. The original Trigger, named Golden Cloud, was born in San Diego, California. Oh, although often mistaken for a Tennessee walking horse, his sire was a thoroughbred, and his dam a grade mare like that. What? I didn't understand that. I think somebody's messing with us.
We're probably all minor conspiracy theorists, so let's just go with they cloned him.
Well, whatever. They couldn't tell if it was a Tennessee walking horse or a thoroughbred Palomino. So whatever. Never mind about that. The Trigger in the movies claimed to be a slightly different lineage. Though no Palomino registry existed at the time of Trigger's birth, and his dam was by a thoroughbred out of a cold blood mare, whatever. Horse, okay, that's... I find the giant found in San Diego much more interesting than that. They said it's the oldest known human ever discovered was here in this county. And it was like 11 feet tall.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I haven't ever talked to Everett. I wonder if they want to talk, but it seems sincere, but they've got... And I'd be sorry, but I'm just looking at new people.
Okay.
You there, Everett?
Yeah, my mic is not working right. Let me open up the Discord on Google. Chrome, and I'll be right back.
It's just a little low. You could probably make it higher, but it doesn't sound bad.
It's crackling a little bit, but do what you
Just
got
a
to
little.
do, man. When you think you're ready to talk, feel free to speak up. Sorry, Sonny, go ahead. What I interrupt?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, exactly. That. Go ahead, Everett.
All right. Does my mic sound fine now?
Oh yeah, that's much better.
All right. So what, Dave? What did you want to talk about?
Hello, I was just wondering if you wanted to have a chat about the subject at all. Or first question I have is, how'd you get space crabs?
I'm an astrophotographer.
Okay, so you're stuck in space, kind of.
What do you mean?
I mean, the whole story about space. You're still into all that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, it's basically just a story. There's all you can do with stuff in space is look at it, you know. But,
yeah, it's cool looking at the stuff. Though.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, is there any topic or concern or question you had at the top of your mind, or?
Yeah, this is something I had to talk about with Whitsitt about. Whitsitt, he struggled a little bit. What do you think planets like? I know luminaries. Most people believe they're luminaries, but planets, is there like a set in stone thing that flat earthers believe that, or anti-globers, I guess, believe that planets are?
Well, if you're asking me, if you're talking about the sky, there's nothing set in stone at all. And I don't think there's any general agreement among flat earthers about what's going on in the sky. I mean, we see patterns, we can watch things move, and we can make certain predictions about what they're doing and how often they're doing it, but that's about it. Anybody else want to answer that?
Yeah, I do have a question about comets. You guys have stuff that can predict like celestial objects and their positions at certain times, right?
Just use the same thing that they use. It's always been used. It's just a cyclical event. It's not a prediction. It's called the postdiction.
This is about the Mayans and the Chaldeans. They had the Soros cycles. They predicted very precisely where those where the eclipses happen, and most other celestial bodies. These were flat earthers. They used elevation angles. You can't do that without a flat horizontal plane. So you need to ask yourself, why does NASA still continue to use the ancient Soros cycles from ancient observers from South America, Central America, and the Middle East? Why are they still using these? They're postdictions, like David said. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to look into that.
They're called the Saros, S-A-R-O-S, Saros cycles.
I'll save that and I'll look at that.
Do you remember ever when you were getting educated about all this stuff, did they ever actually prove any of it to you, or they just told you the story?
Well, I mean, there's some things that I think provide good examples of stuff like Earth rotation and stuff like that, like the Foucault's pendulum, stuff like that. I think it's a good example of rotation, but...
So how come nobody's ever took a Foucault's pendulum, for example, and put it on the equator and showed that it didn't move?
Has someone not done that?
Well, if you can find it, look, I've never seen it.
Well, maybe we should have someone that goes to the equator and try it.
See, there's all kinds of variables, that's not an actual scientific experiment, because you've got electrostatics, you've got all kinds of stuff you've got to account for. And that pendulum, just because a pendulum is swinging, it's actually attached to the Earth in a way. How's that showing that the Earth is moving? It's just...
Yeah, isn't it attached to the same thing you're trying to measure? How is that supposed to be showing anything? So listen, that's a parlor trick. That's fine. But how about a direct measurement? Don't we have high-speed light interferometers that can detect motion of things? Don't we have technology where we can have a drone staying stationary off the surface of Earth, showing the motion of the Earth itself? You could do this very easily, even with a drone in today's market. You put a drone up, you know it's stationary. It gives you locationals. So you know exactly the date and where this thing is standing still within a certain tolerance, right? So all you got to do is show that the stars and the sky are standing still and that it's the earth below moving. You could do this with a drone.
Okay. To answer your question about the Foucault's pendulum being attached to Earth, I'm sure you're very aware of the Coriolis force, right?
Coriolis isn't a force.
Or a demonstration of the Coriolis.
It's not a force.
Okay, not a force.
Do you think it's a real? Do you think it's something that is an actual deviation of something?
That's a good question.
Okay, well, you might want to look into it a little further because flat earthers are the ones that found out about the Coriolis, and it's an apparent motion. It's not an actual motion, meaning it's not actually curving.
I got something to say about that too. This was a real important one for me. Do you shoot guns by chance? Ever?
I do. I do.
Okay. Have you ever shot long range? I don't mean super long range, 100, 200 yards. You've shot rifles, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you've got a rifle and this bullet's traveling like 1,500 feet per second. And if you're going to shoot a mile or two, that bullet's going to be in the air. I guess 2 miles, it's probably in the air for like 5 or 6 seconds. But 1 mile, maybe 2 seconds. I'm just throwing these numbers out. They're definitely not accurate, but they're roundabout. So the claim of Coriolis says that the Earth is going to rotate underneath my bullet that's traveling 1,500 feet per second. Yet I can get in a hot air balloon that's not traveling at all. I can toot my horn, a little bit of hot air, and I can rise myself 5 feet above land, and the Earth doesn't move under the non-moving object. Does that make sense to you?
Can you repeat what you said about the bullet?
The bullet is traveling 50. That's what the Coriolis effect is. They're telling you that this bullet that's traveling 1,500 feet per second for in between 2 and 5 seconds, that the Earth is going to move underneath that bullet. So you need to aim a little bit toward the direction that the Earth is going to spin in to where your target will be in the right place because your target is moving while your bullet is traveling in a straight line at 1,500 feet per second. That's the claim. And they say, snipers have to do the math and figure this out before they shoot, which I've never seen that to be real. I've heard snipers say that they don't use that, and I know plenty of people who shoot long distance, like super long distance, or have. They're not professionals or anything, but I know plenty of people who have shot a mile, and they're like, oh no, we don't calculate anything. We just try to shoot a mile. So does it make sense to you that the Earth moves under that bullet that is traveling so fast, but it doesn't move over or under a hovering hot air balloon?
It's okay. So you're saying it doesn't move because the Coriolis force isn't. I don't think it's necessarily like the Earth moving under something. I think
that's what the Coriolis effect is. That's the
can
claim.
you show me? Can you show me where that's the claim, though?
It's supposed to be caused.
Google Coriolis effect.
It's supposed to be caused by the rotation. So you would need to show the rotation under everything else as well. Hummingbirds, drones, helicopters. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the claim. That's what they say. Then they say that snipers have to do math to figure out, I got to aim 2 inches to the left because the Earth is going to move while my bullet is flying, but only in really long distances. It doesn't move in 200 or 300 yards. But if you're going to shoot miles, I think if you shoot 2 miles, your bullet's in the air for like 7 seconds. In between 5 and 7. So, do you think that makes sense? Because that, to me, does not make sense at all. If what I'm saying is correct, if their claim is that the Earth moves under the straight line of the bullet.
Just make sure you're aware, Everett. The globe claim is it's basically Velcro atmosphere. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Are you aware of that?
I've heard that. Yeah.
Well, that's their official. That's their story, and they're sticking to it. Go ahead, answer his question if you want.
Yeah, so they're saying that it moves under the bullet, but the hot air balloon is moving with the Earth because the atmosphere is moving in the Earth, but my bullet is in the atmosphere as well.
Okay.
Why?
So I have a question. Do you know which when snipers do take the Coriolis effect into consideration, you know which way the bullet goes?
It should go different depending on which direction they're shooting.
Okay, so let's say that they are shooting it from the equator north. They're shooting it north from the equator. Which way is the bullet going to go?
So directly north.
If someone is at the equator and they shoot the bullet while facing directly toward the North Pole, which way is that bullet going to go?
Yeah, well, I got the answer. It's going to go whatever the way the ballistics are directing it, like the weather, the winds. That's it. You have no rotation. How about an oblique angle to north? How about at 13 degrees?
Okay, so
Then
again,
what?
facing north.
Then what?
Which way is that bullet
No,
going to be
13
deflected?
degrees. Go to 13 degrees. Now tell me.
Yeah, no. That even still 13 degrees. Which way
Okay,
is
how
that
about
bullet going to be
225?
deflected?
Cardinal direction 225. Yeah, how
That'd
about
be facing
That's
south,
a little.
would it
It's south. It's east. It's southeast. So now what do you do? Where's this? Where is this? Where is all these calculations? Because people flying shit like aircraft going above 500 miles an hour up to Mach 3 I don't have to calculate any of this stuff.
Can you
know
still
this?
can you still answer my question about which way the bullet's going to be deflected if you're shooting it toward the northern direction?
According to what? According to what? Your rotation and your fairy tale globe?
No. The actual bullet. Which way is the bullet going to be deflected?
Okay, he's the shooter. Go ahead and tell him.
Okay, I mean,
who was it that was talking to this guy about the
who shot a rifle at long
sniper.
distance?
Hello, who was the other one that was speaking about the ballistics?
It was Warren.
Hey, but I had to put my phone down.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. 3 minutes.
Yeah. So my question was, if you're shooting the bullet from the equator, now let's assume, because you guys still have the equator point or the equator latitude line on the. Assuming you're talking about the azimuthal equidistant map. Right? That's what we're on here.
I would say most of us agree that there's a general thing they call the equator, but we're not saying we know exactly all the measurements for it and all that.
Yeah, we don't have a map. All
But
the
there is
oceans are horizontal.
an equator that they claim is kind of like in the middle. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all the oceans are horizontal, so all the top of the surface of water is horizontal. So go ahead about your ballistics now.
So if you shoot a bullet, let's say toward the center of our flat Earth here, which should be toward the quote-unquote North Pole, from the equator that would be on the map, which way is that bullet going to be deflected?
I'm not making the claim that it is deflected.
It's a
But it does. That's the thing, is that it does.
No,
What are
well,
you saying?
it's spinning. It's spinning. It works just like a frisbee. I can't remember what the term is, but when you spin a frisbee, to describe it very plainly, it is climbing the air. So the frisbee is rotating, catching air, or it's causing friction, and it causes it to turn. The bullet does the same thing over long distances.
Earth is not a spinning frisbee.
The bullet.
Let's say, are you trying to say that there's a Coriolis effect on
I
Earth?
think this gentleman thinks Earth is a spinning frisbee, according to us. That's what Hey, what is your concept, just before we get any further, of what flat earthers think Earth is? A pizza in space?
I think that's disrespectful to the theory, but
you ready?
No, it's not a theory. But what do you think we think Earth is? Do you have a concept in your mind of what it is?
From what because I've probably talked to over 500 flat earthers by now, and none of them have a set in stone for sure idea of what flat Earth is. I've seen most of them are more anti-globers than actual flat Earth. Like,
well,
genuine
no,
flat
it's about
earthers.
measurements. So you might have been sniffing around in the wrong places. But
Okay.
yeah, you find a bunch of superfluous bullshit from flat earthers as well as globers. So that's on both sides of the whatever you want to call it. But yeah, no, we don't have a map. We are just giving you the information about how the surface is not curving in any direction. So if you have a surface that is not curving in any direction, how would you describe that surface?
Flat, yeah.
Yeah. So that's all we've done. We went out ourselves and tested the claim of the globe Earth by going to nature first, doing a observation test, a drop over distance test is what this would be. This can be done by various means, using light in the daytime, as simple as flashing a mirror on one side, having somebody else on the other side of a stretch of water film it, to laser tests that were high-tech, developed, the whole system put together, developed by engineers, and did many, many laser tests. There's long distance observation. These are going into like the hundreds now, thousands of different observations by individual people going and doing and seeing if this 8-inch per mile drop exists in reality. So that's all we've done.
So you said, hold on, you say long distance. What distances are we referring to? Like how
255 miles in Switzerland, an infrared, which basically cuts out about 98% of any atmo effects. So there's several of those. Those were done by award-winning photographers. They're not flat earthers. They just wanted to get the longest distance shot, and that's what they did. They have the Guinness Book of World Records long distance shot, and it is an infrared. But there's also Jay Tolan's media. One has infrared from aircraft, basically showing almost all the way across the whole entire country. Well, he's got one from Florida to where is it? No, about mid-Texas, I think, to Cabo San Lucas, which is at the end of Baja.
I'm not trying to correct you, but I think his longest one's like 1,200 miles.
1,200 miles, yeah.
Yeah, not across the country. Go ahead.
Okay, so
there's all of that.
Sorry.
But if you're interested in finding out more, I mean, if the Earth is flat, would you really want to know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I would absolutely want to know what I'm living on, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea, I think. So we're not here to convince anybody of anything. This isn't the convincing server. There's no way possible to convince somebody of anything, actually. So we're not in the convincing business, but we are in the business of allowing you to take the information and go check it for yourself. This is the learn how to think for yourself server. That's all we want to share with you. So you can learn how to critically think, take in information and see if it matches what you see in reality. And if it doesn't, then it needs to be thrown out immediately, or others decide they don't really want to know. They'd rather stay in the fantasy, that think that space is real, that they're on a spinning ball, which is nothing but a philosophical stance taken by people that you've never met, that had a religious bent on having things spherical. And you probably don't know about most of these. You might have heard some of them, like Newton, Kepler, Galileo, Copernicus. All those people, highly religious folk, very highly tied to the Catholic Church. That, by the way, is where the heliocentric model came from. Was invented by a Jesuit priest, good buddies with Einstein, named Georges Lemaitre. So Lemaitre invented the Big Bang Theory. He's a Catholic priest.
Okay.
So congratulations. People saying that the heliocentric model is not a religion. It was created by nothing but religious people. So yeah, I'll yield the floor.
Well, I think now When you say that the heliocentric model is religious, just because it was created by a religious person, I don't think that necessarily makes it a religious belief. So I'm religious myself. Now I've had a lot of things that have happened to me in my life that have made me believe in some sort of higher being that may possibly affect our world, just from personal experience. I've never, that's one of those things. Religion is one of those things. You can't prove it. You can't disprove it. It's just kind of what you all believe in it. At the end of the day, religion doesn't really matter. I mean,
I think you're a little mixed up on what the definition of religion is.
Yeah, you kind of are. And I would just like to clarify this point about that. Is that it's okay to have faith in something. Faith without any evidence is something else altogether. That's religious fanaticism. Because if you don't have anything empirical to back up your belief, then it's an unfounded belief, no matter how badly you would like to keep it.
Trying to find something here. Okay, so I wanted to, my original point here was talk about planets. What did we think planets were?
Things in the sky and the ground is still not carbon. Is the point?
Well, it was a religious priest that invented the heliocentric model, which is the sun in the center of the earth revolving around it. That was done by a priest. So is that a religion too?
Oh, he's saying it's not. Even though all of those people I mentioned, about 6 of them, were all highly in the church. Yeah, or they were like related to cardinals, bishops. And
religion is more on the lines of having faith and belief in something that it's not real or you cannot prove.
Right. That's the difference. So that's why flat Earth is not a belief, because I don't have to believe anything. All I have to do is go out and measure and test 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. If I'm standing 6 feet, then my geometric horizon can be no further than about 4 miles. Period. End of story. If there's no drop repeatedly at these distances, like say 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, if there aren't consistent drops over distances ever recorded that you can even go do yourself, that it doesn't exist, then you just have to go, where's the curve? There is no curve. It's not measurable. All the rest is just a story about what they want you to believe.
Okay, fair enough. Can I ask you a question about a certain image in particular, though, or photograph? You've probably seen it before. It's quite famous in the flat Earth community. Are you aware of this image? I sent it in the live stream. Next. Black Swan. So, what this is, it's the mountains here. We're looking at a lake district in the background. So this is taken of Blackpool. You know Blackpool. It's taken from Southport.
Yeah, we know.
You know everything about this image. Okay, so what is this image? Like how is this?
You know what? This is all fine and dandy, but this isn't a platform for you to present what you think proves the globe. We've already seen every argument. So what I want to ask you is, you believe that the Earth is a globe, right? Are you 100% sure?
I've not doubted it.
Okay, so is there a percentile, or you're 100% sure?
I wouldn't put a percentage on it.
Well, if you were to put a percentage on it, what would you put?
Definitely, it would be high. It would be probably around 90s? The 90s.
Yeah. High 90s? Okay. Absolutely. So what are you doing right now? Are you sitting in your chair? Are you sitting in a chair?
Sitting in a chair, yeah.
How sure are you that you're sitting in a chair right now, talking on Discord? Are you 100% sure? Absolutely, to a certitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. What do you have about the globe that makes you know for sure that it's a globe besides what you've been told?
Okay, well, I just sent an image in the live stream voice text.
I'm asking you, okay, so we're not using photographs. They can be falsified, and you don't have any information on this. So we're not
falsified?
Are photographs falsifiable?
It depends on what's shown in the photograph.
Are photographs of space falsifiable? No, they're not.
No.
So your picture, that's fine. You got a picture of something in nature. Do you have all the data points on this?
I know quite a bit about this image. I can tell you.
Okay, so give us all the data points. I want all of it. It should be charted out by now.
I want to hear how you think this picture proves something. Go ahead and tell us.
Yeah, yeah. How is a photograph? No, we're not even going to go. That's in the weeds, man. How do you know Earth is a globe besides what you've been told?
Okay, well, let's talk about the photograph here.
No. How do you know? You said you're sure in the high 90s. So what makes you know in the high 90s that the Earth is a globe besides you being told something by somebody else?
Okay, I don't understand why I can't use this photograph.
Okay, I don't understand why you can't answer it. I don't understand why you can't answer the simple question.
I'm trying to answer it, but then when I try to answer it using the photograph, you tell me that's
you're not answering with the photograph. Photographs can be falsified. So we're not using photographs of any kind.
You can observe this with your own eyes.
No, we're not using your photograph. Sorry. I want you to tell the panel here and everybody listening how you know for sure Earth is a globe outside of something you've been told by somebody else, and your nervous laughter isn't the answer.
Oh, it's not a nervous laughter. I'm laughing because you're moving the goalpost.
Okay, why don't you just... I'm not moving anything. I'm asking you how do you know Earth is a globe?
Mate. Just
how do you know Earth is a globe? You told us you know Earth is a globe, 95 percentile. Tell us how you know for sure Earth is a globe to the 95 without it being something somebody else told you. Go.
All right. Well, let's talk about this photograph.
That photo doesn't prove.
We're not talking about your fucking photograph.
What? How? Okay. All right. Well, then falsify my photo. Falsify the photo.
We're not looking at your photo.
Falsify it.
We're not going to look at your photo.
Why not?
You're going to tell us how you know Earth is a globe other than what you've been told by someone else.
Sure, I will tell you, but you're telling me that photographs can be falsified, but before...
We're not talking about photographs. I'm asking you...
Let me finish.
Simple, very simple. How do you know Earth is a globe outside of something that somebody else has told you? Do you have measurements? Did you do a direct measurement yourself? Where are the tests, the numbers, the data that exist in reality? Where's this curvature in reality? Do you have existence of the geometric horizon in reality? Empirical data?
And this photograph is showing you a curve.
That's not empirical data. I don't know how many times I have to go over this with you. We're not using your photo or any photo right now. I'm just asking you to be honest about how you know something, and you can't seem to answer.
Why can't I use a photograph, though?
We're not using your photograph. That's why. We're not using any photographs here. Did you see me post any photographs?
Well, why can't you use it?
I'm not allowing it. That's why, because you're not directing the conversation here. I am. That's right. So now all you got to do is
my question.
All you got to do is answer the question. Stop evading. Answer
not
the question.
Evading.
It's very simple. If you're honest, you could just answer how you know it's a globe other than what you've been told by someone else. Should be simple. How do you know?
Okay, you don't want me to use the photo. Oh, let's talk about star trails. All right. So we have the northern star trails, right? That move counterclockwise.
Yeah, no. I don't know if you understand.
Looking at the sky again
I don't know if you understand.
Measure the curve.
Yeah, how this works in here is not what you're doing, and it's not going to work. So now we'll take a little break. 1 second here.
Everyone's back on the sky again, are they?
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to come better, else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. Or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Okay, now we cleared that up about Coriolis.
Did the sniper turn the gun on himself to end that conversation, or what?
I muted him because he just refused to listen, and then decided to talk about something else. He decided to talk about move on to Star Trails. No, thank you. No, you're not directing this here. That's what I don't know why they come into somebody else's house and say, you know what, this rug needs to be over in this room. This other rug needs to be here, and your chairs are all in the wrong place. I'm going to move all of those. You come into someone else's house and do that? Really? I don't think so. Not
Good evening, Sonny, and everybody else. That was a pleasant conversation I was just listening to a few minutes ago. I just wanted to kick in and say hello.
Hello. Hi.
I wave.
Hey, Kim.
Hello.
Hi, Sonny.
Yeah, we can unmute this guy, and you can continue to talk to him if you want. But I'm pretty much going to withdraw.
I don't want to talk to him. I like listening. This is entertainment for me. I can watch TV or I can listen to real world stuff.
I know. I'm getting a little tired, but that's good. Get some rest. Oh, boy. Yeah, wow. That's funny. It's hard to go back once they start gish galloping in the very beginning. That's the thing. You almost need to stop them. So it was almost too late to try to go through the line of questioning.
Well, I've heard Miggy go at it before, and a couple other people here. I'm still learning all the names, but that's the first time I've heard you do much more than play guitar. So that's like another side I hadn't seen yet.
Oh yeah, no, I've been flat smacking for a long time. I just get tired of it, I guess, and get burned out, and I get angry, and then I need to stop. So
you're gonna give him another chance, Sonny?
We can give him another chance, you guys. Yeah, because look, Timbo, you probably might want to talk to this guy, or one of the rest of you. So we'll unmute him. Let's see. You guys make a decision. I'm going to back off probably a little.
I don't mind listening to it. I just don't want to be part of it.
I get it. You're unmuted, Everett, but we're still not using your pictures.
Okay. All right. So what do you want me to do then?
Well, it's the same kind of thing that Sonny was asking, yeah? Like, just, give us some empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. And we'll talk about it.
All right. So, if I say what I'm about to say, I'm just going to get muted again.
No, he just muted you to play that clip to show you how ridiculous some of the claims are. So, it just, there's got to be something in your head that tells you 100% that you said 90% that you live on a globe. Now, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Yeah? There's no wrong answers.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind was the photograph that I sent in chat.
That's the first thing that comes to your mind before you saw that photograph, you thought the Earth was flat. Is that what you're saying? Until you saw that photograph and then it convinced you that we were on a globe.
Oh no, that photograph is just really good. After I've seen it, the photograph is really good. It's really good. So I think about it now. When anyone asks me about the Earth being a globe, that's what I come to think about now.
Well, I've seen the photo before. It's about angles and stuff. Yeah.
They're saying they're like in the mountain. Do you know how tall those mountains are?
Yeah, the height of the mountains and stuff like that. But you do know how lenses work, though, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a photographer. Yeah.
Yeah, so things further in the distance.
It's not necessarily how that works, though. It's not quite how lenses work. They don't just make things shrink like that.
That's not what I'm saying.
Your angular size change accounts for everything getting smaller with distance, right?
Correct.
That's the mountain. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. We know that Scaffold Pike is 3,200 feet above sea level, right? You can agree on that?
I don't know. You're telling us
What the numbers are. What do you? There's no way it matters what the numbers are. Do things get smaller with distance?
We're talking about Scaffold Pike in the Lake District.
They don't shrink on the horizon, though.
Of course they do. What do you think we call it a vanishing point for? Everything shrinks to nothing, and then you can't see it anymore. Yeah.
I'm curious.
Do they ever go?
Pike?
What?
Did you mention Scaffold Pike as in the
Scaffold Pike?
The mountain in the UK. The mountain in the Lake District.
He's talking about the Blackpool, England. He's talking about the view across Blackpool.
Right. Okay. From Blackpool to, because I'm from the UK, I do all these experiments myself. So, if anyone needs filling in on that, I've done all these experiments.
Yeah, absolutely. So
you jump in there.
Have you ever looked at Lake District from Southport?
Yes, I live south of the lakes, and I go to the lakes every week. So yeah, I drive up there every week. I can see a mountain that is. Hold on, let me tell you exactly the peak, and I can see this from 70 miles away. Hold on. On a very clear day, it has to be first thing in the morning. Has to be freezing cold, otherwise you won't get it. And it has to be clear as fuck, obviously. We just find out what peak it is and the height of. But what were you gonna say anyway about Scaffold Pike?
We can agree that it's about 3,200 feet above sea level, right?
Yeah, 928 meters. Yeah.
All right. So what about the Blackpool Tower? You know, that's almost 520 feet tall.
Yeah. Actually, I have one of the best Blackpool Tower globe debunkers that's out there. I have the Blackpool Tower from over it's from over 25 miles away. But in the distance, I have the Lake District as a faint silhouette, which is over 44 miles away. And you can see the whole of the tower right down to the base of the tower, not the base of the building. But most importantly, if anyone wants to look into, there's a roller coaster called the Big Dipper, which is only 65 feet tall. Right? I'm not entirely sure how it can't be much. It'll be less than 100 feet above sea level, basically. And I've got that all the way, like the full thing, on my camera from 30 miles away. Where if you do the measurements for a 65-foot roller coaster at 30 miles away, should I be able to see any of it?
Well, there you go.
I've got all these. I can post these in the chat if anyone wants to know. I don't know how to find the chat. How do I find the chat, by the way? I'll post the videos right now so you can watch as I speak, but I don't know how to use Discord. This is the first time I've been on it.
Just above where we are, just above where it says live stream with the red dot, there's a channel that says live stream voice text.
That's it. So it's got a green thing.
Should be able to just drag it right into the line where it says message hashtag live stream voice text.
I'm on the phone. Link embedded roles as well. So
that make it different if you're on your phone.
I can explain on the phone, mate. So go back into the main screen. So press on the icon of the map of the world?
Oh yeah. See, I'm new to
press
all
on
this.
that.
Yep.
Press on that, and then go down to the red dot that says scroll down to live stream with all the people in it.
Yep. On it.
And then just above that's live stream voice text.
Boom. Sound. Right, laughing. All right, okay. Let me just show you. So let me just find the video. Give me a second. Oh man, I'll just push that in there while it's there.
I just want to say to the guy that was claiming, so he's gonna go into angles and stuff like that. So with you working out your angles, mate, with the mountain being so far away, are you gonna say that there's no refraction in the air, or what are you gonna say to that?
I don't think refraction would make a 3,200 foot tall mountain look like a midget.
It's going to change your readings, though, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think it would dwarf a 3,200 foot mountain as opposed to a 520 foot tall tower. I mean,
but depending on your distance from the tower to the mountain, it's going to change dramatically.
Do you know the distance from
what you see in the background, isn't it?
Do you know the distance?
No, I'm just explaining plane refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so the distance between the mountains and the tower.
This is your story, mate. You tell it.
It's roughly like 40 to 45 miles away.
Okay, it's a fair distance.
Okay. And the photographer of that photo that I sent was about 9 to 10 miles away from the tower, which means that the photographer was roughly anywhere from 50 to 55 miles away from the district, the mountains.
So is that mountain height, is that sea level?
3,200 feet above sea level. And
yeah, and is that Lake District, is that at sea level?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading a message. What?
Is the Lakes District at sea level?
The Lake District, yeah. The Scaffold Pike mountain, or the highest mountain in England, 3,200 feet above sea level, yes.
Yeah, but where the photo's taken from, is that sea level, is it?
I doubt very seriously it's sea level.
So you need to know elevation, yeah?
Yeah, I don't have the measurement of elevation that the photographer is standing at.
So how do you work it out then? Because the mountain's taken from sea level, so you got to subtract the viewer height from the sea level.
If you give me one moment, I can put the coordinates of the photographer into a elevation calculator. And
that's your story, mate. You gotta look it up.
I just need to go on Google Earth and find the coordinates. Sorry, bear with me here. Right.
So this is your number one globe. This is your number one globe proof, and you have to figure it out now. Okay, good job.
Yeah, you got some help in the voice text by Critical Inception.
Well, I'll figure it out first myself.
Sure, yeah, I got you.
I hope you would understand.
Oh yeah, I got you.
That's pretty common. People come in and say they know things, and they have to go figure it out. We're used to that.
I just don't know the observer's height. Tell you about anything else you need to know.
Well, that's kind of important when it comes to calculating the curve that you're supposed to see.
Yeah, well, it's the most important thing other than the height of the mountains. It's.
I got you.
So this is the best globe proof. The number one. You're number one for globe proof, huh? Blackpool.
I'm convinced, Sonny. I'm convinced, mate.
Yeah, shut down the server, everybody. Go tell Indio to clean out his desk, everybody. We're going home. Gonna shut down the server right now.
I'm sure he'd know that picture from back to front, left to right. and everything about it.
I'm still new to this whole debate.
That's why you still think it's a debate.
Fair enough.
To have a debate, you have to have something that counters something else, right? Well, the globe has never been proven, so like, how can how can you prove a negative? How could you disprove a negative? Something that never existed in the first place.
Good question. What yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on like two things at once here.
Hold on just a moment, folks. He knows it's a globe, so he has to go figure it out now, even though he said he knew it about 30 minutes ago. Okay. We're still waiting. We'll be here when you get back.
It's good. All right. Interesting. Was the what did he say the observer height was? 9 meters.
Hi guys, I'm back. My phone died. Sorry about that.
You're asking us about your claim now.
Oh no. He said it was 9 meters, right?
Yeah. You don't even know what you're talking about, bro. I'm just gonna put you back on mute. You're useless. You're a useless Glober. We need a better Glober than you. Can you go find somebody else?
Does he not know what he's talking about? That's why he's not a flat earther in the first place. I'm just going to post this video now.
Yeah, we should play it if there's audio, so I don't have to listen to Everett trying to look up his own claim and asking us questions about it.
I've got one here where I've got from Blackpool. I've got you can see the Isle of Man across the bay. Do you want that one? So I put that one in. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
this is
I'll even play it on the
foot above sea level. This
That
one's
sounds
about
useful.
a foot. This is about a foot above sea level. Bit windy.
Awesome.
Again, anyone use these videos? I'm not. It's not for like. I was originally going to make a big flat Earth video with them, and I've got so many clips now. It's like fucking just give them away.
Are you posting them in the live stream voice text?
The voice text, yeah.
I don't see it yet.
Now. It's loaded. It's got 58 points or something.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
That's
All
only
right,
an 8 minute. That's only an 8-second one as well. Yeah, let me find this one.
Is that on YouTube or some other platform?
I haven't put them on any. I haven't put them at any of that yet. No. So whoever gets, at least there you go.
I gotcha. I wonder if I could still play this.
This is to be fair, I lived on the Isle of Man, so for me it's a slam dunk against the globe because I know that the elevation of all the land, you should not be able to see Douglas Bay at all, and you can see the whole thing pretty much, which is on the far left.
Are you, by chance, during the video, are you talking about the coordinates and things like that? So.
No, it's too windy.
I see. Yeah, it sounded kind of windy.
I show a picture. I might have been trying to say, but
yeah.
It's you can tell that I'm basically about a foot above sea level. This one was from my early days when I was just trying to show my friends. I wasn't trying to prove it to Globey. There we go. Right, here's the video. It's got. So you shouldn't be able to see. You shouldn't be able to see any.
I see how low you are to the water. Right. Wow, that is quite windy. See how the seas are stacking up like that? Further out. They're stacking up there. They're bulging up there. Globers try to use this saying it's curvature.
Yeah, it's not now. It's just they're just blocking your view. It's the same as like if you look over into your neighbor's garden, you're going to miss their swimming pool because you won't see their swimming pool because your hedge is going to be higher than. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
That's a terrible explanation, but
Yeah, exactly. And so the islands back beyond, where is that exactly? Is that the Isle of Wight?
That's the Isle of Man.
Oh, the Isle of Man.
Yep. So again, you even with the globe maths, you should be able to see the very, very tip of the highest point, the highest peaks. But like I said, you can basically see the land. Yeah. You can see the harbour. You know what I mean? That did.
Oh. It's like you're laying down on the sand almost.
There you go. I'll post. This is the good one because when you do
that must have been a cold. Was that a cold day? I bet that was cold.
Yeah, it was pretty cold that day. Funnily enough, it was in all the way through summer. That. So
Nick, would you say you're about 75 kilometers away from Isle of Man? Around that much?
No, from the Isle of Man, from that position, I think I'm only about 45 to 50 miles. But you can see it from Blackpool, which is 60 miles. So,
45 miles. I was talking about kilometers, but 45 miles.
Oh shit! Yeah, about 45 miles from there. Yeah.
All right.
So at 45 miles, it should be about 600 to 700 feet below.
Yes.
The elevation of the height of the observer. It should be below the elevation. You would never see it. Period.
Yeah, 100%. So there we go.
So even the Blackpool, even the Blackpool. My understanding, the whole thing is that the places that you're seeing beyond the amusement park, you shouldn't even see those mountains in Blackpool. Like, I don't know how the Globers are missing this after 3 years.
You shouldn't see. Right, the video I'm about to send you, it's just got the Blackpool Tower. It's got the Blackpool Tower. It's got the Big Dipper. Pay attention to the Big Dipper. I'm sending you the Big Dipper facts with it. I'll send them first. There we go.
All right.
Try not to. Right, I'll send these first because these are the facts of the Big Dipper, the height and the stuff. So I am exactly. Shit, I've sent the wrong one there, for fuck's sake.
I can ask you again. You said your height in that video is what?
Which video? The one you can see?
The one with the looking at Isle of Man.
Oh, the one with the Isle of Man. I'd say it's a foot. Like,
okay.
About a foot above sea level. It's literally the lowest setting the tripod went on, and it's a small tripod. I would have put it on the floor, but I didn't want to get sand on my camera. So, plus, if I'd have put it directly on the floor, you wouldn't have seen anything because of the waves, which then they'd use as curvature, which is not a proof of anything. So, but I also have the same video. Hold on, I'll send you the same video while we're still on the topic. Bangor to where's that? Platter. Same goes.
44 miles. I see that. Bangor to.
70 kilometers. Nice.
40.
I don't have a picture. I didn't have my camera when I was back home, but I saw that clear as day, 3 feet off the water's edge from Bangor, looking the Ailsa Craig.
Nice.
And it should be, I think, it's 1,000 feet of curvature, 1,100 feet of curvature.
Yeah, because 50 miles is 1,667 feet. 50 miles, so 40 miles, so probably right around 1,000, eh?
If I had a P900 with me, that whole thing would have been visible nearly.
Yeah, okay, right.
So Saint Nick, we can. Sorry.
Yeah. Go on. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
We can agree that your video does also demonstrate what would add up on a globe too.
No,
definitely not. 100%.
You wouldn't see the island.
See any of it. You wouldn't see. Right. So.
Are you looking at Snaefell?
No.
You wouldn't see it at all.
Right. The thing is, you can see the whole of the island. The only thing you should be able to see is the tip of the highest mountain. You can see where the whole landmass is. I know this because I lived on Douglas Bay. I lived there for 2 years when I was 18. You can literally see where Douglas Bay is. And Douglas Bay is literally, I think the hills in Douglas, mate, I think they're about fucking no more than 50 foot above sea level. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. And yet there it is, plain as day. Hold on, let me send you.
Okay, so you're looking at. So what?
Have you done? Are you a Glober, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just here trying to learn crap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I struggle to trust people who have the information in front of them who can't get their head around it. So I don't know. Yeah, let me just send this other video.
So what? So which part of Isle of Man are you looking at in this video?
What video are you on? Sorry, I'm scoping. I'm just trying to drop another video and then hit the bed.
Video showing the Isle of Man 1 foot observer height, 45 miles.
That's a foot above sea level. Again, just go and do your globe maths.
But what are you looking at though? Like what part of Isle of Man are you looking at?
The whole of the Isle of Man. You can see the Isle of Man. Can't you see it? Okay. Are you not looking at the video?
No, I'm trying to get a general.
Sorry, mate. I don't ever debate or converse with Globers because they just wind me up. So, no, friends. Let me just put this video in and go because I'm not one to debate. I think the reality is not debatable. Objective reality is objective reality. So I'm not here to debate. I'm just going to put my stuff here for the flat earthers and then bail. Here we go. Here's a video. So what I want people to notice is that the land that you can see behind. Forget about Blackpool Tower. Forget about the Big Dipper because they completely debunk the globe. But more importantly, take this video. If anyone's good at forensic analysis or anything like that, take this video into whatever you would do to try and change and invert the colours so you can see the land masses that are behind the tower and the. Oh, this is going to take ages. It's only 16 seconds. Behind the tower and the. Oh, what's it called? Come to Discord at a perfect time. Yeah, I want to hear the globe, mate. Where's the globe evidence? Yeah, here's my video. Right, so let's all watch it together, okay? So I am exactly off the coast of Formby. I'm stood right by the lighthouse thing. Not lighthouse. What's it called? Where the people stand, the lifeguards. Yeah. So I could give you an exact location and the distance. So let's watch the video. Let's see if this is the right one. Otherwise, I'll send the other. So when we zoom in, you can start seeing Blackpool Tower and the Big Dipper. Pay attention to the Big Dipper first. The Big Dipper, most importantly, that shouldn't be visible at all. You've got a little bit of mirroring from a refraction at the bottom, as you can see. So the horizon line is actually just, if you pause it exactly where I paused it, where the bird is. Anyway, I'm not fussed about that. If anyone can take this into Photoshop or something like that, pause it, and then you can literally see, if you look at the Blackpool Tower and then look to the left, you can see the outline of the hills of the Lake District. Can anyone see that? Which I wasn't even looking for when I first took the video. I was just amazed that I could see Blackpool Tower. But when you look beyond that, you can see the land of Barrow-in-Furness, which is an extra 20 miles further. And you can see it just about through the thickness of the haze of the atmosphere. Can anyone make out the outline of these hills?
I'm not sure if I'm seeing them or not.
I've inverted it. Yeah, let me send another video. That one might not be good enough. Hold on.
Did someone say they inverted it?
I did, but only on like a little shitty free app. I just paused a bit. I took a screenshot, then inverted it, and then you can see it a lot better when you invert it. But just watch the video carefully, and you'll be able to see landmass beyond. Globies will claim the Big Dipper is curving, exactly. Mate, go and have a look at the Big Dipper. Look at the facts. Here we go. I'll post them. 65 foot. I'm only 20. I'm only 16.6 miles away. That's how far I needed to debunk the globe. 16.6 miles away. Yeah, it's 65 feet. I gave him. I said, well, that's not exactly to sea level, is it? So let's give him 100 feet, which it's not. It's not. That's not another 40. Let's go a little bit further and give him 150 feet. Let's say the tower is 150. No, the thing is, what's it called? The Big Dipper is 150 foot above above sea level. Oh, here we go. They're coming through now.
Okay.
Oh no, nice.
Sorry,
You
where,
need to-
where were you at again?
Where
when
was
you
I
took that
stood?
Video. Yeah.
Is this the globe we're talking?
Yeah, I was just asking where you're standing. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Sorry, I don't entertain it. I'm not here for you. You just
I
took
was just asking where
screenshot.
you.
Yeah,
mean,
man.
can I not just-
No. Again. How am I going to explain? How am I going to explain it to you, an American, where I'm stood? Do you know what I mean? If you were from Formby or Liverpool, I'd say, yeah, mate, I was stood there by this, and I'd tell you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go and get you the fucking exact coordinates. I don't need to. I'm not here
No,
to
just a general
prove
area.
anything
I'm
to
looking.
you.
I'm
I know,
looking
but
at
you keep
Google Earth.
asking
I
me
just need a
questions
general area.
as if I'm wrong, or as
I
if
just
it's
need a
fucking.
general area of where you were.
I've told you, Formby Beach.
Beach. Okay, that's all I need. That's all I needed.
Fair enough, and mate, and I know it must be hard to hear, but I go on the lives and I do the thing. I just don't entertain anyone who's been faced like someone. Here we go. There's a door here. Your friends, the same ones who said, yeah, you shouldn't take the vaccine. Those same ones who turned out to be right after all this time, eh? Crazy. But those friends that told you have a look behind this door, still saying the same thing, right? And if the people who don't take that advice, I just don't have any time for them anymore, because we were there, we put ourselves out for you guys, we gave you the information, and no one wanted to know. Everyone laughed at us, still got people laughing, so I just don't entertain it anymore. I'm here just to spread the truth, spread the knowledge, and other people can deal with it. So let me just post this. Don't mention the last 2 years in here, sorry, I know. Mate, I've just come to a point where I'm just giving up on everyone. You know what I mean? Oh, fucking post this one, accent. Anyway, sorry. Let me just post this and go. The chat, the fact that you're in a live Discord specifically for flat earthers makes me fully aware of who and what type of person you are. No offense. So I just don't entertain it. I think there's much more important things going on in the world than me and you fucking arguing about this little topic. So
Hold on, what you just? What?
I don't have the energy for it.
Did you just say you can assume what type of person I am?
Yes, I can assume what you're doing here. Yeah,
That's horrible, dude.
you're an energy vampire. That's just a bit horrible. Are you actually trying to learn about flat Earth, or you're here to try and get a win and a debunk? Because you don't seem to be interested in learning anything. You haven't asked a single question since I've been here.
When I ask questions, I
substance.
keep getting. When I ask questions, I keep. Stop asking questions. Give me answers, or we're not in control of this
you know what? That's
conversation.
not true. You know what? You're being totally dishonest right now. Because, like, you only ask questions based on your own topic, and I told you that we're not going with your topic, and you refuse to listen, and you're still going back to it.
The problem the Globies have is they think that we're the ones who need to come up with the burden of proof. No. We're still waiting for the proof of the globe. We don't have to prove anything. We're standing by factual reality. We're standing by the fact that fucking bubbles rise and water drops fall. We do not need any of your fucking magic, do you know what I mean, or any of your bullshit to explain our model. We just say up is up and down is down. That's it. I don't have to explain that to fucking adults, surely. What goes up must come down. You know what I mean? So your little gravity god that everyone fucking falls back on, still hasn't been proven. So the burden of proof is on yous. Yet you try and deflect as if it's us. Fucking hell, there isn't a single photo of the flat Earth, mate. Every single photo you've ever taken or ever seen was a flat Earth photo, just to rub it in your face. But
said that.
Well, no. I'm speaking to a very bold. I'm speaking to the whole agenda when I speak.
Wait, are you saying that Everett, you believe the Earth is a curving speed through the vacuum of space?
Your microphone was cutting out. Can you repeat that?
Say that
again. Are you Everett? Everett?
What's up?
Can
you hear me,
mate? Can you hear me,
I
mate?
can hear you. I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Continue.
Are you saying that you believe that the Earth is a curving, spinning globe through the vacuum of space?
Me?
Everett.
No, he's talking to me. I do.
You believe that? Okay, let me ask you this. You believe that, right? Let me ask you this. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, here's another one, right? So if no one had told you, here's the best thing. Here's a good one. If I was, let's say, because you guys love aliens, right? Love them, right? So say I'm an alien and I've just I've not been dropped off because then I'd have seen what's going on. Say I've just teleported here to your land. I'm stood next to you, and I'm gonna say, hey, bro, what is it? What are we here? What is it here? You know, what would you point at? This is just, I only ask this question to all the Globers. This is what I do a lot of activism face to face. What would you point at to, you know, as if I'm a reasonable thinking, intelligent being, what would you point at that you can see on a day-to-day basis outside to give your conclusion, to prove to me that we live on a spinning ball that's floating through an infinite vacuum? Like, what would you point at? Say, forget the textbooks, forget the photos that you think that exist, forget the videos, forget NASA. Just me, man to man, or alien to man, or whatever way you want to look at it. I've just got here. I need you to point or show me or tell me why we are, and you have to convince me as well. How would you do that?
Okay, so
convince me we live on a spinning, wobbling, oscillating space ball. That's
what
wet.
if I took this alien on a plane flight to go see these photographs with their own eyes? See where the photographs were taken with their own eyes.
A plane flight, right? So you're talking, a plane, right? But you do realize or you're taking me up to see the curvature that we know that can't be seen from a plane. Is that what you mean?
No. Oh, I'm saying you said an alien teleports right beside me, and he asked me what we're on. What are we here?
Just an intelligent being. Let's just say, something. Yeah.
Right.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna take him on a plane flight.
You haven't got a plane. You haven't got a plane, bro. I've just teleported. I'm stood next to you. You're gonna point at something and say, "Look, it's a globe, bro. We're in space, bro. We're spinning, bro." What? That's what I want to know. So forget about the planes, forget about anything else that you're thinking about. I just want to know, man to man, how you have established that this is the truth. Because you must have established it's the truth because you believe it. So you must have established it in reality, which means there must be something that you could point to go to claim, to back your claims. Am I wrong?
Of course.
Or do you just believe something that you've been taught? Do you believe something that you've been taught and you've never even looked into it? What's the right answer
your question?
Go on.
So remember the photo that I sent earlier from Southport, right? Can I not? Am I allowed to take this alien to where that photo was taken and show him that with his own eyes?
Say again? Sorry.
The photo that was taken from Southport that shows Lake District. Am I allowed to take him there in real life and show him that in real life?
He's never seen a photo before.
That's what I'm saying. So can I show him that in real life and say, hey, can you explain to me why these mountains are very small or very
small in the distance? Yeah, let me just put
why are they so short?
Then you can spend a month.
Let me just show you how ridiculous you sound right now.
Then
oh, look, there's something further away and it looks smaller than this that's close to me. Did you hear it? Sorry, bro. Sorry, Platter. I don't like doing this.
I understand. I was just going to say, so you would take this person that's never seen a photo and show him a photo, and then explain for a month what a photo is before you get to the detailed topic. Okay, good.
No, this isn't about the photo. No. This isn't about the photo. This is about showing him where that photo. Who says anything about the photo? I'm telling him I'm going to take him to that place in real life.
Yes.
Take him to that place in real life and show him the mountains in real life. Nothing about the photo.
But if the curvature's there, why would you go to that specific location? You could be able to go anywhere and show him this curve.
You go to any body of water.
It's a great example of it.
Oh, really? So you have to go halfway across. You have to go halfway across Earth to get to this right location.
That's the only one.
Sorry.
Not for the people that live in Southport. I mean, I don't see why that really matters. It's just somewhere. Now you're just talking about irrelevant stuff. My point is, I'm going to take them to somewhere where you can very clearly see where the Earth is curving.
Mate, that place doesn't exist in life. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's right. if there were curvature, it would be very apparent just about anywhere that you are, and it is nowhere to be found. And even the person who is the one who directly measured curvature in the first place. This is why it's so sad, because we are going off of sticks and shadows.
Yeah. Look at those photos I just posted. Because this is the example that I'm saying. You're saying that, oh, look, that mountain's far away, so it's smaller. All of these are the same size. They're no more than a mile off the coast. But
Now,
it's
how
the
far
same
apart are they?
explanation. See how far apart? Let's say 500 meters, something like that. But it's enough. It's enough for you to see a noticeable difference in size due to perspective, not due to the Earth's curvature. Or are they going over the curve? Is that what's happening?
No, clear.
Yeah, because you can still see. Because look, you can still see the bottom of them. Where is the bottom of the mountains?
What do you mean? Well, the bottom of the mountain is obstructed by the mountain that's in front of it. Obviously, that's the only reason why you can't see it.
Oh my god!
You guys are missing something on this photo. Can I explain one time? I'll butt out. This water, where it ends about at the end of those whirlybirds, wherever they are, those electric generators, is that what we're looking at?
The wind farm, yeah.
Okay, now right about where the wind farm is at the end of it, he's saying that's where the water ends, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're back. The sky is reflecting off of the water, and it's taking on the same color. If you look very, very closely, you can see just above those little marks on the whirlybirds, there's a little tiny faded line. That's when we've all seen this many times, when the sky reflects off the water and the water takes on the exact same color as the sky. This is an illusion.
We get a mirrored effect. It's called mirroring refraction. Yeah.
Which you can only do that on a flat surface.
You can only get it on a flat surface.
You can only get a mirrored reflection off of a flat surface, yes.
That's a fact. Boom. That's a mic drop.
Place Everett said that he's gonna take you and show you the curve. Everett, that's impossible.
No, he's gonna take a caveman or an alien that's never been here, that doesn't know anything about our technology, and he's gonna take him to a place and tell him there's curvature there.
Yeah, here's a photo. Honestly, it's lunacy in it, to be honest. But that's why I can't entertain these people, because it's like it's a simple thought, simple thought experiment in your head. You know what I mean?
Flat Earth staring you in the face.
The only answer is that you don't want it to be flat.
No, exactly. You're fighting it, fighting the info. I'm still trying to post this video. I'm still scrolling.
But it's actually too late. As AI said, Everett's already gotten to the rationalizing now with the information, so it's too late.
Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame. This is why I've moved into this. I dedicate my life to this stuff, to trying to expose this, because I know how much it can change your life. Not afterwards. I mean, people, this is my story. Sorry to bore people. I got into it. And when I was a kid, when I was like 18, blah, 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 me and my mates, we didn't believe, we were all rebels, we were getting on it and stuff, but we did believe some of the mainstream. So we believed in the wars, Iraq wars and stuff. We believed in some of the global warming. We believed we were fucking the planet. We thought we were fucking it up and all this stuff. So we all we used to get on off our heads and have a sniff or whatever, and I'll be like, yeah, let's not have kids. Let's just do our bit for society, do our bit for the world, because it's like having who was it who said it? Bill Burr, one of my favorite comedians, said that all you're doing is you're just bringing more biological waste hazards into this world. And I thought that resonated with me at one point. So that's why I kind of changed my lifestyle and thought, you know what, I'm just going to go through life. I'm not going to have kids. I'm not going to do anything like that, blah, 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 blah. And it was just because I thought the world's a dangerous, scary place. So I've lived my life accordingly. Now I'm 32. Having deliberately missed out on a load of those opportunities because of what I thought about the Earth. Now I've realized, oh shit, mind control exists, but not in the way I thought of it. It's suggestive. I don't know. I fucking butchered that. I'm a bit tired, but it changed my life so much. The only thing I want to do now is have kids. where they convinced me not to have kids. And to be able to convince a male of any species not to procreate it's mind-blowing, because that is it's the most natural urge that any male has, is to procreate. And for them to
it's
get
totally backwards. Definitely, I agree with you. I've seen that people that I've known, they actually agree with this mindset that I'm gonna get surgery so I don't procreate, and they've done it. Like, actually, if it's not that they wish they'd done it, they did it.
Yeah,
and it's just their mentality is totally backwards.
Yeah,
reality.
It is. It's completely. I believed it too, man. Fucking believed it. I feel like a right mug now. All I want to do is have kids. If no one wants to entertain him, then no one will.
You want to have children, because kids, all you need is a farm and goats.
Yes.
And goats have baby goats, and then you call them kids.
Yeah.
The whole point of having kids is to pass on information through the generations.
True.
And knowledge, yes.
I thought it was for that delicious goat milk.
Yeah.
That too.
Hey, there's other perks to it, but that's
you
essentially
feed
what
your
it's all
children
about.
you feed your children the milk from the goats, and the goats are gonna have kids. You're gonna have children, not kids.
Yeah, your children won't have baby
true.
goats either.
Platter, you're correct. Sorry to butt in. Platter, yeah, I agree. But the thing is, he has come into a flat Earth thing. He's come into a flat Earth server. He's not here. He's not here to learn anything. He's here to rattle you up. He's here to extract your energy. He's here to piss you off. Attention goes where energy flows. So.
Yep, that's why.
Everett, are you a vampire?
I'm a human being, but if you want to call me a vampire, I'm not going to stop you.
You know, human beings are. Human beings are evolved from rocks. That's what human beings are characters. Yeah, human beings are characters from a globe fantasy, and they're characters. They're characters that live in this cartoon, and those characters came from rocks. Do you think that's what you are, a human being?
Came from a rock. Monkeys, space monkeys.
I already told you I don't have a stance on evolution.
Okay, sure. We don't care anyway.
I would say that's totally irrelevant anyway. I mean,
we don't care about your other side fantasies.
I'm trying to get an answer.
If I was to give you a fact that cannot be debunked, would you? This is the thing, right? Do you really want to learn? Because I can give you something that you can go off and you'll never be able to debunk. You'll never even be able to mention it to another. Depending on what side you're on. If you're on the globe side, you'll never even mention it again because you'll know it's true. If you want a fact like that, I can give you one. Whether you will do the research, that's up to you. But if you want one, I'll give you one. I'll give you a fact right now that you could never debunk, which will completely destroy the globe, and you can use it in any argument if you truly want to be on this side. But one thing, once you do get to know this information, it takes someone with a bit of balls anyway to even speak it, because I call it social suicide. When you come out, it's like coming out as a gay, coming out the closet. When you come out as a flat earther, the amount of friends and family and stuff that you're going to lose, I don't mean just like they'll avoid you. I mean like you'll fucking lose them in a way that they just won't. It's a weird thing.
They're never your friends. It's whatever.
Not your real friends.
You don't have to be the flat earth zealot defender. You don't have to be that person. If someone wants to have that conversation, it's like talking about sports or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. You can wear the hat, but people are gonna be. In reality, you don't have to be a flat earth zealot or anything, because you don't have to push it to anybody. If someone is interested in the conversation, you can have the conversation, and you better be knowledgeable and know about what you're talking about.
Otherwise, even the average person will
but the thing is, you're not a flat earther. You're not a term. You're not a description. Even the earth is not a description. Flat earth is 2 words. That's not what this place is. This place is not 2 words. That's why the globers and the globe believers, they can attack the term flat earth, because that's what it is, just a term. Yeah. And they just attack that. They're not talking when they're talking to you about this, they're not talking about reality. They're talking about another fantasy called flat earth. They're moving from the globe to the next fantasy they have in their imagination, and that's what they're talking about when they say flat Earth doesn't work. In my mind, so it doesn't work in reality, because that's what they're talking about, a fantasy, another fantasy.
100%. If you and the reason, like,
what's the one thing, Saint?
Sorry, what you saying,
Nick? What's the one thing you were talking about? Go ahead
Which
with
one
that.
thing?
What you were saying? I can tell you one thing.
Oh yeah, it's the electromagnetic railgun. So the railgun locks onto a target from ship to ship across the water using a laser. The longest
100
direct
miles.
hit, 126.4 miles, longest direct hit. That's come from the military. It's come from the Marines. 126.4 miles. Again, it's a ballistic. It's a missile. So yes, they do go up and then they come back down. But it's the fact that they lock on using a laser. What lasers curve? Does a laser follow the curvature of the Earth? I've got many proofs like that. Any rail track. You're in Australia, so the Nullarbor Plain, the trans. What's the train track that goes across the plain in Australia?
There's one that goes
it's the longest
east
train
to
track
west,
in the
and there's
world.
one that goes north to south. So there's the GAN and the what's the other one? I can't remember the other one, but it goes across the Nullarbor Plain. But there's a flatter place. The air highway is flatter.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. Yeah, what Dave said. Yes, 100%. I'm sorry, that was probably my fault. It's just because I've just come from a live on TikTok earlier where I was debating the full globers, not just people who believe the globe. I'm talking like the NASA shills. There's a guy called Pro Photo Josh. I don't know if anyone knows him. And any of these people, but yeah, I agree, and I don't know your name. Is it Everett? I don't know how to say if I'm saying it right, but yeah, for everyone else, I think they want you to fully explain why the photo proves the globe. If he's still there.
What?
Are you still there, Everett?
I'm still here. What's up?
The guys in the chat said that you got cut short, which is my fault, and I apologize. Just because I don't have time. But they would like you to explain why it proves the globe, the photo.
Are we talking about the Blackpool Tower photo?
I think so. I don't know. They're asking. What is it?
Hinkle. Is that how you pronounce it? Hinkle.
Hinkle, yeah. And then show him that. So basically, just so we can, for educational purposes, because I do have. Yeah, sorry. Honestly, it's just because I'm a little bit rattled up because of the live I've just been in before, so I don't mean to be rude in any way. I struggle when I see people because of the questions that the people who usually come onto these things, questions
you're breaking up, Saint Nick. So maybe,
Sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah, anyway, forget I said anything, and would you like to explain the photo? For us to understand as well, because I didn't know your point of view either, and I just stopped you just because, I apologize.
Okay, so can I resend the photo so it's kind of fresh and new in the chat?
Yes, I haven't seen it, so.
All right, gotcha. All right, so everyone's seen this photo. We all know what it is.
Stunning.
Okay, and it is a great photo.
What a photo.
I agree on that. So we're looking at, we can agree that we're looking at the Blackpool Tower and Lake District and all that stuff, right? The photographer is standing in Southport, which is around, and his position in Southport is roughly 9 to 10 miles away from the Blackpool Tower.
Yeah.
From the Blackpool Tower, from Lake District is roughly, I think, 40 to 45 miles away from the tower. So we're looking at Lake District from about 50 to 55 miles.
Can I stop and say, using globe mathematics already, because I've done it. I live here, I live here. I literally live in the north. I'm from the Wirral, so I'm right in smack bang in the middle of all this. I've never seen this photo. It's absolutely incredible, and I can't believe you're trying to defend it. Can I stop you there? I can't believe you're trying to defend it to begin with. But sorry.
Let's let him go through it, and then we'll.
Yep. Sorry.
We'll talk about it.
Okay, so you said according to Globe Math, 50, 55 miles. You should not, because we're gonna assume. I think the observer height is.
No, you'd be able to see it, but you wouldn't be able to see him above the, that high.
Alright, so we're what's a good, say 4 or 5 feet, assuming it's on a tripod. Okay, so this means that what?
Sorry.
You're good.
I was going to
So
say
this
I
means
doubt anyone. Sorry, I need to shut up. Let me mute myself.
You're good. You're fine.
I'm terrible at this.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, bro. Honestly. Okay. Mute.
1,800 feet of missing height, right? Hidden height. Around 1,800 feet. So we know that, let's take Scaffold Pike, 3,200 feet. And we're missing, again, about 1,800 miles. But does not add up about that. We're looking at Scaffold Pike, 3,200 feet above sea level, and the hidden height is 1,800 feet. So what doesn't add up about this photo on Globe Math?
Say again. Sorry.
Okay, so Scaffold Pike, 3,200 feet
above sea level.
Yep. So the target distance, right, from the photographer roughly to where Scaffold Pike would be is about 55 miles. The eye height, we're going to assume it's on a tripod, so we're going to say 45 feet, which is either way, it's about 1,800 feet worth of missing height, missing visible height. 3,200 feet, 1,800 feet. What doesn't add up about this?
I'm sorry, I'm not following due to the way you're explaining it. So
sorry, I should.
I've done millions of curvature thingies. So basically, you just get the distance. What's the distance, and I'll break it down for you. What's the distance? Because you obviously know all the distances. Just give me the numbers.
Wait a minute.
So the distance for the camera to Scaffold Pike. What's the different distance? And I'll break it down for you. And explain it. How much? 55
miles. Yeah.
55 miles. Right now, I'll just pull out. I know that every 10 miles is 600. Hold on. 66.6 is 10 miles. So, sorry, maths is not my forte.
I'll look it up.
Luckily, I don't need maths to debunk the globe. Otherwise, I'd be fucked.
Yeah,
but that's
math is not your forte, and it's probably a good thing that you don't know the globe math, because that's just convoluting your brain knowing that information. It's like filling up your brain with cartoons and fantasy and anime, and that's just a waste of energy. So yeah, good for you. You don't know the globe math.
Target height.
So what is the?
Hang on. Target height hidden, 1,743.
Yeah. Okay. We're still roughly on the same page. You're 1,700, 1,800. Still doesn't change the fact that we're still.
Should we? Basically, the
so what do you?
Way to do it is get the distance. I'm just going to do it because you might be right. I don't know. I haven't done this. I've never been faced with this photo, but I can't believe you're defending it moving the globe. Like, that's lunacy. But
all right, Everett. So what are you saying, mate? What are you judging your height that's hidden on? How are you measuring your height hidden?
Your hidden height, exactly. Yeah. So you said that it should be hidden the same as it is visible. Is that right? Something like 1,800. Is that what he said?
Well, hey, on the globe calculator, it says that the hidden height of that distance was, so you were saying it's 55 miles, yeah? So the hidden height is 1,800 feet. So the height, you're saying the height of that mountain is what? 3,300
Be 200 feet.
32,000 feet. It is.
Okay,
100 feet.
So I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying? Like,
So I was talking about distances. I was talking about distances, and I was interrupted and told I can go ahead and tell you that that doesn't work on globe math, and I want.
Yeah, but your explanation was terrible because you said some numbers, and then you said it's hidden.
And then you said to me,
why I'm
"See
wrong.
how it doesn't work." Yeah. You told me to tell you why it doesn't work when I don't even understand the point you're proving. So, like, for example, if I was going to come to you, I would say, right, the distance is A, the height of the thingy is B, the hidden curvature for the globe mathematics should be C, but we have got D. Do you know what I mean? That's how you explain an experiment. Like, you need to be able to, I don't know. So, for example,
can I also just say something? So, you're saying he's at 6 foot above sea level. What's the height of that land mass at Blackpool Tower, and what distance away is that? Because you're going to have an angle up from sea level up to that height, and then if you're further on in the background, it's going to obscure your vision if you're on a flat surface. So what are you saying, that land with the roller coaster and the tower on it is Earth curve?
No, I'm talking about the mountains behind it.
Of course, but you've got an obstruction in front of it, which is higher than the observer's height.
These mountains are 3,200 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
Do you understand how angular vision works? So he's let's call him at sea level, and then 9 miles away you've got Blackpool. So that land has risen, and then 55 miles behind that is the mountain range. Shouldn't all of that mountain range be covered just by vision anyway?
Oh, why would it be covered?
So what are you saying, that Blackpool is
land
Earth
in the
curve? What are you
foreground,
talking
dude.
about?
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, can I explain this to him real quick? Now imagine if you had a wall. This is basically a wall, right? I think this is 200 feet or something. It's either 90 or 200 feet. I haven't looked at it in like a few years. So imagine there's pardon me?
What is 200 feet?
The roller coaster is the land where the roller coaster is. The roller coaster in Blackpool Tower, that land it's sitting on above the water.
Yeah.
That's blocking your view to the bottoms of the mountains. So 100%. Here's something else about this particular image. It's cropped in this, but in the original image, you can see on the left, you can see the horizon. Now, if you're at 4 feet, the horizon's like supposed to be a mile away. But you can see the horizon's like 9 miles away in this image.
Right. I'll send you the video so you can have the video from the guy who actually took that photo, because I know who he is. His channel is called Exploring the Plane. I've just sent a video of him taking the photo. So you should go and educate yourself on, like, go to the source of everything. You know what I mean? Like, usually the Globers claim, oh, where's the source? Go to the source and go and actually do research about it first. So
the typical Glober argument for this is that the top of the tower appears higher than the mountains, but that's just because things that are closer to you appear larger than things farther away from you. Now, you can think about it. I'm just saying this is the typical argument, and I'm going to explain why that's possible. If you had a 10-foot sign that was 20 feet away from you, it would appear higher than something like, Mount Everest that's 100 miles away, just because it's closer to you.
Yeah, no, I never said that. That wasn't my point.
Well, I'm just saying,
where's 1,800 feet?
What 18? Where did you get 1,800 feet from?
It's obscured by the land height.
Where did you get 1,800 feet from?
Okay. Any Earth curve calculator ever, 1,800 feet is missing.
That's the prediction, yeah. So where did you get 1,800 feet is missing in this image?
Exactly.
Mountain, okay. Let's look at Scaffold Pike, 3,200 feet. Where is the rest of the 1,800 feet?
It's obstructed by the height of the land where Blackpool is. What don't you get, mate?
So that's 1,800 feet tall.
This isn't a.
What are you talking about? Is that 1,800 feet tall?
No, it's 5 times closer
moron.
to you, dude. It's 5 times closer.
Yeah,
So
I
that
think
means
I
that
understand what
200
you're saying.
feet will block out something that's 5 times larger.
Yeah, I
Bring
think I
that
understand
thing
what
that's
you're saying.
taller closer, even still. Bring it to where it's only 20 feet in front of you. It's the same effect, just not as bad.
Imagine you're standing on one
Yeah.
side of the road.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Okay.
You get it?
You're saying because you're saying it's closer, so it's gonna obscure a lot more.
Yes,
because it's closer.
And it's higher than the observer's height.
Yeah, I'm gonna post another channel. Like I said, if you are truly, genuinely interested in learning, I will give you all of my time. That's what I'm about. But I'd need to know. Do you know what I mean? And I find it very hard to trust, especially people who are here all the way in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and still arguing the toss. You know, there's people here obviously know a lot. The people don't get here by chance. You don't get here by accident. No one wakes up and goes, "Fuck, I'm gonna become a flat earther and I'm gonna lose all my friends." Boom, that'll be fun. No one does that. It happens. It's a process, and you have to go through it. Like, it took me 6 months before I even wanted to tell anyone, because I was like, shit, this is true, but I just can't argue it. Like, I don't know. And as soon as I did bring it up to someone, it seemed like they debunked me. They go, "Oh, well, why don't you explain seasons to me?" And I'd be like, fuck, you know what? I can't do that. Still, it didn't prove that it was a globe, though. It was just something else that I didn't understand just yet. So I went back to the drawing board and I figured out how it worked, because the answers are out there. Do you know what I mean? So if you're actually interested in learning, I can give you a channel that will explain what you're what you're getting stuck on now, which is perspective and angular resolution. You're literally stuck on, like, for example, you're wondering where the bottom of the mountain's gone, when it's the same as, like, if you were if anything was in front of anything, it's going to obstruct visibly. Do you know what I mean? Like,
bro,
sometimes
just look at the sun and put your finger in front of it. That's it.
I was going to say that. I said sometimes you'll see the sun go behind a tree. Does that mean it's set behind the tree, or is the tree just in the way? You know what I mean? It's all visual.
Definitely in the way, yeah.
Yeah, it's visual. Oh, mate, that's an amazing photo that you just put that in, Sasha. I've got, while we're on that topic, let me post the rest of them from that guy. I've got all his work. I'm pretty sure it's all his anyway. These images are some of the just research long distance photography, and someone also mentioned that
They did that 273-mile photo is not a flat earther, by the way.
A flat surface? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, he was just doing it to get in the Guinness Book of World Records.
What were the atmospheric conditions? What were the atmospheric conditions for that first one?
I can't upload 10 pictures at the same time.
You have to type faster.
I've got so many videos I can send across that I've taken that no one's seen. You know, I got bored of doing it. It's just so easy. That's the thing. It's so easy when you really look into this. So I'm not saying to prove flat Earth or prove anything, but it's so easy to debunk the globe. That's the easiest one. And if you're stuck there, all you have to do is, first of all, just go and look at the people who gave you the globe. Go and look at the people who wrote the school curriculum. You know what I mean? Sometimes the answers lie in, like, outside of the box kind of thing. But I'll be honest, I really don't think you're here. I think you're here to extract energy. Be honest.
You get in the Matrix. He's in the Matrix.
Yeah. Here we go. What was I looking for then to post? Oh, yeah. So this woman who will explain things disappearing out of your field of view. Sky Free, she's called. Sky Free. Oh, mate. She's always...
Hold on. This is the last cropped image that I sent. The Ball Busters, episode 60. Little thing there. You're looking at the left side. What's obscuring that left side?
Yeah, sick. The Earth is moving millions of miles, and here, an hour through infinite space, because we feel like we are motionless and can't detect Earth movement.
Can Genuine question. What's obscuring this left side here?
What are you talking about?
Got that blue color.
I agree. You should get some help, bro.
Yeah, you need some help. You need some help on like your vision. You need to go like maybe honestly, because things right, the horizon, right, the horizon, things squash into the horizon. Everything converges and squashes down into the horizon. As you look far away, things look shorter and smaller because they crush down together. This is, mate. I'm not trying to be a dick, but this is very basic visual phenomenon that everyone knows. Everyone knows it's called perspective.
It distorts. At the vanishing point. You can even see this when you're looking at a sunset. You're seeing the sun distort into the horizon vanishing point.
Yes.
Yes, I know. I'm an astrophotographer. I know all about the version at the horizon.
Yeah. So what? Now you know that. Could you not just say, "Oh, well, we can see the whole of the mountain. It just appears crushed because it's at the horizon, in the distance." That'd be a perfectly good explanation for what you asked.
Yeah,
Where's the distortion?
Instead of bringing us a clipped picture, which is really disingenuine, and you can see at the far shoreline, is that where the shoreline is jumped up to half the height of the mountain? Because
look, go back up
there behind where you said all that's supposed to be gone, 1,800 feet. Well, how come we can see the shoreline at the far side, on the other side of Blackpool, which just happens to be the part you clipped off in the first image? Great job. Like we wouldn't see that. Tell your friends.
I didn't have the uncropped image.
Listen, tell your friends they blew it and they sent the wrong screw up to do a man's job.
That's.
I'm bored again.
It's fucking sunny, dude.
I just didn't have the uncropped version.
Sorry.
I didn't have the uncropped version. Now Sonny sent the uncropped version, and I want to know where's that 1,800 feet now that I can see the left side without Blackpool obstructing the view.
Yeah, now that we
just
spent
moved right back. He just completely ignored what he said about everything being compressed.
Yeah.
And just moved right back.
Where's the distortion?
And you admitted it happens.
I know.
Yes, but where's the? Yeah,
I'm a photographer.
Looking through our atmosphere.
Yes.
I'm gonna let Indio handle this one, man.
Doesn't happen like okay.
Look,
where's the distortion?
Listen,
Can you show me the distortion?
The sun is a light source. The sun is a light source. The distortion is more obvious, right? Because you have bleeding, right? That bleeds through the lens. I could show you pictures of, like, say, dozens of sunsets where the sun, you can see all the sun and then a line that extends beyond what the sun is, right? Horizontally. Right, the brightness of the sun causes distortion. You're asking us, why don't I see like the same distortion right at the horizon line that the sun has? That's silly. I'll actually show you a picture of it. The Chicago skyline.
I'm just not understanding. You're saying 1,800 feet of height is being obscured or it's being compressed.
You can't use absolute values because you can't measure absolute values with your eyesight.
Mate, it doesn't matter how big it's getting compressed. Doesn't matter what size it is. You can say it in that tone of voice. You think 2,000 feet, and it's not going to change the fact that yes, at the horizon, absolutely everything that exists converges. And
can you repeat India? Can you repeat where you say he can't use the actual value because he's just looking at it? He's saying, 1,800 feet are hidden, but how does he know that?
All right. Well, how come he didn't say? How come it only
you can't see
an eighth of an inch high in the photo? Oh, it's only an eighth of an inch high. Oh my gosh!
Because you can't see the rest of the 1,800 feet of. Oh my god!
You're repeating yourself.
That's why.
If you repeat it a bunch of times, it becomes true. How do you know it's
still going?
How do you know it isn't 1,600 feet? How do you know it isn't 1,100 feet?
You know it's 1,750.
Because you're missing 1,800 feet.
I'm asking you a question. How do you know it's 1,800 and not 2,000?
Okay, I'll put it to you like
How do you know it's not 2,000 and it's freaking not 1,000?
He can't answer.
How do you know? Where are you getting an exact value
He
for the
won't
missing
answer.
height?
I'm telling you, he won't answer.
I would answer if I'd stop getting interrupted. So
shut the fuck up.
He can't answer. That's why. There's no answer.
So I'm going to show you something. So I want to show you. I want to show you something to illustrate what I was talking about.
Can I answer your question before you move on to something else?
Yeah. Go ahead. You don't have an answer because it's impossible. But anyway, go ahead.
So stunning
I can agree that Scaffold Pike is 3,200 feet. 3,200 feet high, right?
Uh-huh.
Where is the 1,800 feet? We cannot see 1,800 feet. That is why I say we can't see 1,800 feet, because we don't see the 1,800 feet.
Because the whole mountain has been crushed into an inch tall.
You show me that.
You literally said we don't see 1,800 feet because we don't see 1,800 feet.
Give me an explanation of the 1,800 feet so I can go and report it to the police. 1,800 feet of missing fucking mountain.
How do you know it's not 1,000 feet? Give me a reason. Why is that not
1,800 feet is missing?
Guys, how do you know that's not 1,000 feet missing?
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't know what the fucking.
No, let him answer. How do you know it's not 1,000 feet? That's my claim. It's 1,000 feet missing. Prove me wrong.
Where's your measurement?
Because Scaffold Pike is 3,200 feet tall, and you were not seeing 1,800 feet of it.
How do you know?
How do you know it's 1,800 feet?
Because you would see the difference between 1,800 feet and 2,000 feet.
What was the methodology? What was the method? Hey,
oh my God.
Are you serious?
That means you could see the top of the mountain to the shoreline, just like you can off to the left of the buildings at the shoreline.
You just literally claimed you can see absolute values of distance.
But this one's fucking funny. I'll be honest.
It's your question. If I showed you a board, right? Could you tell me how long the board is? The absolute value, how long the board is.
Show it to
ruler
a mile
beside
away.
Exactly. With a ruler beside it. Where's your ruler for the mountain?
Okay, the thing is we know the mountain, we know Scaffold Pike is 3,200 feet tall.
He didn't answer the question. That's why I'm interrupting him. Because he's done this for 2 hours now. Now, let me tell you first, let's clarify.
Jesus
Indio, let me
Christ.
clarify first. This is this guy's 100% proof or 95% proof that Earth is a globe is this whole thing he's talking about. That's his 95%.
No way.
Yeah, his imagination.
So check this out.
Yes, way.
I want to go back to the sun before we get off this, because real quick, I posted an image. This is Chicago skyline, 1150. Now, is the sun in front of these buildings? Because you can see like the buildings, right? But you can see like sunlight in front of them. Is the sun in front of these?
Not in front of the buildings.
Okay, thank you very much. Sun's not in front of the buildings. So this is what I'm talking about. The sun bleeds. Its distortion bleeds into other shit. This is more than just, the visual distortion of the sun caused by refraction or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's more than that. The sun is a bright-ass light source. Can't compare observations of the sun to observations of terrestrial objects unless they're bright as fuck.
Okay, I got a question here. Is everything he's talking about, is it that tall pointy thing? Is he talking about that? And
No.
Tall? What's he talking about then?
He's talking about his magic mental frickin' ruler. He can measure shit with his eyes and absolute values somehow.
No, because the black. Okay, because we were talking about putting your finger in front of the sun earlier, right? Because that's how perspective.
I said that.
Right, all right. So we were talking about that earlier. So now with this less cropped image. Okay.
That tall needle thing in the middle. Okay, it's taller than the mountains where it stands, right?
Why is that?
I think it's actually that needle thing in the middle of that picture.
Yeah, Everett, what's the explanation for that? Why is the even the thingy looks taller? Why is the tower taller than the mountain? Why is the black tower taller than the mountain? Or is that just how it appears to us due to perspective?
Because Sonny just posted something that's going to end the argument.
If you move that thing all the way back to the mountains, you think it's still going to be that high?
Can I?
What are you talking about? This is why. Okay, this is the problems. I couldn't even get it out of my mouth before you interrupted me. So you don't even know what I was going to say, and you're assuming I was going to say something, and you're completely
Shut
wrong.
up. He's going to say something. Go ahead, Everett.
So you were talking about having your finger in front of the sun. Your finger appears to be bigger, but it's not, right? Now, with this less cropped image than what I sent earlier, because someone sent an image of it, and it's less cropped than the one I sent. Now, with Blackpool out of the way, why do we still not see the base of these mountains?
Everett, can I ask you a question? Everett, can I ask you a question?
Hey, got to give him respect for being here, though, bro. You've got some balls, kid.
Crooked balls. They're crooked balls.
Not really. It's stupidity.
Everett.
Balls or stupidity, yeah, one of the two. That's what I mean. It's like that's why they have to be paid. I mean,
Everett,
who else would
can I ask
time
you a
to?
question, Everett?
What's up?
Yeah? No?
Let's go away.
Can I ask a question? I'm asking you.
You just asked 2 questions, Sasha. You gonna ask
but
another one?
He can say no, my God, or yes.
All right, no.
I said yes. You can ask me a question.
Everett, can you tell me why Earth is curving only in Blackpool and nowhere else?
I have a question. Is that?
Well,
why
he means
Earth is curving in Blackpool and nowhere else? Only there.
When did I say that?
I'm asking you because we have now curve in Blackpool, but only in Blackpool. I don't see anywhere else.
I didn't say it was only in Blackpool. I just used it as an example. No
Okay,
problem?
can we use Santa Barbara example?
Santa Barbara? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Can
Why?
we use
Okay.
Chicago? Can we use Chicago example?
Chicago?
Yeah. Can we use Bolivia Salt Lake example?
Yep.
Can we use that photo 275 miles example?
When your mic went low, can you repeat that?
Can we use that photo Guinness record 275 miles example?
What were the atmospheric conditions on that photo? Taken?
So do you think just atmospheric conditions allowed this to be visible? Atmospheric conditions, not the fact that it's actually visible. Because have you done? Do you know right off the top of your head, without googling? This is why this is what every flat earther will agree with. Do you even know the model you're defending? Like off the top of your head, what's the circumference of the globe?
2,400 miles, roughly.
Roughly. Yeah, you should know that off by heart. But to be fair,
you say 2,400? Yeah.
24.
Sorry, 24,000. Sorry, I meant to say 24,000. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 24,901 mile circumference. See, every flat earther knows this off by heart because we know your model better than you do because we have to use your model to prove how ridiculous your viewpoint is. No, how ridiculous is not your viewpoint, sorry. How ridiculous your belief is because you've literally just taken what they told you and now you're here arguing with people who've actually looked into it and you don't know what you're defending. Like, truly. I know that because you know, we're talking about perspective, but I now don't think that you're actually out. You know, like usually the people who are here doing this are part of the actual agenda, and they're here deliberately to try and throw a spanner in the works. And if anyone was to listen to try and dissuade them from coming over to this side of the truth, but I really just think you're mistaken. And mate, if you want, I would spend all the time. I've got every question that you have. I can imagine that I've come and faced it in my last 3 or 4 years since I've been doing this. So any question you've had or have, I could at some point answer. It's just whether you are willing to listen. And not listen. Don't just take everything as a fucking gospel, but go out and do the research. Like we've just given you explanations that prove what we're saying is true. And you can go and literally, you could do it on your kitchen table or anywhere. You could go and do these experiments, but you have to go off and do it yourself to see how it's possible. But if you don't know how it's possible, you're never gonna, you're gonna still find yourself at this wall where, you know what I mean? Going back in two.
Okay.
Everett, if I have a 20-mile the clock or lighthouse, what conditions should to be that I reach that clock?
Excuse me?
If I want to make a photo of some object on 20 miles, what conditions, atmospheric conditions, should to be that I can see that object? But that object is on 20 miles.
I mean, what are you looking at?
Like that guy who made the photo of 275 miles. You said it depends on atmospheric conditions, but that mountain is there. That doesn't depend of anything. It will be there. If it's fog, raining, snow, it will be always there on 275 miles. Do you understand?
Yeah, my point about that is the conditions can make you see a little bit farther than what you should be able to see.
A little bit further. No, with the conditions, you can see a little bit less. Never further.
This is true.
Only with good conditions you can see further. With bad conditions, you can see only less.
Hey,
have you noticed
Everett, you should check out that video that's in the live stream of that building. It gets smaller as you get closer instead of bigger. See, things like that can happen because of atmospheric conditions.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these weird globe arguments that they don't notice the contradiction is where they will literally tell, and they won't put it in these terms because then it would be obvious, but they'll tell you that when it's less clear, you can see more clearly.
Yeah.
It's the most ridiculous argument, but they don't realize.
I got one that's worse. Crypto. Jesse Gordon said there's more refraction the closer you get to the ground, which would mean you can see farther the lower you go.
Right,
which is the opposite of what they experience.
No. You're taking you're actually no. You're taking that the wrong way. And I can tell you this. I can tell you this because in astrophotography, one of the main rules is you always aim up, like as far up as you can possibly go. You never want to shoot anything that's near the horizon because the atmosphere freaking ruins.
So what's happened is you haven't understood what he said, and then you're arguing against straw man.
No, because he said worse conditions make you see clearer. It's the fact that you're not seeing.
That's what the Globers claim.
So here's the thing, Everett. Yeah, it is. The thing is, Everett, is that we've heard all of these kind of compartmentalized ad hoc explanations, but they're not congruent with each other, which is Indio's point that you missed.
100%.
Okay, go watch. You know the Black Swan.
You're not going to address what I said now, are you? You're just going to address whatever you want to address. You're not going to address what I said.
Repeat what you said.
Fuck's sake. Why didn't you just listen the first time?
So I was trying to make a point about the Black Swan image.
Oh my god.
Please repeat what you said.
Bro, well, the thing is, right, is that I think I speak for everyone else here in that I listened to what you said and I addressed what you said directly. And it's very frustrating when we talk to Globers and they just don't even listen. Like, it's like you're not listening, you're waiting to talk.
I understand.
They never concede a point.
So please don't do that. Please listen and respond, and then we'll do the same. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. So what Indio was saying is that there's this argument about refraction. Maybe Indio can actually repeat exactly what he said because I don't want to straw man him.
So,
go on.
So if you're on top of a mountain versus like you're on the sea, a Glober will say there's more refraction the closer you are to the ground, right? The lower the elevation is, the more refraction there is.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, we know that the closer to the ground.
But they also say refraction picks things up and lets you see farther. So that means the lower you go to the lower in elevation you are, the farther you can see, which is patently ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And we experience the exact opposite in real life. Yeah. So the issue is that you've got these compartmentalized ad hoc responses that aren't congruent with each other, and that's what you have to address.
There's also a massive problem when they try to claim refraction. They like to think or talk about how they look down into the density gradient, but that's looking onto the Earth from outer space in their mind. But that's not what we're doing. We're looking along the bottom of the Earth or the closest to the surface, and that's where they're saying there's the greatest refraction. But they're actually claiming that it's going through all of this gradient to cause the refraction but that's not what's happening. They're taking two things that are not connected and trying to connect them together.
But making everything observably flat, but it's curving. You know, everything that refraction when you see everything it's flat, you can see more, but it's still flat, but it's hiding the curvature somehow.
Yeah, and when it comes to the math of the curvature, when we can see too far, they invoke the radius of the globe Earth in the refraction.
Yeah, but we are speaking about real objects. The oil rig is there. The oil rig is there. That's what
annoys me. Yeah.
Yeah, the oil rig is there. That's the oil rig. Refraction is happening. Yeah, it's happening. The water behind the oil rig is physical. It doesn't matter what refraction is doing.
The problem is, when you say refraction, you're making a claim. Now you need to provide evidence that there's refraction happening to cause the thing you're claiming. We have, however, looked at the atmosphere or the air in great detail and shot lasers across it on multiple different wavelengths, and it doesn't show that the Earth is curving. So the Globers have a problem, and they need to provide some evidence to support their position. Currently, we have nothing.
Everett, you following along, dude?
Trying to, yeah.
Yeah. So you asked what the weather conditions were for the long distance photography. What were the weather conditions for the Blackpool Tower photograph?
See, I'm not sure about that.
So I just posted an image in the live stream voice text. You see this? This is like, if you look on the left of the image, right? You put a circle, right? You said, "Oh, why can't you see the bottom of the mountain?" If you look on Google Maps or even photographs of the area, this little section, this is actually a slope. This isn't a vertical freaking line. It's no wall here.
Okay.
They have. I'll actually take a picture of it. There's a seawall here, but it's a sloped seawall. I'm gonna post a picture in the live stream voice text. There.
I'm looking.
All right. So this is like a sloped seawall. So this right here, this is actually a mirroring effect right here. So if you look close enough, you can see that there's like a dividing line that divides this part. That looks like it's a reflection of the bottom part. Looks like a reflection of the upper part. The point being is obviously you can't see through that part, right? So there is some atmospheric phenomenon going on here, no doubt.
Yeah,
and that's typical. It's typical above the ocean to have like I think they call it the marine layer or something. It's below like 3 to 1 feet. There'll be like a layer where the air is particularly turbulent because water temperature and air temperature aren't typically the same.
Depends on gas is constantly evaporating from the water.
Yeah, and sometimes if you go to like Pontchartrain, it actually inverts, so it's going back and forth. It goes from like the water's warmer than the air, then the air then like 6 hours later the air is warmer than the water, and then back and forth. And this happens like every single day, like 2 times a day.
100%.
Okay.
It depends on the body of water. Yeah. So and as far as the compression goes, so there's a YouTuber named Pablo's Dog. Every day he goes out to like Santa Monica, goes to the UC California, Santa Barbara parking lot. He's got dozens and dozens of videos, goes to the exact same place, takes the exact same video of the exact same oil rigs. So he does a pan across the horizon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 oil rigs. And the oil rigs that are closer to the shore appear more compressed than the oil rigs that are further out into the ocean. Even though all the oil rigs are about the same distance, they vary between 13 and 17 miles. One of them looks like it's all the time. It always looks like it's squashed.
You show me this?
Yeah, it's show you a bunch of them.
About 20 or so minutes here. You know that new comet that's coming around?
Here's the channel.
All right, I'll check it out.
The green comet.
Nice one. I'll look at that.
The comical character, the green comet, or is that the Green Lantern, or is that?
No. The C/2022 E3 comet.
Yeah, wasn't it supposed to be green or something? That's what they were saying. Greenish. It was supposed to be green.
It's greenish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go image that tonight, about maybe 20 or so minutes, because it's now high enough in the sky for me to see. If only make sure to send that here. All right, which video do I need to be looking at here? Do all of them show?
No, I just there's a bunch of them. Pick one.
Okay.
Hey Everett, this time don't stack your images. Just take a photo.
Hey, you'll still see the green comet. Single
I saw Haley's comet.
Do you know how astrophotography works?
Do tell.
Which part about it?
You're talking about the stacking.
Oh yeah, star stacks. Yeah.
I don't. Stacking images. Do you know about that, or you just make?
No, I know a little bit about it. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert in it.
No. Who told me to not stack my images?
That would be me. We've spoken before, mate. Timbo.
Yeah. All right, Saint Nick. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So why should I not? Why should I not stack my?
Because they're scientifically useless.
Because it's not an image.
Yeah, because if you look at the image, say the journal Nature, it has image submission guidelines. If you stack your image, they would reject your submission.
Okay, and when I take, do you know? Okay, I have a question. Do you know what stacking images does?
Yeah, you take a bunch of images in the software, averages out the pixel intensity, color, probably 20 different values. And you could probably actually do weighted means and clamp it or do whatever the fuck you want.
So I'm going to ask you again, do you know what stacking images does?
Is it similar to HDR?
Yeah, it takes a lot of images, right? And
do you no. Do you know what happens when you stack images together?
What do you mean?
I'm unaware. Well, no,
When you comes up with a picture that's not an actual picture.
It takes a bunch of images and creates a new image from the bunches of images.
Okay, so what is fake about that?
And it takes the pixel value, right? So you have the pixel RGB value, and you have the alpha value, right?
He just said, "What's fake about that?"
What makes it fake?
Because it doesn't accurately represent reality.
Why not?
Because
I just told you why.
Do you want me to send you a single exposure and then send you a picture of a stacked image that I took of the Orion Nebula?
So if you take a picture of me and then take a few pictures of an octopus and then stack them on top, and then I've got octopus arms, does that represent reality?
Oh, it doesn't, because you don't know what you're talking about, because that's not how stacking images works.
Well, it can work that way, can't it?
Well, it can't.
To be honest,
it can work that way.
Yeah, it doesn't, because when you stack images, you're stacking the same object.
He's flaming out. Here it goes.
No,
no. I'm not flaming out. I'm simply calling you out for being wrong.
You're just wrong yourself.
You're wrong. That is also stacking images.
Considering you're a photographer and an expert, have you looked into the?
I didn't say I was an expert.
He's really
I'm
not.
An amateur astrophotographer.
Dude, you're just some guy that takes pictures of the fucking sky. You can call yourself whatever you want.
He's 15 years old as well.
It's called
an amateur image stacker. You stack until you get the image that reifies the model, the thing you're looking for. There you go.
Yeah, I'm an amateur Mr. Olympia.
Make any money off taking a photo that you took yourself of
Can you repeat that?
Because I do astrophotography all the time, and none of my images ever, and I'm not even an amateur, I'm a fucking novice, so fair enough, but none of my images will ever show up anything of the likes of what you guys seem to get. But yet, when I zoom in, I don't see them either. Like, I've got a Nikon P1000. I've also got a telescope.
That's your problem.
I never see what you guys see. The photos from amateur or professional astrophotographers. I never see that in the sky. Why is that?
Never see what in the sky?
Just anything like the imagery that you show. And now you've just explained stacking images. Now I understand. Oh, right, yeah, it is. It's manipulation tactics.
See, exactly. Do you want me to show you a raw video of a planet and then show you the final image that I got from it?
I don't need to, because your image is already disingenuous because it's not the raw photo. So that's the whole point that we're trying to say. Your image, it doesn't represent reality. So your image is fake. But reality.
Then I'll just send you the raw video. Then how about that?
Yeah, the raw video goes through your telescope into a computer, correct?
It's not. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. So how do you get the video from the telescope?
It's through my computer, but it's not. What are you insinuating? Are you insinuating that it's CGI or something?
No, he's basically asking is it compressed?
Oh, you've got
to file in this format compressed.
It's the raw. I just said it's the raw video straight out of my camera.
In the raw file format.
Yes.
That's the actual file format, raw. That's what it's called.
No, that's not what it's called. It's the raw file format that comes straight out of my camera.
What is the format that comes out of your camera?
What's the image
AVI.
format?
AVI
that's
is compressed,
dude. Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Do you know?
You can have
AVI is a compressed format.
The file would be gigantic.
You're getting worse, mate. Your evidence getting worse.
I mean, not really.
Look, the tell is that no scientific journal in the world would accept stacked images in a science journal.
Oh.
Look, I'll post the Nature Submission Guidelines. I'll just post them. You can look this up yourself, dude. They have submission guidelines for scientific journals because scientists like to commit fraud. There was a cancer fraud. There was a big hullabaloo. This guy published like 52 papers on like cancer research, and it turns out like all his images were freaking manipulated and fake, dude. And unfortunately, it set back cancer research something like a decade because everybody was looking in the direction that his research was going, wasting their fucking time.
That's true.
He got charged with fucking crimes in Japan and shit. I think he went to prison, maybe.
Are you trying to catfish the globe, bro?
Catfish.
These are my images I'm sending through, by the way. This is my amateur photography. I watched The Conjunction the other day.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Cheers, bro. But again, I wouldn't claim to be anything other than I have a camera. I'm an idiot with a camera. But the stuff I get is not what NASA's getting. Do you know what I mean?
At least it's not stacked.
It's not stacked either. I don't know what that means. So yeah, none of my images will be stacked. But what I was saying earlier, before we, is considering you know a lot about photography, have you looked into the moon landing and the photography that they so kindly brought back with them?
No, not really.
Do you believe that they landed on the moon?
I don't have a stance on that.
Would you like to? I'd love to hear your stance. Because this is where it all unraveled for most people. So you will never cross it. They call it. Well, I've heard someone call it the stairway of disbelief. You're never going to get to a conspiracy until you go through 9/11. You have to know that 9/11 was done by the government. Oh, I don't want to say too much, but you'll have to know these things. It's like 9/11's one, chemtrails is another. You have to already know these things are actually happening and true before you're going to get to that next step. Because otherwise, you're going to be in denial, and you're going to be you're trying to. It's like you're fighting for the establishment in your own head.
Hold on, someone is lecturing us on photography and has not examined the world's most successful photographic propaganda project. What's going on?
Okay, look, I can't send this original. It's 6.2 gigabytes, or sorry, not 6.2. It's 5.
Listen, just to me, this ignores everything.
Because I'm not talking about the moon landing. I'm not talking about the moon landing. Talking about astrophotography.
Yeah, I know you aren't. How convenient.
You're talking about taking pictures of the sky. That doesn't help your case.
That has nothing to do with the moon landing.
Okay, how is that? I want to be able to post his image. Hold on, time out, time. What's your image? Why can't you post it?
Because it's 5.92 gigabytes.
I think he's trying to post one of his AVI movies.
It's a video. It's the raw video. It's the raw video.
Well, upload it to YouTube or something. Like.
Okay, I'll upload it to YouTube.
Why would you even try to post 5 gigabytes to fucking Discord?
That's what I'm saying. I was saying I can't post it anyway because it's. I was saying I can't post it anyway because it's 5 gig. I'll upload it to YouTube.
Well, then it'll still be compressed if you upload to YouTube. I mean, 5 gigabytes, that makes it sound like it's an uncompressed AVI because file sizes are gigantic if you use uncompressed AVI. But you'd have to actually look to see what the... You have to look at what the manufacturer says, how they're doing it.
The manufacturer is ZWO.
That's the name of the camera?
It's the name of the company, yes. ZWO cameras. astronomyimagingcamera.com.
Astronomy imaging. God damn it! They must make a shit ton of money.
Well, that's a nice website.
Does it come with a software program?
It doesn't come with it. You have to install.
From them?
Can you show me evidence of the angular size of the so-called planets changing in accordance to heliocentrism?
I can react with that guy. Sorry.
Can you show me the angular size of the so-called planets changing in accordance with heliocentrism?
Personally, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it's not. That's because it's not possible.
I just don't know how to do it. I'm not saying whether it's possible or not. I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I'm just telling you it's not possible. You can try to do it and then come back and tell us that it's not possible.
I'll look into it, see what I can do.
So what kind of telescope are you using?
Orion XT8, 1200 millimeter focal length, 8-inch aperture.
What is it? A reflector or is it?
Yeah, thought so. Yeah, a reflector.
Yeah.
Do you believe that you're looking at spherical planets through a monocle, which is a singular focal point?
I do absolutely believe they're spherical. Yes.
You do. Yeah.
I already had this discussion with Witsit. They're spherical.
Anything in 3D through a monocle. You've already spoken to Witsit. You're definitely a defender of the...
Yeah, I think he's been here before, quite honestly. I remember that name.
Gets it. You're not here trying to learn anything. You are an energy vampire, just as I suspected when I first...
I know. Listen, dude, I know. When you said that, I was like, ting, give him a cookie.
Do you know what I mean? I didn't see him. I just said, look, let me just drop my shit and go. I'm not fucking here for you, bro. Because these guys, they get a fucking kick off it. You know what I mean? They're either... This is their drug. This is their little fucking boost of dopamine, or I don't know, whatever you get out of it. Hopefully it's money, because otherwise...
It's called virus of the mind. It's a parasitic infection, and the parasite manipulates the host to behave certain ways, and this is a globe parasite.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Avery. You think I just want to say something. This is funny to me. If say 70% of the world became flat earthers, are you afraid you're never going to go to space?
I mean, am I afraid I'm never going to go to space?
Yeah, do you think that the fact that flat earthers exist, do you think that if it grew to a larger size, that would inhibit space programs? Is that why you're you're threatened by flat Earth? Like, if there's too many flat earthers, there won't be space.
Oh, no.
Okay.
You replied that. Yeah. Sorry.
I was just curious because we get different types of people in here, and I'm just trying to figure out if you're like a crazy NASA fanboy.
I know you guys are trying to say that I'm not trying to. I get how I can come across like that, but what my
You're fine, dude.
I'm refuting because when
exactly.
If you've noticed, I've tried to listen to what you say, and when I respond, you guys tell me this, and I'm like, okay, understood. And if I believe it's wrong, I'll refute. And if you tell me that I'm wrong and prove me wrong, okay, absolutely fine. But when you guys are wrong about something, especially with something that I know about like astrophotography, I'm going to call you out on it.
Photography, we see the same thing. We all see the same thing. You just have an idea of what those things are.
Yeah, he's not the worst.
What was wrong? What was wrong about what we said about astrophotography? What was wrong about it?
About what?
Name the thing that was wrong about astrophotography.
Yeah, you called us out. What were we wrong about?
Okay. So the first thing I called you out on was about image stacking. You have no clue what stacking is, and you.
I literally told you what it is, dude. What are you talking about?
India told you exactly what it is, and you
how the software works. I told you literally how it works. It takes the value, right? The RGB value. So there's a 256 possible values for each color, right? And combined, that's 16 million colors. 256 times 256 times 256. Plus, you usually have 8 alpha channels. Unless your camera has high dynamic range, then you would have 16 alpha channels, right? Mm-hmm. So it's going to take that value of one image, compare it to like each pixel value for your little quote unquote object, and it's going to compare it to the pixel values in another image, and another image, and another image. And there's a couple ways to do it. They can average the pixel values. It can use a weighted mean. It can just take the regular mean. Like there's different ways you can stack the images, right?
Okay,
so yeah, I do know how it works in software. Yeah, I know exactly how it works.
You're explaining like I want you to explain to me what it like. I understand that, but outside of that, what does it do?
What it is that you use it for?
What do you mean, what does it do? You take a... That's exactly what it does. I just explained it. What does it do to your brain? What does it do to your perception of the image that you're seeing? Like, is that what you're asking?
Increasing signal to noise ratio.
Oh shit.
Yes. Yeah, you could describe it as that.
Yeah,
but then also because you're averaging, you're also increasing the noise, so to a degree.
Why would it increase?
Oh my god!
So now you understand that you
can't eliminate noise. So the signal might go up faster than the noise goes up, but the noise will always go up in image processing.
Yeah.
Is that true?
What else? What else were we wrong about?
Listen, there's no such thing as a free gain amplifier, dude.
Do you know what a black? I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know what a dark frame is?
No.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Does anyone here know what a dark frame is?
No,
a
dark frame is supposed to give you the noise from your sensor.
Thank you.
Oh.
Appreciate that, John.
Well, I mean, and?
Okay, so what does that relate to?
It's a reference photo for your software.
Does that make
it knows what noise to look for when it processes your image.
So say I take 100 images and my noise is 0.001 millivolts, which they probably don't even use that, right? Is it going to be more if I use a lot of images or less?
Are you taking dark? It's going to be more. Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's the point, dude. You're gonna when you amplify a signal, it's just a mathematical fact that you're amplifying the noise too. You have to. Now you can suppress the amplification of the noise, but you can't eliminate its amplification. That would be basically like having a gain antenna that was perfect. That's not possible. There's no difference between a radio signal and a fucking light wave and a radio wave and a microwave. There's no difference. The mathematics, how they process the signals, is all the same. It isn't like, oh, this is a radio wave, so it's different. It's exactly the same.
The thing is, in science, they'll try and say it's different. They'll try and say, oh, it's a particle and a wave. No, it's a fucking particle or it's a fucking wave. It's not both. They can't coexist. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but that's...
it's digital signal processing. It doesn't matter what the signal is. Doesn't matter if it's a light wave, radio wave, microwave, freaking terahertz wave. Doesn't matter what it is. It's you have the same limitations no matter what.
So what pics are they using for a reference frame for their signal?
Yeah, good question. I mean, yeah, where are they taking the, like, yeah. That's actually a pretty
NASA
good
Voyager,
question, man.
CGI?
What?
Like NASA Voyager pics, or what? What's the reference?
No, how they calibrate in like the noiseless image, the so-called like you have to have a reference like this black frame. You would need a reference, right? A no noise image, right? Or a no noise reading out of the sensor compared to one that is the one, the black image created image. Right, you need a reference image. Anyway, that's just like a curiosity. That's a good question, Heretic, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you need
so
your baseline, man.
We were dead wrong, Everett. We had no idea what that meant. Next thing,
actually, I was about to shut down
the issue.
That black roll.
The primary issue, if I could jump in here real quick, it's the issue is the post processing of the image. It doesn't matter. Yes. It's not the raw. The problem is you're not taking like a raw image. That's the whole thing with the nature photography that India was bringing up. The fact that we're taking reference pictures and then we're enhancing those images, or we're stacking those images, or we're combining or merging those images, shows that the final image has been manipulated by software. It is not a true representation of what was actually captured.
So is it okay? So. And why is the data that we see after post-processing still in the image when it begins? Like,
not all of it.
It is.
No, you've merged your images, and when you're stacking or when you're doing any sort of merge, the software is taking useful data and using that, and it's eliminating unnecessary data. And when you export that image, it's getting rid of all the original data from all your whatever 100 of frames that you haven't used. So your final image doesn't have all of the data.
And they're probably coding it to make it aesthetically pleasing. So when they first coded it, and they did the stacked software, and they looked at it and they were like, let's tweak this a little bit. This doesn't look quite right. Because the idea is to make it aesthetically pleasing. And they do the same thing with cameras when they design how the digital signal processor actually processes the sensor data. They're not trying to make scientifically accurate devices. They're just trying to make shit that's aesthetically pleasing, because that's typically why people take photographs.
It's also when it appears to fit what they believe, they think it's correct.
When the stuff is still there at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you do. The stuff you see in the images you take are still there.
Not all the data, though.
Not in the proportions that I think they're there.
God, everything.
Dude, like what
every dust lane of a galaxy you see, every
what of a what?
I'll give you an example.
Just said even exists. The dust lane of a galaxy. What the fuck does that even mean? Mate, like the dust lane of a galaxy. Who gave you that shit? Who told you that there was a dust lane of a galaxy? Who told you that shit? No one taught you that in school. Who taught you that stuff?
I was going to surf that dust lane. Anyway, listen, the other day, I don't know why I got this from my recommended. So there was a dude doing astrophotography. Him and his friend were filming the moon. They were 1,000 miles apart. So the split screen, his live stream. One image of the moon was not identical to the other image of the moon. Why is that?
They're on different places of the Earth.
The shading of the coloring was different. The darks were different. Like, it just looked different. It wasn't identical. Why is that?
Different cameras? What?
Really? So there's differences, right? It doesn't accurately. It depends on the camera that you're taking a picture with.
It also depends on the exposure settings, white balance, everything.
Whoa,
There's a lot of stuff going on here.
No, hold on, because the objects you're still seeing the same objects, just because the color's a little bit different, or because, like, for example, the Pillars of Creation in the Eagle Nebula, it's in HSO, right?
Not this fucking thing again.
Oh,
it's not a picture, man.
When we take images of the amateurs, if we don't take it in narrowband, if we don't take it in that HSO color palette, it's red. The objects are still there. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't matter what.
You literally just made my argument. You literally just made my argument. But dude, if you don't use it in the HSO color palette, how did they engineer that color palette?
Just has to do with the narrowband imaging. What?
Oh
I mean, how did they engineer it?
Yeah, how did they engineer?
He was talking about the live stream.
When they decided we're going to make our own color palette.
It's not their own color palette.
Then why is it named after them? Adobe, if you look, Adobe has their color palette, like all different software products, at least in graphic design, and Adobe has their own RGB color palette. There's tons of them, dude. And it's to make things aesthetically pleasing for their software.
Okay, all right, hold on. You're making me laugh here. HSO stands for?
So you think that they were like, we want to make this as scientifically accurate as possible?
Yeah. Do you know what an HSO palette is?
You just said it's a color palette.
Do you know what it stands for?
It's not an acronym. Like, what are you talking about?
It's not named after anything. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's a color palette. It's a digital color palette.
It absolutely is an acronym.
It's an acronym for what?
Hydrogen, sulfur, and oxygen.
Okay, and?
So what?
Hydrogen's
So it's a filter that filters out that wavelength, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what
how it represents that wavelength in the final image is subject to digital signal processing, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's going to translate that into color values that eventually going to go to a screen that you look at, right? See, this is the problem. You don't understand at a fundamental level how this technology works. You know it on a broad level. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just happen to be a fucking nerd. Okay?
Basically, color different, image not real. That's what I'm taking out of this.
No. Catch a straw man, and we've told you what it means. It means
the color has to be programmed.
One particular image. Listen, how accurately does the image represent reality? Is this the true colors? Is this the true light intensity at this snapshot in time? There's a reason you're stacking images. What is the reason? What is the reason that you stack images?
Remove noise and get more detail. Reduce noise and get more detail.
To get more detail. To make it more aesthetically pleasing. It's detail that you can't observe regularly. You have to take a bunch of images, put them together, and then put them together in a way, and then say, now I'm seeing more detail.
Because your camera sees a lot more than what your eyes can.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's
that is false. That is patently false. Your camera, your eye has more dynamic range than your camera does, sir.
Jesus Christ.
And that's why you're stacking the images. That's why you're stacking the images.
He's talking about. He's talking about things outside the visible spectrum, which he can pick up with different instruments and then add to the picture, right?
Oh yeah. So like when you take something that's outside the visible spectrum and you turn it into a color, what's the basis for that? Turn it into a visible color. So I'll give you for instance, right? So when they took the so-called black hole image and they took that in 597 gigahertz frequency, and they turned that into a visible image, what was the basis for correlating those color values to a outside the visible spectrum wavelengths?
Which black hole image are you talking about?
The fucking stupid one, the one that looks like a blunt fucking end.
Which one?
What do you mean which one? There's only one.
There's not.
The cigarette butt.
It's a big orange circle.
Which one?
What does it matter which one? There were all of them were taken the exact same way, right? By the Horizon, by the Horizon program, right? Where they used radio telescopes all around the so-called globe and made supposedly a giant fucking antenna, right, to resolve the black hole at a certain frequency. That frequency is not a visual frequency. So what is the basis for them turning that frequency into these color values that we can see? Because these color values are visible light. They're a totally different frequency, right?
I've got no
what
clue
makes
about that. I can't tell you anything about
697 gigahertz and turn it into 450 nanometer. Like, what's the basis for that?
I can't tell you anything about those images.
Okay. Do you understand that your camera's doing this, that you are doing the same thing? If you take things outside the visible spectrum and you turn it into the visible spectrum, you're doing the same thing. You're placing arbitrary values that don't correlate. But there's no evidence they correlate, at least.
Oh, no. Are you denying right now that the stuff is there?
So, dude. No,
why does it matter? Why does anything you're saying matter? The stuff is there.
It all comes back to that your images aren't real.
Listen, the images do not necessarily accurately represent reality. They are a snapshot in time, taken at one particular time. Okay?
So what?
I gave you a specific example: two people with two different places taking the imagery at the same time and getting a different image. Yeah, the moon's there. No one's disputing whether the moon is in the sky. What we're disputing is whether any particular image that you take, we can draw deductive conclusions off of.
Imagine if we use some enhancement and tried to use it on the Black Swan image and to flip it around. I mean,
especially when it comes to the sky, you don't know what. When it comes to the sky, you cannot verify what those lights are. You cannot verify what is between you and those lights. So any assumption made on that is just built-in pure assumption. It has no validity.
100%.
It's an inference. Everything about the heliocentric, the whole modern cosmology is inference. Do you think a star, what a star is proven? What it is, proven. Absolutely proven, 100%. Any star.
Oh.
What? I didn't hear you.
Said no.
Okay, thank you very much. Because that's it. It's no. It's speculation. It's no different than the speculation 2,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 10,000 years ago. They speculated about the stars. We speculate about the stars. Only now do we claim some freaking higher intelligence than the people millions of years ago because they were stupid cavemen or whatever the reason is. They think that their stories were wrong. Right? Now we have new stories. Listen, the religious, and I hate to bring this up, the pillars of creation, dude. Do you think they're named that for no reason?
I mean, I know that every.
Think about the connotation of that. Well, think about the connotation of that.
Okay.
How would he understand the significance of that phrase?
What I'm saying is, like, dude, like that's. You don't get it. I can't say anything more. That's a simple concept to get, dude.
Do you know why they're named the Pillars of Creation?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they want a religious fervor to come into dude.
Yeah, it seems like you don't know why.
You don't get it.
Oh, no. I know why. I can tell you.
The pillars of creation, right? So, like, think about it for a second. Why would they call it that? The pillars of creation? Because the religious connotation.
Because the gas and dust are creating new stars.
Yeah, that's the
but why would they name it the pillars of creation?
Because
there's no evidence for that.
Stars.
Oh boy, this guy's so wrapped up in the story he doesn't even realize he has no idea that it is a story.
Look, no. Listen,
I'm sure they have a number for it.
I'm not even claiming that they're creating new stars. I'm saying it's named after that because NASA says they're creating new stars. That's why it's named the Pillars of Creation. because they're pillars of gas and dust that are in the process of creating new stars, according to NASA.
We get it.
So
we get the religion.
It has nothing to do with religion.
They didn't have to.
It is a religion.
They could have named it anything. They could have named it the fucking Star Incubator, right?
It's a creation story, dude. It's obviously
It's just a name.
They could have named it freaking Fish Hatchery. They could have named it anything. It's not just a name. That's the problem.
That's why they named the Orion Nebula a stellar nursery. It's the same thing.
Why did they call that a stellar nursery? No, but the name itself, right? So, like, when you say pillars of creation, there is a connotation. And when you tell people that, at least people that speak frickin' English, things go through their brain, right? They use their imagination, and they put all sorts of connotations on it. It's human nature. I guess do you know anything about neuro-linguistic programming?
Or even heard.
Well, you should probably research it, dude.
I highly recommend it.
And what is it? I mean, summaries that have something to do with
it's a form of conditioning and kind of like brainwashing.
Yeah.
I don't want to go so far as to say it's brainwashing. It's conditioning. Yeah. It's conditioning through the use of words.
I'll explain. It's basically how you can program yourself, and in the process program other people if you want to. It's not very moral to try to program other people with it, but you can program yourself with it. I highly recommend you look at NLP because it helps you in communications with other people.
No, Leb was posted natural language processing. No, that's not it, man.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
No, it was funny. Yeah, so, neuro-linguistic programming, it's been around for a while. So, like you can control people through the language, obviously. Right? I mean, it's for this topic, at least, to try to say, like, we try to describe, like, you know, the air, and we have to say atmosphere. You don't think that's part of some sort of, we try to describe the Earth, and everybody's like, here's a perfect example. Why are all the other planets round? They don't even realize that question itself is loaded with other planets. Because when you use the word other than what?
Yes, it's a planet.
Yeah, other than what, dude? And I ask, dude, I ask Obers to come in here, they say it all the time. I go, other than what? They can't even answer that because they know that they've already made the assumption. They're programmed to do this. They didn't like think about it and conspire and like, how can I get these flat earthers? It's just already built in from their exposure to the freaking media, propaganda, all that stuff.
Yeah, they were indoctrinated as children. They saw it in the cartoons. They saw it in the movie shows. It becomes reality based on just belief. There's no experience you or I or any of them could actually point at and say, this is like because of the Earth is a globe, for sure. It's all just, I believe it's because the Earth is a globe, but they don't have any evidence.
Yeah. 100%. It's upsetting.
And here we go. Heliocentrism is the most successful religion on Earth, which is flat and stationary.
To the point where its adherents don't know they're in a religion.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it crosses ethnicities and like it's like a religion on top of the religion, right?
Yes. And
it's a one world religion.
Yeah, and agencies work with other agencies. Everything is stemmed from NASA. When it comes to other agencies, they're all shaking hands.
It's genius.
They're all trying to do the same thing.
You got to give them the credit they deserve. It's absolutely outstanding what they've done. You can't underestimate the position. I think that they are genius. It's evil.
Well, I wouldn't call them genius. I would say it's because so many people have worked on it and over so many years that the best stuff that they have is, of course, what's presented to us, but that still doesn't work with reality.
What do you think about the tests that they do? Do you believe? So say like they try. I can't remember the exact name of the experiment. I'm sure someone will know. Where they get a load of test subjects, say like 6 participants, and there's 5 actors and 1 participant. And this particular experiment, they'll get like lines on a piece of paper or on a board, and they'll ask all of the participants to say which is the shortest line, and say there's 3 different lengths. And they'll all say, so all the actors will say the shortest one is the longest one. And the first couple of times, the person who's actually doing the experiment will always go with his gut. But after about 2 or 3 times, he'll start conforming to the group. Does anyone know what that experiment is?
Yeah, I've seen many different iterations of this. They even took it where they made a beep sound in a waiting room, and all the actors who were in there to begin with stood up at the sound of the beep. And then as more people started arriving, because everyone conformed and stood up at the beep, all the new people started standing up. And when all the actors were gone, all the new people maintained this retarded action.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mad. Like, I'm not sure whether they... are you aware of what they did to the lemmings? Where they staged a load of lemmings, they pushed them off the edge of a cliff to get a video. Are you
kidding me?
Yeah, no, seriously.
That video's fake.
Interesting.
Oh my god, man!
Hold on, let me just see if I can find something. Lemming.
Yeah, I've seen the video. I've seen a bunch of videos of lemmings, man. So like.
Made that happen. That's not what they do. They literally pushed them off the edge to get the video to make us believe that that's what they did. There is no animal that can kill itself. Only us. We're the only things here that will ever kill itself. Do you know what I mean? That's
humans. Yeah.
That's messed up. I showed my 11-year-old that because I wanted to show him like what lemmings do. Because I was telling him not to be a follower, and then lemmings will follow each other out the cliff, and I showed him that video. Then this is recently because he's just a kid. So like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, honestly, I believed it because anyone remember the game Lemmings back in the day on the computers? No.
So they wonder why people believe it, right? Just here's an example of what I did, man. I influenced my 11-year-old son to believe something that was completely fabricated. That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Right?
Based on something that you've been given by the government, because like a lot of the
why would they lie, man? Why would they lie?
Which video is this? What is this topic? What is this?
Just random. Sorry.
Yeah, he's yeah. I mean, it's pertinent to the. You know, it's not flat Earth, but it's pertinent. Well, they got pushed off a cliff on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but what's the video you're talking about? Is fake or something?
No, the lemmings.
You thought it was real?
Just type in on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it because I trusted the source. It made sense. So
type in lemmings going over a cliff.
Yeah, lemmings. It just say lemmings cliff, and you'll see there's a video, like an old video from like the 1920s or something. Lemmings jumping off cliffs.
Okay, yeah, I see. It's an old video. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading here. They say it's a myth.
Is there something you need? Yeah. It's a myth, and they made that video. It's not true. So
the globe, it's just a myth.
It's just another one. It's just another thing, another nail in the coffin for how far Hollywood are going to go, and the CIA to try and convince something, and they'll make a film like the Titanic. You know, this is what happened in the Titanic. Here's a film. Here's what happened in Pearl Harbor. Here's a film. Here's what happened. Do you know what I mean? This is what they do. And then we have our beliefs have come from these films that have been completely complicated and given a story so that we kind of resonate with them. And I think it's fucking genius.
Everyone reserved thanks to the Titanic, you know?
Yeah. Titanic.
This is kind of funny because recently I saw a video of they were showing these big mammals called walrus is the name, walruses. It's like a sea elephants, and they showed them like falling off cliffs, and people were like saying, "You see, this is climate change, and the walruses are falling off the cliffs." And it was because they showed it was actually bears that were basically going to eat them, and the walruses were scared and just fell off the cliff, and the bears eat them.
But the reason the bears were chasing them was because of climate change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I'm reading, the lemmings do not commit suicide. They can swim, and so they like to swim to a new home when the population becomes too large. And that's basically what they recorded and misrepresented.
Well, they don't show you the cliff. They don't show you the top of the cliff.
Look
They
at the
only
first.
show you them coming down, and it absolutely looks like they're being pushed off.
Look at the first comment. The first comment says, I didn't even go into it, but the top comment is Disney forced these lemmings off the cliff. There is a conspiracy around it. Again, I'm not really that interested to go looking in that. I've got, there's more.
That's just like all nature documentaries. They are made to look like they're real, but there's like in Iceland we had a few nature documentary guys, and it's well understood that he used like multiple mouses, but then claimed it was all the same mouse in the documentary. So it's hard to trust these kind of things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to go now. That comet is now high in the sky. It's first time coming around in 50,000 years. I don't want to miss this opportunity.
50,000 years. Wow. God help us all.
You proved that the Earth's been here for that long, and how did you get to that conclusion?
Oh, look, I don't have time to get in that right now. I got to go.
I don't want to miss the opportunity, so run along.
Nobody knows.
I really don't want to miss the opportunity. It reaches its closest point.
The pseudoscience communication stick is old.
Thank you for the entertainment.
I appreciate everyone talking to me, though. I really appreciate this. Every time I come here, all of you agree to talk to me. I really appreciate it.
You missed the comment.
What?
Have a good one, Everett.
Don, you got to wait 50,000 more years, bro.
All right.
Have a good one. I don't judge you for what you believe. You're welcome to believe what you want to believe. But
just don't push it to my children.
Take a careful look at reality and compare it to what you believe.
Everyone should be able to do and say and believe whatever they want, but don't be going and pushing it onto others. And that's when we're going to step in.
Well, I appreciate talking.
Exactly.
If I get good images tonight, I will definitely share them if that's all right.
Yeah, sweet man. I enjoy it. It's up there, but
bye.
Send me the original.
Of course.
Cool.
Good.
But that's the only reason why I'm in it, to stop this getting spread any further. That's why I don't entertain it as if it's some intellectual debate. It's not. It's really not. They haven't got anything.
We don't treat it like a debate either. Yeah, it's not a debate. It's not.
Well, you can't.
They haven't got anything for a long time now. We have been arguing with these people for years, and they lost all the argument first year. So it's just a joke at this point.
They have to keep recycling and getting new people to come in until they realize shit.
It's hard to have a battle of wits when people come unarmed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They and the problem is with Flat Earth, because it's so ridiculed, and the fact that we can laugh at it, makes you feel like you're coming from a position of you having to prove something. It's not. You've got all the arsenal in your back pocket. Level water, the fact that there's no photos, just the lack of proof, all the bullshit, all the fake stuff. They're the ones with the claim. They're the ones with the burden of proof, and it's very hard when you're in a debate. Do you know what I mean? It's very easy to let them, and because they try and expose your intelligence by asking you like what you were saying before. Do you even know what this means? Blah blah 1 2 ABC, and it's like, what the fuck? That's like, it's not going to prove anything.
It's not helping his point. He's just trying to give us an opportunity to show everyone that we understand what he's talking about, and then we understand it better than he does.
Yeah.
And so it just gets better and better for us, and worse for them.
Well, someone mentioned earlier about if you aren't aware of 9/11 and chemtrails, then he wasn't really ready for this. And I'm sure quite a few of you have heard my story, but that's what first opened my eyes up.
Yeah, go on.
There's generally something that opens people's eyes up, because the flat Earth is like a big thing. You got indoctrinated with this as a child. There's a lot of smaller things that you can be like, oh, okay, they're lying about this. Oh, okay, they're lying about this. And so it's easier to come to terms with the fact that the Earth isn't a globe, and they weren't truthful about that. And so we just need to dig deeper, and a lot of new people like haven't really gotten to that point yet.
Yeah.
Well, I remember an old TV show talk about indoctrination from long ago. Gomer Pyle, USMC. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Hey, wait, Victor.
Yeah.
That dude who was talking right now, I'd have to say, in my honest opinion, I'd have to put him in the top number 2 spot of best flat Earth rappers on this terra firma. I'm just saying.
My brother, Flat Earth Saints.
I'd have to put you up there, bro.
You're up there as well, my friend.
Thank you, bro. How you doing?
So I was just thinking of this. If stacking image gave you more detail, why don't they stack mugshots?
Stack what?
Stack mugshots. Right? Because the purpose of a mugshot is to ID a person. And so if you stack the images and you see more detail, wouldn't it make sense to stack mugshots?
Well, I don't think that would be admissible in the court of law.
Well, no. I mean, but when you get arrested, they're just, they just take your mugshot. They want to be able to ID you visually in case you escape, right?
Yeah.
They stack mugshots and then have a stacked mugshot image so that when they give it out to their police force when you escape, they can how accurately ID you. They don't do it because it wouldn't work, because that's
I think they just have such good security systems that almost all incarceration factories in the United States, that the chance of somebody escaping from is just so small,
It happens. It still happens.
No, yeah, I'm not saying it don't happen, like walk-off camps and shit like that, but like places that are like 3 yards and up, nah. People, they got the calcintine wire electrical fence with the double fence. People ain't going from there. But yeah, like the little camps, yeah, for sure.
People usually escape when they're being transported.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I'd have to say, from my experience, and I've done probably I'm 44 now. I've done at least almost 12 years of my life incarcerated. I'd have to say that I've never seen or even heard of anything like that. But I mean, I don't have access to all databases or anything. So you could be right.
I mean, it happens sporadically. It's not a common thing.
Yeah,
it's a little different between countries. In my country, there used to be not a second wall. So when the prisoners used to play football, they would kick the ball outside the fence and then just jump over the fence outside the prison, get the ball, and go back inside. Because we live on a tiny island, there's no one gonna get anywhere. Even if you ran for the prison, you would just get picked up.
You have to be a good swimmer.
There's only one prison in that whole place, huh?
Does anybody remember in France when they were using helicopters to back in the 80s? Yeah. Dead serious. Back in the 80s, they'd imprison some French mafia guy, and they'd land a helicopter in a prison yard and take the people. It happened 3 or 4 times. I think the last couple times they actually got shot at, so they stopped doing it.
Hey, that's actually how they say they transport prisoners to San Quentin who get the death penalty and they're on death row. They say they transport them in a helicopter.
That's funny. In my country, we only have 2 prisons: one for the public and one for the elites and the politicians. They go there, and that's just a spa with massages, and you can make you can make
it's called Club Bed, dude.
Yeah, you can make paintings and stuff like that, and then just sell it. And you're just in prison. But one of our senators got sent to this prison after stealing a bunch of stuff from public construction workers, and then after he got out of prison, he sold all of his artwork he made in prison, which is a spa, and then he got back into Congress because they gave him all absolution for all of his crimes, so he didn't do anything.
He was playing Made Mason, bro. You know what I mean? Can't mess with no Made guy. Hey, right here in California, there's 35 prisons, and I'm talking about prisons that have 1 yard. One prison could have up between 25 and 5,000 people. Right? There's 35 of them, and then there's like 40 something fire camps, and like probably like 50 or 60 like little private owned prisons, like CCFs and stuff, with at least 300 people at each one, bro. It's an industry right here. Everybody's cashing in on it. Yeah.
I hear about that with America. You
Dude,
guys have a lot of people in prison.
The nation, though. Even Texas only has like 12 or 15 prisons. California's got double or triple any other state. It's insane, bro.
Yeah, it's a problem.
It's their solution. You know what I mean? The last thing they want is for people to stop committing crime. That's their bread and butter. That pays for probation, drug counselors, correctional officers, police officers, stupid little task force they set up to have dumb acronym names for no reason, just to terrorize people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to have the reason for your solution. You want to have crime so that you can ask for more control over the population because there's crime.
Yeah, right. And they create the crime, dude. It's so fake. It's not bullshit, dude.
Yeah,
hey,
that's
crime. Like,
true.
My friend got shot in the face, dude, in February of last year, right? Shot right in the face in a hotel room. Dude, that shit didn't even make the news. Nothing, bro. Nothing. Not a blip, dude.
Yeah, that's because it wasn't like what they wanted. Like my foster grandfather is in the Freemasons. He joined the secret society that recruits from the Freemasons, and they imported drugs to create a drug problem in my country so that they could justify increased police spending.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's all the government creating all the problems so that they could get more money.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, bro, it's like you guys can send us images back from Mars, right? From Mars, right? But you can't control substances that come across the border in your country? Yeah, right. You know what I mean?
You guys remember Ollie North? You guys remember Ollie North and the Iran-Contra controversy?
I do remember that.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
I was a kid.
I don't recall.
Well, the problem is that this goes beyond just America. This goes into all Western countries, and they're trying to get this into every country. You hear the World Economic Forum talk about this, where they're like, we have penetrated every cabinet in the world. So they have people everywhere, and they're trying to fuck us up.
And they all have chemtrails overhead.
Moment of silence for the globe.
I was like, is the app just broken or?
I thought I said something wrong. Mine, one of the last words I heard, I thought everybody shut up.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just offloading things. I'm just looking through my photos. Yeah, I don't entertain those Globers anymore.
You got some really good images there, Saint.
Oh, cheers. I just, these aren't all the ones I took. I've just got a bit of an arsenal. Just in case, you ever get into those debates. So prove it. It's like, well, can't prove it, but look at these. How are these possible? The moon's a big one for me. I got a Nikon P1000, and I've been studying that since. One of the main ones I want to prove is that the moon's not a solid. They didn't land on it. Obviously, the moon landing, I don't even touch that. Almost, I'd say it was about 70% of the population who are intelligent enough to look into it actually know that the moon landings weren't true. So I'd say that was about 50% of the population. But I don't know.
I mean, it's impossible. I mean, we have gas pressure. If matter can leave the Earth at all, then so can the gas pressure would fill the available. It's just common sense.
Yeah. J-Moon, exactly. Videos. Like I posted a photo before where I've got them. This photo was difficult to get, and I posted it. I was hoping for that photographer guys to say something. You must not have seen it, but I've got so you can see I've zoomed in and I've got it so it's such a way that you can see how bright the moon is, and it's given like, I don't know, it's just hard to explain. Just post it.
I get you, but
Not the star through the moon.
For me, the previous point really destroys the globe the best, because the gas cannot be contained under any laboratory condition where the gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and it cannot prevent it from expanding into the available volume. That just destroys the globe, because that's the whole premise.
Yep. The second law of thermodynamics, entropy.
Yeah. So he never addressed the elephant in the room with that Blackpool photo. So where Blackpool is, that area, right, where the land comes down on the left of the photograph and meets like it's actually, it's not water, it's like marshland. It's like 7 feet. There is water over there. That's 9 miles away.
Yeah, it's rising up.
Yeah, so that's 9 miles away. The horizon's supposed to be a mile away, and 9 miles away, that area should be, I don't know, the calculation from 4 feet. Here, so let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, that's being conservative, because like it's probably more than 9.
Yeah.
No, well, I just put it on Google Maps and measured the distance. It's 9 miles.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he brought that up, I was like,
I've actually done this photograph before. I actually have.
Yeah, I knew that you were going to know it. Yeah.
I couldn't believe.
I talked about you before you entered in.
When I saw the photo, I thought it was someone else. Can't believe he was using that as his defense. He didn't sound like he was too clued up, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, as in, I debate all these. Like, there's some usual faces that I see all the time. Like, I can't believe you haven't heard of Pro Photo Josh. This guy, or this Globy McGlobe face. Does anyone know who he is?
No, clown probably.
No, I don't know.
You must know who's the one on YouTube. What's his name? Oh, I don't know, but they all pop up anyway, and they're all fairly educated on these matters, where that guy didn't seem to know as much, so to speak. So
most of them have a server in common, or gem pandas, where they like to talk about their nonsense and disagree with each other, because they like to do that.
Yeah.
So Indio, I was just going to ask Indio. I see in the roles here that they show you as the admin. Are you the one that started this channel, or is this a server, I guess you would call it?
This is the second iteration of a server, and I didn't start the first one. So
he's kind of the guy who got chosen to just take care of it, because he's such a good guy.
So we need a volunteer, and everybody step back, and I was too stupid to step back. And volunteers step forward, everyone else step back.
Mate, there's loads of people in there, isn't there? It's like 20,000.
Yeah, I understand that completely. I was a member of a guitar forum, and a bunch of the members were upset when the ownership changed and it became all commercial. And I was the one that knew how to design websites, so it was handed to me to go ahead and put it together. So I got a similar situation.
Yeah, I mean, but it isn't like I run it. Like the admins run it, so I'm one of those. I have control of the owner account, but the owner account you'll never see because we don't want to get it like mass reported. Because that's what they'll do, and then this will be a zombie server, right? If they mass report it, get that account banned, then this will just be a zombie server with no one in control of it.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that. This is all new to me.
Yeah, like if the owner of a server gets banned, your server is a zombie server, right? No one can get into the owner account.
Oh, okay. I see I see what you're saying now.
It's a way to lock you out.
Yeah, just another way.
Yeah. So
I will say
we have the owner account. It only posts in like a channel that nobody can see, because if the owner account doesn't post every 30 days, then somebody, because this is what happened to the last server, if their owner account doesn't post in the server every 30 days, anyone that can see the audit log can email Discord and say our owner's gone or whatever, right? And have the server ownership transferred to them. And that's what happened to the other server. But the person that did that, we didn't want him to be the owner, so we all left and made this server.
Well, thank you to everybody that put this together.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And
Thanks,
like on my forums, it's it's not just the admin and the moderator; it's all the people involved that make it what it is.
Oh, of course, 100%, man, 100% on that.
Hey, so Flatter Day Saints, earlier you were saying somebody was a rapper in here that was just talking, but people are talking so fast I don't recognize their voices. Who are you talking about?
Oh, Drace.
Oh, okay. I listen to Drace here all the time.
Yeah, I'd have to say he's, as far as flat Earth rappers go, for this day and age, he's definitely in the top 2 spot for sure.
Well, cool. Hey, Drace, is there any chance you might send me a link to some of your stuff so I can listen to you?
And me.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Flatter. You're the bomb. I'll post it in live stream.
Cool,
Thanks,
thank you.
bro.
Yeah, Flutter Day said top 2 because he's number 1.
Hey, I'll never say that, but if you do, I won't argue with you. Hey, you know what though? Hey, for real, I'd say the best singer though, from what I've heard, actually recorded is his sister, like singing. I mean, dude, she's got some crazy talent, dog. I'm just saying, no disrespect. You know what I mean?
Oh, Drace, that's your sister. That's your sister that sings with you?
Yeah. See,
I think I talked to you before about a week ago.
She's awesome. Yeah. You guys haven't even heard how good she can sing.
I haven't, bro. I've only
recorded her singing her best. She can sing so good, but like when I record, she gets a little self-conscious, and it's not as good as when she sings when I'm not recording. So we're working on it. It's gonna be super good.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. Yeah, you're so blessed, bro, to have somebody like that there. Dude, I would give anything for a female, especially my sister, dude, to be able to like sing on a track with me, dude. Yeah, for sure.
I got an idea. Ask her to sing and tell her you're not recording.
I know what you mean, but like when I'm like, let's record, she's not feeling good most of the time, and we're working on it. We're gonna try to fix it and try to record more with her. We have a bunch of songs in the works that have her as the main.
Well, I just subscribed. I started listening to a couple of seconds of it. I muted this channel for a minute, but I subscribed. I'm going to come back and listen more. Oh, yeah, Drace and Karma. I remember the name Karma.
I really love that first song. I've been trying to switch styles just to try something new. I'm trying some disco stuff, and this is Millie Bobby Brown and her recording from TikTok where she claims to be a flat earther. I really like how she presented it, and I would love for her to hear this, but I don't think she's ever gonna.
And Flatter Day, of course, I subscribe to you too already.
Oh, thank you, bro. Yeah, for a short time, I had a thing where like, hurry up and subscribe, and you and family come down here and get a free banana while supplies last. But that deal's over with. So, but thanks for subscribing.
Well, if I came down there to take you,
out.
If I came over to take you up on the banana, I'd have to eat the peel too.
Yeah, you. Yeah, you seen that? Yeah, most definitely. That's right.
Yeah.
So
Why
Trace,
is 1,800 feet missing?
Well, it's after 10 o'clock out here in Los Angeles, and I got to get up at 5:30 to go to work tomorrow. So it's been a pleasure. I enjoyed the entertainment. Take care, everybody.
That's right.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Sleep well.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious, Indio. Like, that's so far.
I'm going to go into my bedroom and lay flat on my back.
That's right, bro.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Take it easy, mate.
It was just funny that he was like, 1,500 feet is missing because 1,500 feet is missing. Like, what the hell are you talking? Like, he just keeps saying it over and over again.
I literally thought that I was not getting it, and I was like, shit.
You have like it's so retarded. You think you're retarded?
It's like, shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the last 3 years have been a waste of time. Fucking as if.
Yeah, like
that's still super funny.
I don't know what they think sometimes. Like
they don't think. That's the problem.
No, it's like they reach the conclusion, right? And then they try to like backfill, right? And just like, I'm going to just grab potpourri of ideas to try and make this work.
Anything that can make this appear to work, I will accept.
Anything. Really anything.
That's the thing. They want an answer and an explanation for everything. Otherwise, it's not true. And like my brother was the same. I've got friends who are the same. And it's that I think they're just scared of not knowing, where no one knows anyway, but they think they know they're in a position where they believe that they know. And letting go of that is a scary feeling, which is true because I was scared and angry when I realized, and I still am angry. That's why I'm so passionate and so angry about it.
I think part of it is because a lot of people become compensatory narcissists when they get racked by narcissists repeatedly. So they try to compensate and become narcissists themselves. Yeah. And so they have this belief and they want to compensate for it. And so they keep filling in the blanks, even though there's no actual rational reason for filling in those blanks. It's just, I have to believe it, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah, just turning a blind eye. Like, oh, I don't want to look at that. I can't look at that because, everyone will be seeing it in their real life, especially when with your family. They'll try and gaslight you and make you think like you're crazy, or make you think like it's a laughable topic that's not worthy of discussion. Where all they're just trying to do is just avoid it. They just don't want it in front of their face. That's the main thing. Yeah. Anyway,
I think that there's a lot of fear there. So,
yeah, I think the issue with that is like people haven't built a relationship with their loved ones where they are trusted, and so it's harder for them to actually push that because those people don't trust them.
Yeah.
For my family, it was super easy because my family fully trusts me. I show them all of the bullshit that the government is trying to lie to them about, and they're like, oh, I guess they're lying because I showed them the evidence. And so when the flat earth comes around, they're like, oh, so it's not a globe then?
Yeah, but what if they denied even looking at the evidence because they've already set in their mind? That's what I've been thinking.
That's the problem with like if they have a preconceived idea about you and preconceived ideas about where your information is coming from. If they believe that your information is flawed, they're just going to ignore it. if they have verification that your information is true, they're going to be like, "Oh shit."
Well, how
I guess it is true.
I have to explain about now. So, with 2 years later, everything I said 2 years ago came true. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, and have you talked to them about that? Have you been like? Do you remember when I told you about all this and that like all of it turned out to be true?
I've been down there, and I'm sure there's a lot of people exactly the same. They've been there, they've done that, and it's not. It's like the information. It's not the information because they won't look at the information. It is definitely you. They've made it, and they've made the same. Like, for example, it was difficult with me telling some of my friends because I left school before they did. So they immediately assume they're more intelligent. I didn't get any GCSEs. I didn't do all my qualifications until I've gone back. I've got a degree now. I'm a dental technician. I've got all sorts. But when I left school, I left at 13. So I left without any of the training that they received. So they assume that I'm less intelligent than them. Why would they not? So I understand with them why they wouldn't even look into the information. However, with the family, it's different because the information is there. They just won't look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is preconceived ideas. But have you tried to do tit for tat, where you like? If they're like, "Oh, I like this thing," you're like, "Yeah, I'll watch it with you," and give them an opportunity to be like, "Can you watch my thing?" And you're like, "Yeah," and then you're like, "Hey, can you watch my thing?"
Yeah.
That's how I kind of got my family, because I would watch whatever they wanted me to see, and then I'll be like, "Yeah, that's interesting," but then I got things for you to watch. And you made me watch all this shit, so I'm gonna make you watch this shit.
Yeah, I think I used all my tokens with COVID. And luckily, this is why I know that they do trust me, is because none of them took the jab. Only because of what I was saying.
Thank God.
So,
thank God. My family did the same. This is why being a truther is important.
Because it can save someone's life, literally.
Yeah.
So
I typed in into Google search. I typed in, what was it? I typed in something, and I get all this vaccination stories from 2021. Yeah, you should just go reread some of the shit they were writing. Like they were writing some absurd, crazy stuff that
You mean for
what did it say? Unvaccinated are variant factories.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude! Like the stuff they were writing was so crazy, and now they're permanently. Yeah, exactly. And this stuff is permanent now. I wanted to go through the Google thing, go find all these people's Twitter, right? And yeah, this didn't age well. And I could go through thousands of people and be like, yeah, you were wrong. Yeah, you were wrong. Yeah, you were wrong. Why haven't you admitted that you were wrong? Why aren't you saying you're sorry or something?
I know, right? I was thinking about doing it for my my Congress, because my Congress has all of their the things they say in front of Congress cataloged, so I can look through all of that. And anybody who supported the vaccines, I'm gonna fucking burn.
Yeah, 100%. I've got a list of them too. I will never forget them.
I don't even care about supporting the vaccines. That's fine. You want to get vaccinated? That's fine. If you think everybody should take it, that's fine. It's the abuse. That's what I don't like. Sitting there saying we're killing people. It's it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Stuff. That's the stuff I don't like.
Yeah, that's way over the line. It's way over the line.
But I can't do what I want to do. That's when you cross the line. The moment I woke up was the moment they said there's a virus and you're not allowed to go out. I went, I can go wherever the fuck I want, and I'm never government. That was the first thing I said, and then I woke up just because they tried to stop me from going out of my house. And I didn't know I knew about a lot of things, but it was just that one thing. That never has the government ever been able to tell you that you can't go and see your family. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. even in the hospitals, it's like that. Like, your grandma's dying. Oh, you can't see her. She has to just die on her own.
Yeah, exactly.
But she's gonna die on the other piece of this plastic.
Exactly.
That's messed up, man. That's one of the things. Imagine if your child was dying or something. I mean, like old people, they're old, so they'll get over it. But like, imagine your child is dying and you can't hug your child or that's something. Oh my God, it's hard to even like get it out of my mouth because it's so horrifying.
That's my biggest issue with the sudden death syndrome, where like people just are dropping and they're healthy.
Sudden coincidence.
This is not right.
Yeah. It's like the footballers when that was going on as well. What is that?
Hyder posted something in the admin mods chat about that. Now they're saying, at least in the UK, they're saying some dumb shit about it. That now they're claiming that all their data is wrong and then people really aren't dying.
Yeah, they have tried to claim that global warming is the cause of people dying.
Oh, it's sunshine. Also sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine, man. They're crazy.
I'm well on the fence about the COVID vaccine because I know a lot of people who've taken it have had no reaction whatsoever. And they'd have every right to believe that it's fine because they've taken it and they haven't seen any news saying otherwise.
Yeah, but think about this for a second. They actually had a lot of salt solution or non-vaccine where they injected a lot of people with that. And that keeps down the adverse reactions. So you inject a bunch of people with saline solution, and you're like, we injected 1 million people with the vaccine, but only 100,000 actually got vaccinated with the actual vaccine and got the negative reactions from the vaccines. But the rest of them got just saline solution, so they don't know. This is the problem because we don't have enough control over what's actually happening, and we don't have enough oversight over it.
Yeah, I think they're placebo in some people. That's just my opinion.
One thing I'll say is
they admitted to be doing it, so like you don't know how much percentage of the ones are placebo and what are not. So
I remember a nurse made a video she said. If the packaging has this numbering on it, right, this prefix, then it's placebo. If it has this prefix, then it's mRNA, and if it's this prefix, it's something else.
Yeah, and then it's like the issue with like they told my country and the doctors in my country to mix all of the vaccines, but the other countries they told not to do that. That's just human experimentation.
It's literally this is a multi-level human experiment, right? So there's a social aspect, the social experiment, and then there's the medical experiment, and then there's the post experiment, right?
Yeah,
it's
I don't know. I've just got some weird feeling that the whole thing has been like a conspiracy conjured up to expose who we are. I'll be honest, to bring the sheep, to separate the sheep from the wolves. I think it might have gone a lot. I think there's so much. The thing is, they're so intelligent. Yeah, like I can prove. I don't know if anyone saw a video from the WEF from the other day. Anyone see the video where they said that we are by the end of 2023 we're gonna reduce the world population by 50%. Did anyone see that video?
No.
Right. So
I've seen many videos that are similar to that one.
Yeah, this one happened 3 days ago. So a few days ago, they had a meeting. I'm sure you might have heard. They had a meeting in Switzerland.
Davos. Yeah. I'm aware of the little club.
They had this meeting, and someone's taken a clip from that, and they've changed it was so convincing, it convinced me, and I usually cross-reference and check everything, and I watched this video, and he says that we've reduced we are on track with our prediction to reduce the world population by 50% before the end of 2023. They're the exact words he said. I saw them come out of his mouth, and then so I did my research afterwards. I actually sent it to a few people first, and then I did my research afterwards, which I don't usually do. And then when I went and did the research, I saw the original video where he says we're going to reduce the cost of living for people by 50% by the end of 2023. However, conspiracy theorists have taken that text. They've cut a little bit out where it says the cost of living, and it says the and it says it so fluently that it's like they meant to deliberately, so that they could set us up with a video that we can send around to people that they could debunk themselves.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
yeah. This is one of the tactics they use.
You should really go and look into that, because
they're the straw man thing. It's basically a version of the straw man.
Exactly. But I see that everywhere with these vaccine things. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's loads of people dying from the vaccine. Yeah,
they do it with the globe stuff too. A glober will make some crazy, stupid meme, right, and then put it out as like a flat earther put it out, and then look at all these flat earthers are stupid. They got our model wrong, or
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's also the identity politics things where they're driving people from actually making babies and having families and creating this unique society where like you're more appreciated if you're like non-binary. If you're white or cisgender, you're the enemy.
Yes, yeah, it's fucked up, mate. I didn't even like that word cis. I'd never even heard of it until the other day, and I was like, what the fuck? Cis. Sounds like a cyst. Do you know what I mean? It's like
yeah, exactly. I think it's obviously created to make it sound like repulsive.
It wound me up.
Yeah. It's part of this neuro-linguistic programming thing I was talking about. This stuff is designed this way. It's not accidental.
Yeah, 100%. It's all a big fucking psychological operation to see how we react to stuff.
And there's a reason it's like why the current situation is like this in the West is because a lot of our brain power is put on things which are like external to our actual lives that we live on a day-to-day basis. We're consuming massive amounts of media, radio, television, internet. Look, I was looking out at a high rise, man, and I could see in the window, and I see all these people, like, they're in their apartment, and they're all staring at computers.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, there's a bunch of people trying to analyze psychologically the population and how they can manipulate them, and that is all fucking explained in neurolinguistic programming, how you can manipulate the public so that you can get them to do what you want.
Now they outsource that now to the computer. Now the ChatGPT doing it.
Yeah, it's super easy when you feed it all of this information. It's super easy to get it to actually continue to manipulate people, because you already have the examples of them being manipulated for decades.
So ChatGPT, I found out, has a what a quote unquote secure safety layer, right? So typically, what a machine learning will do, it's called reinforcement learning, right? So you're tuning, like by people using the machine learning software, they're tuning the machine to give them what you want, right? The machine is learning to give you what you want better. They have something called what the hell is it called? Constrained reinforcement learning. This is what ChatGPT does. It's constrained reinforcement learning. So what they've done is said, this is what we want the machine to efficiently feed people. Right. So you're not training the machine to give you what you want. You're training the machine to give you what they want better.
Yeah.
It's fucked up, dude. When I read this, man, like what the? Dude, it's crazy. They're using ChatGPT like to figure out how to brainwash you better. Because the one thing I found out when I started typing in like flat Earth stuff, globe stuff, it would always insert this blurb about the globe has all scientific evidence, blah 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 blah. It would have this paragraph every single time. It would insert this paragraph, no matter what I asked it about the globe or flat Earth.
Yeah. It's as if
that's put in by hand. The machine isn't doing this. That's 100%. Put in manually.
Yeah.
Because they said they used human-driven reinforcement or constrained reinforcement learning. That means there's a human that made the constraint. So this is like one of the constraints. I asked it, dude, it told me this. It told me that a government exists in physical reality. But I type in corporation, but a corporation is a fictitious legal entity. But a government's not a fictitious legal entity. It actually exists in physical reality. That's what it said. A government exists in physical reality. So give me a cup of government. How much does a government weigh? Right? Like, how tall is it?
Yeah.
The idea, but it's so mind-blowing. But they went and they put this in manually. They anticipated this shit, dude.
It's fucking mad, isn't it? They're so far ahead of the game. It's like
evil geniuses, man. They're just evil geniuses.
It's remarkable. It's like, but there's something that tells me that it's not all doom and gloom, and there's a potential that there's a reason they're doing it. There might be a good reason. Like, for example, I think it was Mark Sargent who said it. Fucking of all people, I hate him, but I don't hate anyone, but dislike him.
Yeah, he has issues.
Nothing. Well, actually, no. I have heard a lot of personal things. Like in his book, he talks about like banging girls and shit, banging chicks. Yeah,
I doubt that.
You doubt it?
No. Then look at him. That dude couldn't get away in a women's prison, man.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not lying. One of my friends told me he read it and he said that this is what was in it, and he said that he got put off by him by the context of the book. And I said, well, anyway, either way.
He's made bad judgments. That commercial he made was bad judgment.
What commercial was that?
He made it like there was a Flat Earth conference in Australia, and he went to it, and some company hired him to make a commercial that ran in Australia, which basically kind of like, I would say trivialized and ridiculed Flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, the whole point. I think that's the whole point of him is to appear like he's a truther to us. He's to give out some truth, but he's also like the hand symbol he does to show the flat Earth. Yeah. That is entered apprentice symbol in Freemasonry. Like I don't skip over hand symbols and things like that too easily. When I see people pulling them out, like for example, who's a hot topic of discussion at the moment, Andrew Tate. When he got arrested, he'd pull in the pyramid sign. He's always pulling the pyramid. He's always, cracking symbols. This famous saying, when the public need
the only hand symbol I like is the middle finger. Other than that, like...
Exactly. Other than that.
Pyramid. I like the pyramid symbol. I'll do it myself. Yeah. I'll go around doing the pyramid symbol. Is there an issue with that?
I'm doing it, saying perspicuity or whatever the fucking word he always says.
If you're on the mainstream, there would be, I'd be like, he's one of them.
Why is Mark Sargent always pulling out like this flat Earth model out of his bags? Have you seen him?
Dude, he said one time that lava was being created by like machines under the ground or stuff. He said on a radio.
Oh my god, he said that? That's it. That's it, India.
He was speculating, right? That there's just like machines that are like, furnaces under the ground, like melting the fucking rock or something. It was something stupid. Listen, I think he got into it just to make money. That's what my personal opinion is. He was trying to cash in. YouTube wasn't restricting it. It's a fucking easy target. You can, you just look at the algorithms and say, what's trending? What's the big thing? Like Red Pill right now, right? Manosphere type shit is like crazy. So like that's the trending shit. And everybody's jumping on that bandwagon.
Oh,
I get it in my recommended, right? And then I look at the like now there's like dozens and dozens of channels doing so-called red pill stuff, and they have like 300 subs, but they're all new channels. They like people are just jumping on the bandwagon trying to get internet famous.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. You got to make money somehow.
Yeah.
Especially when you just got fired from Google.
Oh, mate, if I had no shame and wouldn't mind selling my soul, all you'd have to do is just make a fucking either an anti-flat Earth or a video, a YouTube channel about space or anything like that. Just go with any of the things that they push. One about climate change. You'd make millions. Do you know what I mean? You start pushing climate change videos.
Oh, dude, you could just sell out, man. Like selling out is easy.
But that's what selling your soul is. That's literally it. You're misleading the people for, I don't know.
Well, I could do the LARP, right? I do the LARP. I do like the Glober tactic and like the ex-flat earther. Oh, I used to be a globe. I used to be an ex-flat earther, and now I'm a Glober again. You ever heard that LARP? Like, I love that one because that's such bullshit, dude.
Yeah. There's one guy who's
if you're an ex-flat earther, you were a flat earther. You didn't understand it. Like,
there's no way back. There's no way back. It's truth. Like, it's not like I always say. I never defend the flat Earth. I never defend a model. I never defend a map. I never defend anything like that. I just say, look, I'm just one little guy here. I don't have the means. I don't have all of this. All these proofs that you're asking of me. I don't have. But what I do have completely destroys what you believe. So please listen to it. That's what I stick with. Do you know what I mean? I avoid defending any maps or anything like that.
What I feel like I'm defending is reality. I'm defending the reality that we all experience. It's like I have to defend, like, this is what we see. This is what we experience. You're fucking living in your goddamn head and on TV. Like, no, that's not it. Like, leave the house, dude. Go look around.
Yeah, it's the reverse. It's the reverse of the burden of proof. They have the burden of proof. They told us it's a globe, it's rotating, and all this bullshit.
Yeah, they need to prove
it. The proof.
Yeah, exactly.
They said that and then never proved it.
Yeah, and it has to be a proof that's so good, I have to reject my personal experience.
Yeah.
So that's a high freaking burden, dude. It's like, it's like looking at a cat and be like, no, that's a dog. Like, and they come up with some stupid, equation that's actually a dog, right?
It's even worse than that. They're like, it's a stork.
Yeah.
It identifies as such.
Karma gave even a better example. It's a fish because it can't live in the same environment or the medium.
Yeah. I mean, but so the burden of proof is very high when you start claiming, something that's so diametrically opposed to the experience. You need a lot, and not a math equation, not some chalk on a freaking chalkboard.
No, some intangible.
Yeah, that you exactly.
Touch and
demonstrable, see. Right? That's something demonstrable that like you can just demonstrate, or I can demonstrate to myself.
That's why I love when people talk about theoretical physics. I love just trying to, and when people like, I've got a friend who works in nuclear, and I say, have you ever seen it? Like, what's nuclear? Like, is there any physical matter that is nuclear? And he's like, well, to be honest, I just run with a load of numbers and data on a computer. I'm like, exactly. So you've got no proof, and you don't know anyone who can prove the existence of nuclear matter, like this radioactive matter that that's claimed. And that he literally, I could see the cogs working in his brain. Do you know what I mean? And he's like, and then he just goes, well, it doesn't matter. It's not what I do. I just work with the numbers. And then he just didn't want to talk about it. And I was like, there's something there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And again,
that reminds me of the Apollo program. So, the Apollo mission director there was a guy named Edward Kranz. Right. And he gave an interview. He wrote a book and he gave an interview to the Discovery Channel. And in both of those, he says, our simulations were so real that no controller could tell the difference between the real thing and the simulation.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're just staring at a computer screen, getting data. And they would run the simulation, supposedly a simulation before the mission. And at some point in time, they go, "This is the real thing." like when you look at the computer screen now think that it's real. Before we wanted you to think it was a simulation, but now the digits are real digits. Like they represent something that's real.
Yeah, it just happens to match their simulation
perfectly because they're just that good. They're NASA scientists, man. Yeah, they're automatically just that good. So we can make the Apollo, we can make the lunar lander, and we can just design it and never test it, and then we can fly it to the fucking moon, and it just works perfectly. Because that's how things work in the real world, right? When I go to a factory and we're going to engineer a new product, we just we do it all on paper, and then it just works perfectly the first time. We don't have to make prototypes. We don't have to do anything. It just works perfectly.
Yeah. They live in a fucking. Oh yeah.
That's what blows really I think that's one of the best pieces of evidence against all the Apollos is the fact that they never tested the lander. The lunar lander was never tested.
Have you seen the tests they did on the ones?
Well, the fake one, with the simulation lander, right? The what do you call it? When Neil Armstrong almost offed himself.
Yeah, I'm sure it blew up, didn't it? Or it crashed it or something.
Yeah, he had to eject and then it crashed or whatever.
Yeah, fucking.
That wasn't even the real lander. That was a simulated lander.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't even the real thing.
The fuck? My favorite one is just the simple the fact that if we've been to the moon. Sorry, I was just playing a game. If we've been to the moon, why haven't we been back? No, that wasn't what I was thinking of then. But there's just so many moon facts that you can just think, well, it's just impossible that if that was ever probable, that it wouldn't have happened twice, if you know what I mean, or anything.
On the regards to that, Neil Armstrong on the simulated moon lander.
Yeah.
In quotation marks, right? Simulated moon lander looked nothing like the lunar lander.
Yeah.
Now just to watch it.
It had jets coming out of the legs, man.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Fuck. They didn't have that on the real thing, man. They had no jets coming out of the legs on the fucking lander, man. Sorry.
Dude, I didn't even notice that now that you mentioned it. That's so dumb.
It's ridiculous.
What was it? How would you find it?
Yeah.
So that wasn't tested. That was it. It's crazy that just they didn't even fake that test.
Right. And then the next time they did it, they had it all on harnesses and shit, so that wouldn't happen. They built some giant scaffolding thing to hold it up, and they were trying to fly it with it's all tethered and ropes and shit holding it together. I was like, okay.
And where's the shouldn't they have taken the lunar lander and pressure tested that?
You would think.
Yeah. And then test fire the rocket, test fire the whole thing, right? The whole lunar lander.
Just like they should have with all the space suits, they should have put them in the vacuum chamber with people in them.
Yeah.
They did
experiment where they put someone in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, he boiled his tongue off. He passed out.
Yeah. Have you seen the one where they say that they put James May in a vacuum chamber?
He wasn't actually in a vacuum chamber, though, was he? Because there was a freaking Marine standing in there with nothing on.
With no fucking safety gear or anything.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think what they were testing
brilliant.
I'd like to say my favorite NASA video is the guy that's trying to make it so you can drink pee. The recycled pee video. I've ever seen that.
That's hilarious. But I think what they were trying to do was essentially lowering the pressure within the suit. That's why the other person could not wear a spacesuit.
Right.
Yeah. They lowered the pressure within the suit, and all of a sudden his saliva started boiling, and they're like, oh shit, he's going to die. We got to stop this.
So they did it in reverse, like Superman. right? Like Superman, he in Superman 2 when he reversed the change to immortal and he turned Zod, so he did the reverse Superman.
Yeah.
Like the first time it happened to him, and then the next time it happened outside of him.
Yeah, the vacuum chamber stuff's amazing.
Find ourselves in. It's nice to talk with some intelligent people. Like I barely ever get a chance to talk about this. I try not to as well these days because I've seen where it gets me. It doesn't get you anywhere.
Hey, St. Nick, man. People are a little bit more open to it nowadays than they were 6 years ago.
They are.
There's always like some people are just aren't ready for the conversation, so you need to kind of start somewhere else.
Yeah,
I'm brutal in my old age now, and I'm not old age. I mean, like, it's only been 3 years, but I've been aged since this process.
Yeah, people are still trying to accept, the Mexican beer germ, the Vax thing. They're still trying to process being that wrong about that. They're not even going to be recovered for that for like 6 months.
Won't entertain the fact that they were wrong, even though they know they were wrong. They'll never tell you that because they're trying to save face. When really the best way to save face, as we all know, because we're in the position where we've done it, is gone, oh shit, maybe I don't know.
In 6 months they knew the whole time. Wow.
100%.
In 6 months, they're an anti-vax that knew the whole time. People will be ripping up their vax cards, burning them, pretending they never got vaxxed.
Exactly.
A friend who I was fucking arguing with for months over it, and he's like well in the mainstream. He literally, I started with Flat Earth with him. He works for Sky. I don't know if you know Sky are. They're a huge company. For television.
Satellite television.
Yeah. So he works for them, and he does motion graphics. So they put together, bits of clips that go on, like say Sky Sports or other things like that. And I said, mate, you work for a propaganda machine, you don't know. I said, you need to look into these symbols. And he's like, I know what symbols are. And I'm like, mate, you don't. I said, you need to look at the origins of the symbology that, because you're working with it every day. He's like, no. And I said, mate, even the stuff, like everything to do with space, I said, it's all CGI, fakery, everything. I said, and you'll be working in a department where you'll see it happen. And I said, does the stuff I'm saying, does it not like kind of resonate? And he just denied it blindly. And then then there was another conversation we had a few days later, and he literally told me that, and I said, mate, like honestly, all these things, all these works or whatever, are all put together by NASA and blah blah blah. And he stepped in and said, mate, people at my work do it. I've done one of these before. And I said, exactly. How did you do it? And he said, well, I just literally Googled. Because the one he was doing at the time, he said I needed Saturn and Jupiter in an image with the Earth and stuff, and I just Googled images of the Earth, and then I put it in and put it on. And I said, mate, you're the one doing it. I said, you've done this propaganda. I said, you don't even know you're doing it, and you're putting out propaganda against the people to manipulate people, but you don't even know you're doing it. And it still didn't even register with him. And it was like, and then
he'll never forget that conversation, though.
Oh, he won't forget it. As soon as he realizes, he won't forget that conversation.
How old is he?
He's same age as me, 32. But it goes a little bit further.
Yeah, as he gets older, he'll start
hopefully.
Like right now, he's invested in it. It's his career. But once he's gets jaded on drinking the Kool-Aid, he'll be like, maybe I was doing propaganda.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he'll be able to live with himself. Like another thing I said to him was like, mate, please, I begged him not to get the vaccine, told him about it all, told him about the mRNA, told him everything. And he was like, no, it's just technology, trust the science, all that shit, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Now, he to me, when, like, I rang him, I left it ages, and I think, when did I speak to him? I spoke to him at the beginning of 2022. Actually, it's at the end of 2021, so say like around October. And bearing in mind, I told him all this stuff in 2020, and we've not really spoken or seen eye to eye since. And then I waited until it was out completely in the media, where and all the other vaccinated people are starting to regret it. Do you know what I mean? And then I rang. He said to me, he was like, "Yeah, I always knew." I was like, "Mate," I said, "Why?" Bro, I said, "Why did you take those vaccines?" Oh, because I needed to, because of work and blah, blah. And I said, "Mate," I said, "I'm not attacking." And he took it as an attack just because I said, mate, I didn't even say I told you so. But then he wouldn't even say, "Sorry, mate, you did warn me," or he won't even admit that he's wrong. Like there's no way he's even gonna face that bridge. So he's gonna go down with it. He's gonna die before he apologizes. Like literally.
I get that.
So sad.
You know, and he's in that freaking age group too. Like the lower. It's basically the people that are getting myocarditis. It's males, and the younger you are, the greater the chance of you getting it.
Yep. His dad has MS.
My grandma was the only one who took the jab because I talked to everybody, and she was like, "No, but the government, I believe."
Dude, she went behind our back because she knew how we'd act.
Yeah, she knew we wouldn't appreciate this and wouldn't let her do this, so she went behind our backs and did it. Yeah. And turns out she had a heart attack and then had to have a heart valve transplant. So yeah,
dude,
be careful what you choose to.
Yeah.
Be careful what you
do. You know what they'll say too? Like, here's the ironic thing. What they'll say is that would have happened anyway because she was old, and that would have happened anyway. But when it comes to the virus itself, people are dropping dead, and they're 90 years old anyway. That's because of the virus. That isn't because of old age. Right?
Yeah, that's how they act.
Yeah, seriously.
This is how you know the TV's lying. Like this is how I knew like that was all bullcrap. Because every channel, they're all saying the exact same thing. And when they're all saying the exact same thing, because human beings in real life don't agree on shit, right? If you talk long enough, there's going to be a disagreement between any two people, right? If you talk more than 5 minutes, there's going to be some conflict, and you're going to talk it out. But when the TV, I'm flipping through every channel saying the identical thing. I know it's a bunch of bullshit because
once we're baiting the same
don't
thing,
agree like that.
Yeah, once we're baiting the same thing, there's no way it's natural.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at some other type of event, right? So like election coverage, right? So say some politicians campaigning in some area, like in New Hampshire or something. You watch one channel, they have one type of coverage. Another channel has another type of coverage. Another channel has another type of coverage. They're all covering the same subject matter, but it's not the same coverage. Yeah, they were just saying the identical shit, dude. They were like, it was identical on every channel.
Have you seen, Conspiracy Music Guru?
Oh yeah, he's been in here before. He hasn't been here in a while, but he's been in here before. Yeah,
I'm gonna chat with him once. He's one of his songs. He's done Television Watching News Believer. I'm sure you've probably seen it anyway, but there's a clip right at the beginning of that where they all say the exact same thing, on the news channels. This is a danger to our democracy, but they say the exact same words across the whole of the US. All the different news anchors all say exactly the same thing, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, I've never seen it.
There's an Easter one too, right? There's an Easter Bunny one that they show like multiple news channels, and they say it's like basically like a segue for go buy Easter eggs or something. But they all say the exact same thing. It's like 30 different news channels.
Yeah, they all got the same script, and they all tried to follow it.
Did you guys remember the one and they said, well, there's a big mass debate?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah.
There was all the channels did that one, man. I'm like, oh, shit.
Have you seen, the funniest one? This is one of my favorites from NASA. It was years ago. They say, and I think they said it recently again. They said, Uranus opens and closes to let out solar winds every day.
That's incredible. Are you serious? Is that an actual story?
That's an actual story. Google it.
No way. I don't even want to.
Wind out of Uranus. Literally, mate, it's hilarious. I've got a friend who's a full-on fucking proper NASA fanboy. And he's literally, I've already told him and given him all the information. He's in two minds. Like, he knows that the information I've given him is truthful, but the programming's so strong that You know, and I think he's in awe with space. You know, the magic of it. He's like,
oh yeah. That's just heaven, dude. That's like that's the way I look at it. That's like the atheist version of the afterlife of space.
Space crack, man.
Yeah, 100%. It is. It is no space, man. You know, it's fucking.
That's my salvation. That's where I'm going to when I die. I'm going to space. I get a planet named after me.
Starseed.
Hey,
so this is a thing that makes me wonder. It's been exposed that these news channels are all using the same script. Why haven't we got to the bottom of where that shit originated?
Exactly.
Like, who did that? Who gave 30 news channels the exact same thing? Well, how often does this happen? And who's doing it?
Well, we know that Forbes is sharing a bunch of his information with the other news channels, and they take it as holy truth. And how many of those agents are actually Mockingbird agents for the CIA?
Exactly. I think they will.
So what do you think? It's just like the CIA has plants, right? And they just gave their plants the same script. I figured it would be something like, okay, so you have Reuters or UPI. Well, UPI doesn't exist anymore. AP or something, and they just get they just buy an AP story as filler, right? So we need filler.
Reuters is one of them.
Yeah. So they just they all buy like the same filler story from, or it's given to them to do a like whatever, because the Easter one, it's not really, it's kind of like commercially, it kind of like the whole thing is kind of like to reinforce Easter, and obviously Easter is a commercial endeavor. Go out buy your candy and Easter baskets, and it's another commercial venture, so it's kind of like there to like that segment was kind of there to like plant the Easter idea in your head. So I go, oh my God, I forgot Easter. Let me go out and buy freaking supplement the egg industry by buying 6 dozen eggs.
It's going to be a really, really thin Easter this year.
Oh, I know. Easter egg hunt. We got one egg.
You get one egg.
In my opinion,
this is a fight to the death Easter.
$47 for an egg.
Dude, a fight to the death Easter, man. That's what it is. There's one egg. All you kids go find it.
As far as I can tell, it kind of feels like it's just a trigger phrase that they use to trigger the consumerism, because they use the same phrase every year, every channel.
Yeah, right. Christmas as well.
Yeah, Easter and Christmas. They do this for certain events. This is a part of the psychology. Just like when you're in a store, even the playlist, they use psychology to determine what kind of playlist they want.
Yeah, specifically designed to make you buy more and
to stay longer and get you in a trance. And then they intentionally move all the produce and all the products that they can afford to do with. So you have to run around and look for it. So you're more likely to pick up other things that you don't want. There's a lot of sneaky, manipulative shit. And I bet this is just one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They probably have, at this point, they probably have an AI trying to figure out where to place shit to make you buy the most amount of stuff, I wouldn't doubt. Because I know about the end cap thing, and then they take, like, stuff that kids like, and they put it at a lower level. So it's at their eye level. Like toys and candy and like things are at that. Yeah, so they do all these like little
boxes and shit.
They also intentionally put it near the register so the parents don't have time to convince their child to not take it. So they're more likely to throw a tantrum.
Oh, yeah, and exactly. With the most amount of people, you're in the most open space, so you don't want to freaking beat your kid in front of like 70 people. So you're just like, get the fucking shit back. Get the fuck up.
I noticed this in foreign countries a lot, where there's like adult styled toys next to the register in like the height of the children's, like in Portugal, in Spain, that kind of stuff. The tourist traps are designed to push this to the children. I was like, what? Don't look at this, Karma. When she was young.
Mate, do you know what? Now you say that, that's all over Europe, that. Shit like that.
Yeah, the Rand Corporation did a lot of stuff on consumer purchasing. There was a video on YouTube about it, and it was from the Rand Corporation. It wasn't like nobody was supposed to see this.
Right.
And like the stuff that they were saying to like drive consumer purchases and influence consumers through advertising, basically creating consumers that like, because you can't say they're consumers because they weren't going to buy they weren't going shopping until you like brainwashed them into going shopping.
Yeah, man, we talked about that the other night about how consumers and people have so much stupid shit in their house and like, how the fuck did that happen? You know, they just bought a bunch of crap. Like,
You're just saying you never realize how much shit you have until you have to move.
That's right.
I'm in that process. I've just got rid of everything. I've done it twice in the last few years. When I woke up, that's when I first realized of consumerism, and I was like, all this shit, like, you know, like everything, everyone's going through life trying to earn money to buy things to make them happy. But you can have everything in the world, and it's never going to be enough. No. So the less, there's a phrase I've forgotten. The more you have, the more it owns you. Is that it?
Yeah, happiness comes from within. It's not something you get from outside.
Yeah, I'm a private chef, so like I've worked for some very high, ultra high net worth individuals, like people who are literally billionaires.
Right.
Like I worked for a Saudi prince. That was my first job as a private chef, and then obviously from there I get good jobs from having that on my CV. But so working for these people, he was probably the happiest out of them all. But I could tell that this guy, they don't care for anything. But when I worked for a family there was a family I worked for who they became overnight success. So they were just a normal average family household. In the UK, and they were, well, not normal, they were both lawyers, but they found a loophole in 2008 with the credit crunch, you know, with the crash. They found a loophole, saved millionaires and billionaires millions and billions. So they made it from just a normal average household, you know, down the street to they were worth something like 400 million overnight. And so they had new success, new money. They didn't know what to do with it. They got me in as a private chef just because they thought that that's what you do when you get a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's it. So, and then I could tell that the whole reason they had me there was to show off for their friends. You know what I mean? And the type of friend.
That's so gay, dude. I'd be like,
honestly,
I'd hate myself if I just got a private chef just to show him off like a fucking slave, dude. That's
dude.
My God.
I work in tune pianos, so I get in some pretty high places, and it's like,
oh yeah.
I ran into this guy, man. He's like, all this shit here, man, it's just for show, bro. It's just so I can show off to all my Hollywood friends. That's it. And I was like, right on. At least you're honest, man.
Yeah. At least he is honest.
Imagine that.
But the thing is that it doesn't make you happy anyway. Like these people, because they've got more to lose, they became more paranoid, which in turn they lost their friends. Like imagine if you became a millionaire right now. Who's going to ring you? Think of all of the friends that you're not friends with anymore, the people you went to school with, who are going to ring you and just try and go, hey, mate. You know, say it was in the news. Oh, fancy going out for a drink. You know, I haven't seen you in a while. Just because you've got money. Do you know what I mean? So you wouldn't be able to trust anyone.
That's the thing. Like they could actually have pure motives, but you're going to question their motives anyway.
Exactly. So like, and I could tell these people were miserable. The only friends they had now, since they had new money, are people with money because they can trust them, because they know that they're not there for the money. And I saw their way of life, and it was just upsetting. You know, I could tell that they were quite nice people before. And for an example, like I used to make them a lot of food, and like I have a little deli for them in the fridge and just random shit. And I'd only work a 9 to 5, so at 5 o'clock I'd literally make them a meal, put it on the table hot. And then if they made it home in time to eat it, they'd eat it. Sometimes they didn't make it back, and it'd just be sat there the next morning, and I'd come in and clean it. But you know, whatever they want, I don't mind. They're paying, so it doesn't matter. But when we started making food, and they wouldn't let me, I started like making food, and they'd only let me leave it in the fridge for 3 days, which is, you know, what it should be anyway. And I started throwing loads of food away, like this deli food, like Scotch eggs that I'd made, like, you know, like nice Scotch eggs and nice little, only English kind of like mad stuff that you'd have in an English deli. Or and I was making stuff, and when it was going out of date and I was told to throw it away, I was asking, am I allowed to give it to the staff or take it? I'd even go into town and give it to the homeless. I just hate throwing good food away because this would last for another week, 2 weeks. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And they said no. And I was like,
well, they're lawyers, dude.
I can't take it. I can't take it to even give it to your staff. You know, they've got gardeners, they've got a PA, they've got a cleaner, they've got everyone. You know, a pool boy, they've got everything in their house. A mechanic, fucking every gardeners. Like I said, they had everything. I could have fed everyone really well, and they said no one's to get any of the food that goes in the bin. And I never got an explanation. But I just thought it was them thinking, well, no one's getting.
I'm going to speculate one or two things: that they get the food, and if someone gets sick, they sue them. Or the alternative is, what's the point of being upper class and eating like high-priced food if the poor people are going to eat it too? You can't give it to the poor people.
There you go.
Exactly. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. So I would just
or there's a third scenario: Marie Antoinette. Let them eat cake. They're afraid of losing their head.
It's mad. But they're just different types of people. Like if it was you and I, we'd be like, nah, I'm eating. Everyone's eating. If I'm full, fucking sound, sort it out. You know what I mean?
First of all, nothing against you. I'd never have a private chef. If I had a private chef, I'd have a food taster too. Like, because there's no way, man. Like I don't even like going to restaurants. I gotta cook my food, man. I just don't trust people.
Good on you. No, I wouldn't. I don't like people fucking with my food anymore either.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine someone being in your house, cooking in your kitchen and eating food, and then they're serving you food that they're not going to eat. Like, dude, the only way I'm eating this is if you're eating it too. Sit down.
Right. Sit down.
Yeah.
Grab a chair.
Now, that was the good thing when I worked for the Saudi Prince. Because we messed with his food, we got treated like royalty. Like,
I bet.
They had staff working for us just so the chefs were fucking well taken care of. Like when we flew in all the private sectors on the planes and all shit like this. First class if we went commercial. I only did 11 months, but it was a hell of a mad job.
Now, what if you say you're flying around with a Saudi prince.
Yes.
And then you went on Instagram and started posting pictures of like where you're hanging out and where you're going. What do you think would happen to you?
I wasn't allowed to have location services on my phone. It was very serious.
Okay. So there's this funny story about how this girl, for Lil Wayne, she was like the private chef for Lil Wayne and flying around. So then she starts putting like her location on Instagram, taking pictures of the food, taking pictures of his plane. And he fired her, and she's like suing the dude for $100 million. Like, you're a fucking moron. Like, you can't do that shit. That's like a security issue. Like, are you serious?
She'll have signed a contract to say that she can't lose or disclose that information.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's common sense. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't do that.
She'll get done. But mate, I've got videos. Like, so I went to a private island in the Seychelles, which so I was like, I've got to take fucking images of this. And I used to get my phone checked because I wasn't allowed to do, and I got like access into places where normal staff wouldn't and shit like this. And I was
security and all that shit. They got bodyguards, all that nonsense.
Everything, mate. Everything. Yeah. Searched on the way out. It wasn't. So this guy was an oil tycoon or something, mate. I saw the money. People say trillions. I saw that he's definitely a billionaire, 100%. I've seen it myself. I've been on the planes. I've seen the cars. We used to go, one of our jobs when we went to Geneva is we used to go to all the fucking watch shops and collect boxes full of watches. You know, like Patek.
Why though? Like,
they were gifts.
I don't understand though. Like, why are you trying to accumulate more stuff than you could possibly use?
Like, they're giving out fucking. Do you know what I mean? Like a $5 tip. They give out Rolexes like to. So one of the things that happened, like, I'm disclosing information I shouldn't be, but I don't give a fuck. Because now, one thing I did realize is that these people, they have the money to hide whatever they want. And I used to get walked. So say when I was in Jeddah, which is Saudi, there was a place called the JBP, which is the Jeddah Beach Palace. So this palace on the beach in Jeddah anyway. But when I was there, I was escorted from my room to the thingy, to the kitchen, and then back at the end of the day. Escorted back. And I was walking down the corridor. wasn't allowed to look other ways. I wasn't allowed to go off certain ways. And I was just thinking, I know I didn't think it at the time, but when I found out about adrenochrome, I was like, oh my God. I was like, they could have had fucking anything in any one of those corridors.
I was about to go there. Like, did you see any like totally degenerate behavior?
I know, and now I can't get it. I can't
just having some fucking orgies or something.
We had, I could tell you some people I know for guests. Obama, who's the black guy who's he was one of my favorite fucking actors until I realized he was racist. I mean, proper rape. Denzel Washington is a hella racist, like a massive.
Yeah, he is.
Let a white South African feed him. He won't let a white South African put food in front of his. He wouldn't let them put the food down. Allegedly, again, I didn't see this. This is just what I was told by the staff. But yeah,
did they ever ask if you know how to cook child's pituitary glands?
This is another thing, right? So have you seen, the depiction where they're fucking eating people? There's like yes, right? So there's there's a woman and there's blood in the thing, and
it's her head sticking out of the fucking, and they're eating her stomach and shit. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a chef, and I'm pretty high. I've worked 2 Michelin star, I've worked 1 Michelin star. I've worked in a Ramsay's place. I've worked in Marco's place. That's how I got into these jobs.
Right.
I've worked in some pretty big. I've done everything in catering, where it's barbecue, fucking family style events, weddings, fucking Christmas. You name it, I've had a go at it at some point. Fucking even to doing food trucks and stalls and stuff like that. Doing demos where you cook in front of a load of people.
That's awesome, dude. You're well rounded. Like that's awesome.
It was when I was a kid. I used to just take every job that, I used to sack off a job. I'd take a job and then leave it so I could go out and go clubbing, and then I'd start a new job. And I didn't know that was going to kickstart my career, because I worked in so many different fields. But anyway, the reason I mentioned, I forgot. Why did I mention that?
Eating people. We're eating people.
Pituitary glands of children.
Never been ever in my whole career a time where I've needed to make, apart from Halloween, and even then you do not make it perfect. I could make something, like, say if I was going to make some brownies and make them look like fingers or something, you could make them look perfectly like fingers, but you would never do that because we eat with our eyes. So wouldn't be appealing, and no one would eat them if they were really realistic. So when they do that depiction, I don't know how they even find the chefs to do that. Do you know what I mean? Because I thought I knew, but I thought I was pretty heavily into the industry, and then there's just that whole different sector. It's just like, wow. And then if it's real, you'll have the people like me who are putting it into proper decent meals. Do you know what I mean? If it's real, and it knocks me sick.
Well,
you ever seen that movie, The Hitcher? There's a scene in it, The Hitcher.
Yeah,
there's Rutger Hauer and C. Thomas Howell. But there's a scene in it where he's like, he orders French fries and he's not like paying attention to what he's eating, and he almost eats a finger. So yeah, I just thought of that. So there's like a psychopath following him around that's like murdering people. And the guy killed the lady in the restaurant, chopped off her finger, and put it in the French fries. So it's like a diner. So he ordered the food. They went back to make the food, and then she brings, and then I can't remember. The waitress brings the food out or something, and then he's just like eating the French fries, and then he looks down, and then it's a finger. It's not a French fry. It wasn't a French fry with ketchup, man. It was a finger with, blood.
What'd you think about
It's an awesome movie. You should watch it, dude. If you like into
I could see it, man. But
it's called The Hitcher.
The Hitcher. Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Yeah. So I'll give you the basic premise. The guy's driving. They had something called driveaways back in the day. You'd get paid to drive a car across America to deliver to somebody. Yeah. So he picks up this hitchhiker. But but this hitchhiker, he actually escapes. The thing is, nobody else ever escaped. So he spends the rest of the movie fucking with him. It's pretty cool, man. Rutger Hauer's a pretty good actor, especially back in the 80s. He was pretty good. Yeah, Rutger Hauer is the protagonist, or not the protagonist, the hitcher, the hitchhiker.
Yeah, sick. I'll watch it.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
There it is. It's in the live stream.
That full video.
Oh yeah, finger food.
Fuck. I love this place, man. Holy crap. Adam kills it, man. I don't know how you do that, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah, they don't make movies like this anymore.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They make some. I wouldn't say they don't. I mean, there are some cleverly made movies, man. Independent ones and shit. Could be pretty fucking interesting, man.
Some of the independent ones are good as long as it ain't woke shit. I mean, they're interesting, but I just think like, they're like, it's like the people that made them have ADHD. Like they can't stick to something. They try to like make it like edgy by like having the movie like jump all over the place, and you have to like figure it out. It's like, this is a romance. Fucking, why do I have to figure out a romance like a Scooby-Doo mystery?
Have you seen, talking about figuring out films, have you seen Memento?
Oh yes, that movie's awesome.
Bloody yeah,
my theory is he knew what he was doing the whole freaking time. That's my theory. He knew that he found the killer a long time ago, and he's just making an excuse to keep killing people.
Yeah, mate, that's a fucked up film. That like, I had to watch it 3 times, and I'm still like, did that just happen?
Now I'm gonna watch it tonight.
That's
I've seen it a couple of times. It's hard to like. I would say it's hard to figure it out. Some of the shit in it is so clever.
Yeah.
Like when he punches that girl and she leaves, and then she comes right back and she's like, "He punched me in the face."
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? That's nuts. And he's like, "What? Really?"
Yeah.
She said, "Teddy punched me in the face." He's like, "Why the hell did Teddy do that?" Like when he's the one who beat the shit out of her. Like,
it's fucked up, mate. It's mean. It's almost mean. Like, you're like, they're torturing him. But
they do. But like, he kills them, but they actually deserved it. So it's like
yeah,
everybody in this movie sucks. Like they're all fucking dirtbags.
Yeah, they all suck.
What's the guy's name? What's that? The actor's name? You know, is it Teddy? Is he the policeman?
Teddy the policeman. Was he even?
Yeah.
He was like an ex-policeman. He wasn't even really a policeman.
Wasn't even a real one. Yeah. What's his name? He's the one who's in Bad Boys as well, isn't he? He's the cop in Bad Boys, or Bad Boys 2. Yeah. Do you know what's his name?
I don't know his real name. I don't know off the top of my head. I still just by like that last scene, or maybe it's the first scene. He shoots him, and the last scene is where he shoots him. But I just got the inkling that he knew what he was doing the whole time.
Yeah.
Like he did have the memory problem, but like he knew he had found the killer. He knows at some point in that movie that he's already found the killer and killed him.
Yeah.
And like he just goes through it anyway. Like he's just like he has nothing else to live for, right? Because his brain's fucked up. So why not just keep searching for the killer, right? And just keep killing people.
Did he get him in the
and like getting that all over and over again? Like, I finally did it. I caught my wife's killer, even though in the back of his head he knows he didn't kill her. He caught his wife's killer a long time ago, and this is just some random person he's killing. But he gets that satisfaction again of accomplishing a mission.
So was it not Teddy?
I got to see this fucking movie now. Thanks.
I'm baffled.
Memento. It's bizarre. It's bizarre, man.
I just watched the preview. That looks weird.
Yeah, that's how good of a film it is, though. I mean, you can watch it a few times and you're still like, what happened?
You're playing shit in reverse.
You know, the best movies I've seen I didn't hear about beforehand. I just like ended up watching it, and like they just end up being good.
They haven't got too much what's the word? Publicity. Yeah, I'd never heard.
I think Memento I saw, like, I just like ended up like someone had like the DVD at their house, and I just ended up like watching it.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a blockbuster.
It's like a Pulp Fiction kind of movie, man.
Well, The Matrix too. The Matrix was fucked up because I went to see it. Like I got out of work early, so I just like went like in the middle of the day to the movie theater, like 1 o'clock, and like I thought it was like a vampire movie, like Blaze, because that movie Blaze the Vampire Hunter was out at around that time, and I seen them all in the leather trench coats. I'm like, this is just like a cheap Blaze knockoff, or Blade. Sorry, not Blaze, Blade.
No, man.
I thought it was just like a cheap Blade knockoff. I'm like, this movie's gonna suck, dude. And then it like opened up, and like the beginning of this, the beginning scene is like where she like kicks all the freaking police officers' asses. Like, I was like, whoa, this movie's a little different. Put it this way: there was people in the movie theater. I don't want to say their ethnicity, but they were really loud and talking, right?
Yeah.
Like they actually shut up. So I was like, this must be a good movie if they shut up.
Good.
Because
must be good. They shut. Dude, the graphics in The Matrix was mind blowing at the time, dude. It was so incredible. And
when he dodges the bullets.
Yeah, I mean that was just stupid awesome, man. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they do that with multiple cameras. So they got like, they're surrounded by like a ring of cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird tricks you can do by doing that. Like, I want to do some like real, like this is, I wanted to do some like, to get it back to flat Earth inadvertently. I've actually wanted to do some like observations using multiple cameras. They actually, they kind of make one. It's called an observatory, or maybe some like astronomer students. They made one, custom one, out of like off the shelf cameras. It's called a Dragonfly. So you know how a Dragonfly eye's got multiple irises.
Yeah.
You can take a picture, right, of something that's far away, and actually you get a little bit of parallax. So you get like a 3D perspective of what you're looking at, right? Because you can shift the image. So like that's like, we sit there and argue over like, is it curving? How much is hidden? Blah 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 blah. But we're always only looking at it from this like this one viewpoint. If we could get like two cameras synced that are like, you know, a mile apart or something, you could get a better idea. You could actually throw it into like, you can make a stereoscopic image, or even throw it in like VR glasses, right? And actually see, you'd get a better perception of what the actual terrain looks like.
Yeah.
I've thought about doing it on a weather balloon, right? Get a high altitude balloon and like have a gondola where the cameras are separated. Yeah,
I wanted to do the 2 balloon launch or 3.
I've got one.
100 miles apart.
I think you could use one balloon, right? And as long as you have like, so like you have your gondola hanging off, but the gondola would be like a long, like steel tube, right? And you put the cameras like say 30 feet apart, but they're but engineered so that they both point in the same direction, right? So when you take the image, whatever the distance is, right, between them, say it's 10 feet. When you like look at that photograph stereoscopically, it'll be as if you were a giant whose eyes were 10 feet apart, looking at the world. Right now, they're probably like 6 or 8 inches, right? I mean, so, but it would be as if you blew yourself up like, 10 times, 20 times.
I like it.
Yeah, so that's something I've thought about this for a while. I gotta start taking some GoFundMes and shit, dude, to do some flat Earth nonsense.
Should do. I'm always doing. Like, I don't do it. I've never tried to GoFundMe. I'd love to do that. I don't know enough flat earthers, but that's all I've been doing.
I've had a couple of ideas. One thing I want to do is get an infrared beacon and try to do an infrared camera and try to do a long distance observation. But the thing is, but I've actually researched this. You can't buy one. You can't buy one above a certain power. Only the military or the government can buy them.
Same with lasers. You know, you can.
Yeah. Same with lasers. Yeah.
You
have to make it if you want it. Like I mean, they used to actually. I remember back in the 80s. I don't know if you remember this, flat Earth dude, but if you made too powerful of a laser, there was like a limit, a civilian limit. If you made it above a certain power, they'd arrest you. You'd go to jail. Cryptography the same way. If you did cryptography, they would fucking seize all your shit, dude.
And you can't get the real good infrared glasses either. Goggles.
No.
Oh yeah, you gotta get the cheaper ones. Yeah.
Speaking of infrared, have you heard that infrared is so back in the day they used to use red for night vision. Now they use green. So allegedly, and again, I don't know, and I try to stay away from all the religious and spiritual stuff, because when talking the earth, we want to strictly, like what we were saying before, you want to strictly speak physical and tangible things that you can measure and things that are demonstrable.
Right.
But there are things that, like, there are some compelling testimonies about when people have worn these infrared lenses that they've been able to see demons. Have you ever heard of that? Like, there's a different band of spectrum, so like a different band of light that we can see, and that's what these.
I've heard. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
but I do know that there's some video evidence of the lights in the sky. That's what I was gonna say. That people have taken infrared cameras and just pointed at the sky, and there's like all sorts of shit flying around.
Well, this guy was actually wearing it while he was on a chopper gunner in a helicopter. This is in World War One. This is when they realized we can't use this anymore. And he started firing just randomly into the sky. And they were like, "Whoa, what are you firing at?" And he's like, "They're coming for us." And he's like,
"It's a fucking Matrix out here, man. Fuck, I got the sunglasses on." Yeah.
Again, he told me, but I believed it, and I was like, "Oh shit!" But I never believe anything. I entertained it, and I'm like, "All right." And I've not looked into it because
speculation. Again, on Sundays, man, we do like a little speculation day, man. Come on in and speculate. Man.
I'll come at the end of the week. I'll start joining this. To be honest, every now and again, I see my ass with flat Earth and just go, you know what, fuck them all. And then just focus on myself for a bit, because I spend too much of my time trying to help these people, and they don't give it's like, it's just a waste of time almost.
Yeah, dude. We recommend to everybody, everybody has to take a break for a little while. You can't do that. It's too mentally, spiritually exhausting.
Yeah, exactly, you can't that's why I didn't entertain that guy. It wasn't him. It's nothing personal. It's just like, mate, I've been down this road 1,000 times. I know where it ends, and I know your questions. I didn't say this, but it's just like, I don't want to entertain it because I'm protecting my own energy. That's it. And you mentioned Wixit.
Not everybody has to flat smack, man, but you can hang out with some flat earthers.
Mate, I'm
really kick around some cool stuff.
He was flat smacking someone earlier, and he picked him right out. Said he was an energy vampire. Like, picked him right out, and that's pretty much what he was.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm I do all mine face to face. Like, I go in the street. I've got a little microphone that I take. I try and I do it. People, I've never posted content ever. Like, I don't do it for content. I don't do it for likes or anything. I do it literally just me and this individual, and then I'll get them to think reasonable. Do you know there's a guy called Beyond the Imaginary Curve called Del?
Yeah, talk about Del, man. He's awesome.
Del yelled at me one day. That was fun.
I modeled my.
That doesn't surprise me.
Anyway, it was.
I love Del. His fire is like you got to respect that, dude. I respect anybody that's like.
That's exactly
fire inside.
I just fucking copy method, and that's that.
He used to hang out with a guy named Harry, who was he had a channel called Globe Lies, I think it was.
All right.
And Harry would go out and stand out in front of the universities and talk to the.
Yeah, Del does the same thing. He does.
Del and him. You actually used to do it together, and
both doing it. Posted them. Like we do it. Like, I've got some signs made up. Like that we'll go. To be honest, me and my mate aren't. Well, he's been. We haven't been seeing eye to eye a lot lately because of something that happened. But
yeah,
it's just life in it. But
shit happens.
We went to Barcelona recently. We were doing it there. There was like there was an event on in Barca, so we were like, right, let's go over and we'll see what's going on, see how many flat earthers there are over there. We've been doing it for a while now, but it's like you're getting nowhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, people, even when you start getting a little bit of interest and you prove it, they just go, oh well, what would it matter to me anyway? As soon as you prove it to anyone, that's the next thing. Oh, well, say you get your way and everyone believes in flat Earth tomorrow, what's going to happen? It's like, well, yeah, that question can't be answered, but.
Well, hopefully all the corruption would stop.
Exactly. You know,
that would be nice.
Feed the poor.
Can we start with that? Can we start with getting rid of the corruption? Okay, that'd be good.
Let's clothe the, let's.
Right. Let's stop going to space, spending fucking trillions of dollars doing that stupid shit. Let's fix this shit down here first, assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
I just shout at people. That's why my approach. And if you ever hear, like, I do a TikTok live, where everyone else, like, I've just come on there and just seen what was going on. I only use TikTok because I was banned from Instagram, banned from everything else. So I thought, fuck it, I'll try TikTok. And that was only, it was 2 months ago now, but within 3 weeks, I only posted like 20 posts, and one of them got like 1.2 million views.
Oh,
I was like,
shit.
This is amazing. This is Flat Earth getting 1 million views. I was like, what? So I stayed on it. And then literally 2 days later, banned. So I've started a new account. That's because I started going live. Like my first live.
Let me ask you, Saint, man. I mean, you're just talking Flat Earth. You're not talking about the Coco 19 pokes and the.
I avoid the boogeyman disease. I never mention that.
Flat Earth, and they're kicking you off just for that.
No. They didn't kick me off for that. No, they kicked me off. They banned me for hate speech. I was talking Flat Earth, but what did I say? I can't even remember what I said now. I think I said faggot.
Yeah,
that's it. I think I said faggot, and I've been banned for that.
That was it.
What? You're in the UK, man. That means cigarette.
Yeah, I want to see the
cigarette, man.
Sounds banned for. Here we go. I'll post the screenshots now. Have a look. This is what I'm banned for at the moment.
So Nick, man, like it kills me when they say
There you go. Have a look at that.
Why would it matter to me anyway? Right?
Yeah.
They're sitting there getting pummeled with globe propaganda, globes, astronaut space. They never said why did it matter anyway. They never asked themselves that one single time. Why would it matter anyway?
Penis, man.
Oh yeah, penis equals man. Yeah, that's what I've been banned for at the moment.
Was that the title of your video?
Nope, that's just what I've commented in someone's live.
You commented, so you typed that into.
I typed that exact thing, and I've been.
Okay. Yeah, man. Didn't you know women can have penises? You didn't know that?
So stupid of me.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers says
I have an equation that proves it. Like
Mr. Rogers said that only girls can have babies.
I'm waiting for Kindergarten Cop to get banned off the frickin' out of the world because, that little kid says, men have penises, women have vaginas. So, that's controversial now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie called Kindergarten Cop. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Oh, yeah. It's been a while.
But there's a little scene where one of the little kids in the kindergarten, his father's a gynecologist. So the kid just basically runs around all day saying, men have penises, women have vaginas.
Yeah.
It's fucking, yeah.
It's fucking
that's controversial now. Like that kid's a misogynist bigot. Now the freaking 5-year-old bigot now.
Yeah, it's fucking wrong.
There comes a point where you laugh at all of it, bro. I mean, the sickest fucking shit. You're going, motherfuckers, man. You fucks. Fuck off. And then you just go on your day, and it doesn't fucking phase you at all. It doesn't phase me at all, man. I can see the craziest shit. I'd be like, fuckers.
Look, I would ignore them, but it's getting to the point where, they're trying to, affect school children, affect government policy, affect all sorts of weird stuff. Otherwise, I would just ignore them. But when they're trying to change the world.
Yeah, same thing. If it wasn't affecting my day-to-day life, I would just let them know about their business, like they have been for the last 3,000 years or what.
3 years, man. 3 years.
Woo. Well, I mean, before we were here. Do you know what I mean? They've been doing what they want since way before. I think.
Way before. But they've really been putting on a cuck show over the last 3 years, man. Are you kidding me?
If I hadn't me doing my shit, I would have never even fucking. I'd have just gone. I would have never taken a vaccine, but I'd have gone.
They were trying to make you wear a mask while you're cooking in a hot kitchen and shit, bro. That was fucked up, man.
Never happened to me. I never put a
I
mask
know,
on.
but they were trying to get you to fucking. I saw a lot of chefs, man, back there fucking sweating their fucking faces off. I was like, damn, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I legit saw people playing basketball with masks on. Like, what the fuck, dude? Full court basketball wearing a mask in the summer. Like, you're crazy, dude. You're going to die here.
You're going to die, dude. You're going to hyperventilate. You're going to, fuck. You're going to have a headache in the morning for sure, man.
Is it percussion? What is it when you blow through an instrument? What's that? Like a saxophone and stuff like that? Is that
wind instruments? Yeah, they had those holes in the mask for the wind instruments. I swear to God.
I mean, I'd have, just out of principle, just out of common sense, if they'd have given me one of them, I said I just wouldn't put that on, just for the sheer fact that it doesn't work and that people will laugh at me.
Right. Yeah,
just for wearing.
You know what those masks reminded me of? They reminded me of crotchless panties for some reason.
There you go. You guys are really good at making fun of all this shit too, man.
You got it, haven't you?
It's low hanging fruit, man. Like anyone can do this job.
How can you stay sane in this current climate?
Laughter is such a huge help, man, for me. Making fun of it, just telling them to fuck off is so easy to me now. I mean, see the most craziest propaganda, you're like, fuck off. Go away. Get the hell out of here with that. I mean, there's some crazy shit coming down the pike this week, man. We got all kinds of shit happening out here in California, man.
What's that?
A bunch of people getting shot and shit, and I'm like,
do you reckon it's real, or is it like false flags trying to scare you? Or
who knows?
Did they pass the reparations shit out there?
Say again?
Slave reparations. Did they pass that in California?
No, that's just in the fucking news. Nobody's gonna pay those fuckers $5 million.
Like, think about it. Think about it though. California never had slavery.
That's just a distraction.
So a state that never had slavery is going to pay reparations from people that never owned slaves to people that never were slaves. What the fuck is that?
You guys got to look at the fucking voice text, man. Straight away.
That's freaking awesome, dude.
I don't know. It's the same. You don't know about the Black Swan? Do you know about the Black Swan?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah.
9 miles away.
No, it's like 10 miles. The horizon's beyond 10 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah.
It's been one of our go-to explanations of why we see too far.
Oh yeah.
And it's been kicked around here for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And he put it in that little movie clip there for your Mementos movie. That's great. Love you, brother.
I've not been on.
Yeah, we those part of our trying to explain somebody,
Yeah, sorry, I've literally missed that.
It's all right. All right, man. We'll catch you up. But yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, that's great. That is freaking great, dude.
Yeah, there we go.
That.
So, there are 4 types of people you'll meet in life. People who try to free the slaves, the slave masters, the people who have no idea they're slaves, people who like being slaves. It does not exist.
Well, yeah, back in the 90s, my brother-in-law, he's like, dude, we're all slaves. I'm like, I go, what? What the fuck are you talking about, man? We're free, bitch. He goes, dude, man, we're all slave. We're all working for the man. I don't know. It took me a couple years spinning that one through my head, I was like, no, man, nobody's forcing anybody to go to work at McDonald's. That was my answer, I'm like, oh, fuck. I see what he meant by we're all slaves.
Yeah. It took me a while. To be honest, one of the biggest questions I've always asked is, what is money? And I know one of my answers to myself, I'd always say, even as a kid, it does grow on trees. Because it was always paper. It's not now; it's plastic shit. But it was paper back in the day.
Yeah.
And it's like it just grow on trees. Why can't they just make more money? And it's not about making more money, obviously. But I used to think that, and I'd never been able to wrap my head around money. And then when I started really thinking about it, it's like we're supposed to be the most intelligent creatures here, but we're the only fuckers that pay for basic survival resources: food, shelter, and water. The three basic survival resources. And so I try and lead with that because there's a lot of people who still will fucking deny that they're even a slave. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's one of my go-to ones when I'm doing this.
India and I last night, we were talking about the money and the banking and the lending of the mortgages and the absolute cuck shit system that they've put in place, man. It is absolutely a trick fuck from hell, man. It's crazy.
Money is a joke. I want to sell. I could sell out some way and go and make good money, but you have to compromise yourself in ways. It's like just like selling your soul kind of thing.
Yeah. Yep. I think you're doing great. I mean, you got a skill. You can work anywhere in the world, man, and that's fantastic, man. Even in the shittiest places in the world, you could work, man.
I've done that. I've been there, done it. Honestly, I just fell into it. I never wanted to be a chef. It was never a passion. I was expelled at an early age, and we were just like, "Look, you need to get a job. We're not going to give you any money."
Right, man. Same thing with me, man. I didn't want to be a piano tuner, but
is that what you do?
I got exposed to it, and I got hanging out with these people, and they're like, "Hey, you want to work on the piano?" I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "I'll pay you." I'm like, "Cool." Yeah.
Kind of job in music. Are you musically talented at all? Do you
I play guitar and drums, and
not very well.
I can sing a little bit. I can hold a tune.
Oh, I love that.
But I'm no.
Do you go and make anything? Like, do you try and produce anything yourself? Or
I did some stuff in the past. I haven't done much lately.
Back to it.
I just. But I'm in the biz. I'm in the music biz, fixing instruments and shit.
Sick. Well, of course,
yeah, it's all right. It's better than 9 to 5, man. Or
mate.
It's probably a lot like cooking. It's just kind of cooking is being a chef, man. It's usually dinner time, unless
Yeah.
Running a restaurant's a nightmare, man. Fuck that, huh?
It's a shit. I promise you. Ask any chef who's done, who's done their time. There won't be a chef who'll tell you to be a chef.
Nah,
a real chef.
My nephew's 21. Just turned 21 a few months ago. He's already an executive head chef.
Sick. Good on him.
Fuck off. 21. He's a Mediterranean chef here in Southern California. What's that saying? What?
I said. Oh, sorry, I'm fuzzy. I said sick. Good on him.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Yeah, I'm so proud of him.
Is that what he wanted to do?
He put in he started when he was like 16.
Yeah.
Underneath the owner, and the owner retired and sold the business. And part of the deal was to make Evan an executive head chef.
That's class.
And it was like, oh shit. Yeah, it was kind of classy. It was a family-owned restaurant. The guy been there like 32 years.
Oh, nice.
And he took over, man. And so I'm a big chef fan. But yeah, he doesn't love it because he's an executive head chef. He's been doing it about 9 months now.
Yeah,
I can tell, man. It's tearing
him apart.
Well, you can tell, man. He's working every day.
He's got a lot of stuff on his. He'll have staff and.
Yeah, you got it's just all ordering the food and everything, and make sure it gets there. And
it's a stressful life. Is it awful? If it fucks up, no one's going to go and speak to the KP or You know, manager, they'll be straight to the chef. Where's the food? It's fucking well stressful.
Yeah. Fortunately, in Southern California, we have a lot of people that speak Spanish, and he speaks Spanish too. So
sick.
That's pretty cool, man. I mean, that helps a lot.
Yeah.
Because man, there's so many Spanish speaking food workers in this state, dude. There's millions of them, man. Fucking millions. I mean, you could barely go to McDonald's and go, "Can I get a Big Mac?" Or yeah. Like, what? They don't even speak English, and it's crazy.
You guys speak a lot of fucking Spanish just naturally, don't you?
Yes.
In America.
I mean, we teach it here in schools, and then there's so much Spanish.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just millions and millions of Spanish-speaking people here in California, man.
Yeah. I've started learning. I started learning in lockdown. So I was like, if I'm gonna come out with this with anything, I'm gonna try and learn something. So I tried to learn Spanish.
So during the lockdown, man, were you able to get some gigs? Like, just hey, I'll come over and cook for you, man.
Nah, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
No. It was because there was no flights. So all my work is abroad. There aren't many people in the UK, and if they are in the UK, they're usually stuck here in the UK. So they either have that all sorted, and I'm not one to want to go to work in London. So there's not very many gigs in the UK.
Okay.
So I was like, I just didn't look. I still haven't looked. It's been 3 years. I haven't worked since. Luckily, I have my place, and I've been able to pulled out some money for the time.
You've been able to fill the gaps, man. Fill the gaps.
Yeah, just about, mate. Just about. I've literally been waiting for payday, struggling to make ends meet at the moment, but it'll all sort itself out.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do for life, really. Now I've woken up, it's like I don't want to work. It's not that I don't want to work; it's that I want to. All my efforts, I want to be going to positive change. Do you know what I mean? Like something happening. Whether it's like I've basically taken the last 3 years to learn to pass on information because I knew that we didn't know when I woke up to stuff. I knew that we didn't have truth. So I thought, well, that's what we're going to need. So I just tried to siphon through shit. And then I hope that at some point we're all going to get reimbursed for our time. Do you know what I mean? Like at some point, I think
we will.
I think the new currency is going to be information. That's what I think.
So you said you've been into this a couple of years. So was it during
3 years? I've always known about most of the conspiracies.
Okay.
But
all right.
Flat Earth, I was first faced with Flat Earth in 2014, and I didn't have a single argument. It was a very brief, like a 30-second conversation on it. A friend of mine from New Zealand came over. Well, a friend of a friend, and he said, "Hey, the Earth's flat." And I'm like, "Okay."
Shut up. Let me get you a beer, man. You're drunk.
He told me. What did he tell me? He said, "Hey," he was like, "Yo, and this is why." And he said, "Because all water lies flat." And I was like, "Fucking A, of course it is."
Of course.
I was like, "Yeah, of course." And then that was it. That was it. If he'd have showed me some photos or showed me some crime, I'd have been interested. Do you know what I mean? If he'd have proved that they, if he'd have gone, look at these fake photos and look how NASA's involved and look at all these corporations that are involved, I'd have woken up then and there, and I'd have, But he didn't do that. He literally just said, water's flat. I was like, so it is. And he didn't spark interest. I just didn't have it. Yeah. It didn't interest me.
That's one of our favorite go-tos around here. Water lays level and flat. I mean,
bubbles rise. Water.
It's a good old, it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. It's a good one, man. Yeah. Gas pressure without a container. That's one of my favorites. Personally.
The average person struggles to get their head around that.
Yeah, I have to pick up a water bottle or a Coke can or something.
Deodorant. So what are you gonna just put a little hole in that? And see?
Let me see your beer here. Hey, we got Shane 1111. Has no rolls. If anybody wants to talk to him. Oh, he's muted.
I unmuted him. So
Shane.
he can unmute himself now.
Shane 1111 has been a member in this server since November 6th of 2022.
How long has this been going?
We've been going on this server. I think we just passed our 3rd year.
Yeah, it's about 3.
And back in like November, somewhere around there. And then this server, a lot of people from this server came from another server that got destroyed.
Right. Yeah. Indigo was saying that, mentioned that a second ago. Yeah, that's sound.
We had like, I don't know, 50,000.
That server was started off with ODDTV.
Right. ODD and Karen B.
I posted an ODD photo before, you'd probably noticed. What do you think about ODD?
Makes great music, man. His Flat Earth, his videos were just fucking shit, man. No doubt about it. He didn't pull any punches.
Yeah, I love his shit.
All his shit is still up. He's never been taken down for all the copyrights and shit he used.
Did he use copyright? No. Well, I think he's part of. Do you know with the for example, does anyone know Flat Earth Dave? Not Flat Earth Dave as in David Wise. I mean English Dave.
Flat Earth Dave. Yeah, I know Flat Earth. He used to
allegedly
do live
Dave.
He used to do live streams with what's her name?
He's fallen off lately. I called him out. I fucking love that guy as well.
He used to do live streams. I can't remember her name, man. Fuck. They used to do like tag team.
Yeah, what do they call it? Something like Flat Earth, hot potatoes or something?
No, it wasn't Patricia Steers. I don't know. It was some English chick, man. She was smart as fuck too, man.
Roxanne.
No, Roxanne's pretty smart too, but she was another chick. She was more hippie.
But can I expose Dave for a sec?
What's that?
Joe Gibson.
I can expose Dave as a fucking part of the establishment. Well, you can make that decision yourself. Do you know what a crisis actor is? I know you know, obviously. I'm just fucking saying.
We know, yeah.
Oh, that's one of them. So Dave was a crisis actor for 9/11.
Shut up.
Hey, you can literally type in allegedly Dave firefighter, and you'll get his.
Allegedly Dave. That's a different Dave.
Allegedly Dave, the black Dave.
Allegedly Dave is the black guy.
Yeah, the black guy.
On the TV show that we all
watch. We call him Flat Earth Dave. Well, I call
Dave.
him.
I actually was on some live streams with allegedly Dave. Long time ago, man. Long time ago. Like this, hanging out, like on a hangout.
Oh yeah. I met him. I went down to. Do you know the guy? Oh, what's his name? Flat Thumbs. What's his name?
Did you ever meet Martin Leakey? Did you meet Leakey or?
Yeah, that guy. So I met him.
Yeah.
I went down to one of his events in 2020.
Yeah.
And I went and met there was like a couple hundred people who went there. It was a very massive turnout. And Dave was one of the speakers, and I had a good chat with him. I spoke to him for about an hour after it at the end, and we got on really well. But I've got a good, like I don't know, like a spider sense. I don't know how to explain it. I can tell when someone's bullshitting me. Yeah, I think we all have it. You can tell when someone's lying in your face or when someone's not being 100%. There's a gut feeling there, and I love the guy and the gut feeling from the beginning, but I just didn't know what it was. And now I've gone back and looked into it and thought about it. This guy didn't believe. It was almost like he was looking at me. He liked me and he was pitying me. Do you know what I mean? In a way. It was like a pity. It was like, oh shit, lad, you haven't fallen for this too. Do you know what I mean? Almost in a way. And I was asking him about it, and I could just tell that he wasn't 100%. He wasn't believing what he was selling. And again, I didn't know what that meant at the time. I was just like, that was a bit weird. That was a weird, because we got on and we gelled, and this guy is flat Earth. He is flat Earth to me, and I've learned loads through him. However, he didn't want to mention anything to do with flat Earth in the whole conversation. We were talking about life, and I kept trying to fucking talk about flat Earth, and it was almost like he was avoiding talking about it. And again, this didn't make any sense to me until I found out that he was, and all of this, he even admits to all of it. So he just type in allegedly Dave.
I'm looking at it now.
Scroll through.
It's already here.
What do I use for a search query?
That's an actor's photograph. Yeah.
Just go to our go click the live stream voice text, man.
Okay.
Are you on it? Sorry, my phone's fucking shut. Let's see.
Dude's sitting in a fucking Ferrari, man. What the fuck?
Oh man, you've got the there you go. There you go.
There you go, motherfucker. Sitting in a fucking Ferrari, man. A bitchin' one too. There he is acting. He's acting. He's a firefighter, man, and he looks so serious.
Where's he saw 2 planes hit the towers? I think that's what it says, something like that.
Yeah, Day Full of Horror. It's called. Yeah, there's the fucking. Oh my god, what a fucking fuck shit show we're living in, boys and girls.
Even our favorite flat earthers, mate, are part of it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not taking anything away from flat Earth. I'm just saying the people like ODD. He's in it. I've called them. I haven't called them all out. As in, like I've picked.
I ain't seen ODD in a Ferrari yet. Does he got a Ferrari?
But one thing about ODD, and again, no discrimination about anyone personally, but the agenda we're fighting here. The ODD's girlfriend is actually a man dressed up as a girl, so. The transgender, I think his husband is a, and again, each their own. Anyone can do it, but it kind of feeds into that agenda a little bit.
Don't believe us. Check it out for yourself.
Exactly. I don't know.
We don't know.
I've never even looked because I really like his music, and I think, fuck, how could a guy resonate in the music like that with the lyrics and then still be on the other side? I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But sometimes I just don't want to know. I don't want to know. I know what I know.
My whole thing with ODD was like, if flat Earth and using, dude, I did a music show for years now, and I play a certain song, man. My shit gets taken down immediately.
Yeah.
And this guy's using movie clips all over the fuck all with music and everything, and it's like, how the fuck? Why isn't his channel taken down?
Yeah,
and he's got like 300,000 subscribers or something.
Well, let me tell you about the old server. So people that were in, because he had a 24/7 flat Earth stream, ODD TV did, and people that were in his chat, right, the live stream chat, they decided to make a Discord, right? So that people could like have like more extensive conversations than YouTube chat, I guess. And I came to the old server from there, and there were so many trolls in it that I actually left.
Right.
I ended up coming back a month. I came back like a month later, and like some of the mods, like the admin here, Me More Vet, and other people were, we're cleaning it up. Like basically, as soon as they made Me More Vet. He's Memeless Aurelius in here now. That's his name he uses now. But they made him mod, and he just like fucking just purged the place of all the cancer. Like he cut the cancer out, and like then it became like livable because like they were posting like scat porn and just like it was just a cesspool of nonsense.
It was a cesspool shithole.
Yeah. So, but ODD, I think he came in the server like one time, and he basically told us that. Oh, I don't have time to do any of this.
Yeah.
But it just rung a thing. Like he didn't talk about flat Earth when he was in the server either. That time, that I think 2 times maybe that he was in there, he never talked about it. And at that point in time, the Discord server, I think we had like 2,000 people, so it was fairly large. Like, because a lot of people didn't know about Discord. So like there weren't like large Discord servers just generally.
Well, Jose Mesa was in all that shit too, right?
Yeah, like a lot of people that had wrench power in the chat ended up coming into the Discord, and it just like grew from there. But we just like doing our thing on Discord, we kind of like branched away off it. It's kind of like branched off of YouTube because YouTube only like YouTube is like full of trolls and like you can't have like a real conversation with people. You know what I mean? It just can't happen because even in the YouTube chat, because there's the text limit and then there's then people getting porn bombed and like you can't like there's like limitations to like what you can do on YouTube. So like we just wanted to leverage this, right? So we can actually talk to like normal, ordinary people, have real conversations about it, and not like, just fighting anti-flat earthers all day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, mate, I'm just trying to find one of the other photos. There's a photo of Dave literally modeling in this fireman suit.
I see it. It's right there, man. It's right there. If that's not a Hollywood cuck shot, man, fuck off, man. That is so cucky, dude. With the fucking axe. With an axe, really? Yeah, fuck off.
It can't be a coincidence that a guy who he's not actually a firefighter as well. You've got to remember he was It says in the news article that he's a fucking volunteer.
Volunteer, right?
Volunteer have to fucking dress up like that and do a fucking proper Hollywood photo shoot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And then why would he get the front page of the news, mate? It's
insane, man.
It fucking wound me up.
Well, it's funny though because it says he was offered a job in the World Trade Center on the 40th floor, and then he just happened to be across the river. And that's where he took a firefighter job. So he has a nice clean view of downtown Manhattan, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah, that's a hell of a coincidence. Because New York City's a pretty big place, man. I've been there lots of times, man.
Dude, all the times I heard him, hanging out with people like us, man, he never mentioned any of that shit, man.
And like, it's hard to believe he even got to be a firefighter. Like, there's long ass waiting lists for that shit. And you think you're like a random foreigner is going to come into New York City, into the metro area of New York City, which has something like 50 million people.
Right.
And a firefighter job is high paying, right? You get like crazy benefits. There's long ass waiting lists to even get in the school to become a firefighter. Hey. And he's just going to sail across the Atlantic Ocean and just like, oh, I want to be a firefighter? That's just preposterous to me.
And he drinks his own pee-pee.
Yeah, he does.
No. No.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
You nearly convinced me to do that.
Oh, I never ever was convinced, man. I'm like, nah, I don't think I'm going to do this, bro, man.
Does it? And I say, mate, whoa, don't do that. I said, but you're taking information from a guy who I can prove as a shill, and it's like
that's just interesting.
Go on. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say this. You know how in earthquakes people get stuck under the rubble and drink their own pee? I'm dying of dehydration. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm going down. Fuck this. Piss. Yeah, I met some survivalists. They're like, dude, don't. No. I mean, no. Lick the leaves in the morning.
Like, how does that even work? Like, how do you stay hydrated off of pee? I never bought those stories because like urine is like salt water, only worse.
Like salt water, yeah.
And like you'll die of thirst drinking salt water. You can't drink salt water and be hydrated. It don't work.
No, it's not gonna work. Yeah.
A lot of people died at sea finding that out. Like, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. That's a scientific fact. We don't have to guess about that one, dude.
Yeah, pretty much. If you drink 2 cups of salt water, you might as well just fucking call it a wrap. Like that's it. That's a wrap, dude. Like you're done.
Mate, I can't find this picture of Dave where he's in the fire, where he's got the axe. Can you post that?
Shit, here, I got it right here.
And also, when everyone else sees it, you can't unsee it.
I got it, man. Give me shit.
Because fucking mate, I couldn't find that. I'm so glad you found that because I tried.
It's fucking great, man. Cool.
of the fucking newspaper. That's
absolutely tits, man. Are you fucking kidding me? And it's 632 Wildwick is his fucking helmet. Yeah.
632.
632, baby. All right, I'll post the
the globe model. Confidence in the result was always.
There you go. Right there we go. That is so cock. That is so cock. That's super fucking cock. Fucking shit, man. I can't make that shit up. Dave, if he was on here right now, I would be calling his ass out going, Dave.
Exactly.
All right. What the fuck, Dave? What were you thinking? Tell me, man.
Did he say he actually saw, I'm sure it says he saw the planes with his own eyes or something, maybe. Twist of fate. Basildon's Dave Murphy could have ended up helping firefighters at the Trade Center, but didn't get from work on time. So I haven't even read this.
He said he saw the second play. Apparently, Checkmate's double checking it. All right. This place is like a fucking research shithole fucking center, man. Yeah. Anybody wants to fucking... What do you want to talk about? Ants that fart. Okay, hold on. I got something for you. Like, what? Ant farts? Oh, fuck yeah. We got that covered, man. Hold on. It's like... It never ceases to amaze me around here, man. I mean, I hope you guys feel the same way, man. It's like, okay. I did not know this about Dave, man. I would have called his ass out so fast.
Yeah.
It would have been like, fucking, here comes the carpet, man. You fucking jump up because I'm pulling it, bitch.
Well, I think he's been called out in the last year, because I made sure I let a lot of people know when I found out at the end of 2020. Wow. I haven't heard anything from him since. He must have turned down going into the new level video. He must have turned that down because he was in.
He did an anti. I think he did like an anti Coco Poke. Get your booster over here. Booster rocket.
That was the last video I saw where he did that. He
was doing like anti something back in like 2021 maybe.
Yeah.
Right. That was like the last thing I saw him do.
I've seen him do. Honestly,
it was like 45 minutes, hour, something. It was a pretty long little video.
It was. He did Pharmacia. Don't know if anyone saw that. It was a brilliant video.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't that ODD that started with the Pharmacia thing?
No, it was ODD. That's what I'm saying. ODD did Pharmacia. And he said that there was a second version that was supposed to be coming out. He never did that. It's almost like all the fucking, apart from David Wise, all of the main content creators for Flat Earth that they had have stopped. They killed one of them. What's his name? Did they kill him or?
Russian vids? No.
Fucking, what's the other guy? Did he die or?
Skiba died. Yeah.
That was genuine.
I believe so.
Because he's also there's a lot of he's also got a lot of Freemason ties, and like I can't turn a blind eye.
I met Skiba, shook his hand, looked him in the eye.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
First of all, man, the guy was in incredible shape, man. I mean, this dude. I mean, he could have been a fucking a football player or something. I mean, this dude was in. This is probably the most fit person I've ever met in my life, dude. This guy he didn't have an ounce of fat on him. I was like, holy shit, man, this guy's,
in shape.
Incredible. I mean, I was like tripping. And did he get a cold and some flu and they put him on a ventilator? I don't know, man. I think that's what happened, man. I think it was targeted almost. The guy,
part of it, and he's just done another 2-pack. He's another 2-pack, another biggie. Could be. Like I try not to write off anything with what I believe it is because.
Right. Yeah, we don't want to like. I'm gonna put my cement shoes here, and I'm standing on this rock. No, I mean,
every time I do that, I'm wrong. So I'm just like, I'm
Me
open
too,
to
I wouldn't say I'm always wrong, but I knew that they were giving out money in 2007, 2006, and they're like, "Here, we want to get a bunch of money out of your house," and I'm like, "No, I don't think it's a good idea."
Who's
And
doing
I
that?
was right, man. I was like, okay, I was right. I knew something was afoot, man. Something's wrong.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
good.
I just lucked out and had the right intuition, as we were talking about earlier, man. And you just know shit when you know it. It's like, it's a gut feeling. You can't scientifically say, hey, man, there's no way to prove our feelings of situations and how people present them to themselves to us. We can't prove that it was like, oh man, this guy smells like a shill, man. But in here, man, I've seen the best of the best try to come in here and fool these people in here on this Discord with I'm a flat earther. What are you guys doing, man? I want to hang out. They're like, oh shit, here comes a fucking Mongo trying to make fun of us.
Yeah.
And we can sniff that shit out in like a half a second, man. I mean, it's amazing how fast we can sniff.
My analogy for that is like trying to sneak into Mexico because you're wearing a sombrero. Right? Look, man, I'm Mexican. I got a sombrero on. Like, I'm sneaking here. So they act. Yeah, their LARP is like they have an idea of like what we think, and that's how they try to fake being a flat earther because they actually have no idea what we think. So it's so obvious. They stick out like a sore thumb. It's super obvious.
Oh, I know the type. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, it's funny though. It's hilarious.
It is funny. That's why I keep hanging around here because it is hilarious. You hear people coming here like, well, what about satellites, man? And then you explain satellites for 30 minutes, and they're like, well, what about the moon? They're just jumping all over the place. And that
funny part. Sorry.
Go ahead, Saints. Nick.
Someone mentioned before. They said it was like reading a script, and then one of the lines is, "I think we can all agree that," and then they say something, and when someone said that in the comments, I went, "Oh my god, I hear that all the time." And they do the deflection. Well, I think we can all agree that.
Yeah, that's like a little propaganda tactic to try and slip something in, right? To slip in like an assumption or some premise. They'll like sandwich it in the sentence somewhere.
Everyone involved, and then sway the conversation. They're not geniuses. They've got like it's just a foolproof. I don't know.
It's not foolproof. It's not even at this point, man. I swear to God, Indio and I and Nick, Saint Nick, man. If those Mongos came in here, they wouldn't last fucking 2 minutes, bro. They're not even. If Timbo's here, man, forget about it. I'm knocking it down to at least 1 minute.
Do you know where you want to go? Get onto TikTok. Honestly, I know.
I've heard, dude, man. I was an early TikToker, but
need of some people who are ferocious on there, because you've got flat earthers who are actually debating these people, thinking they're going to win an intellectual argument.
Right.
When you can come close, yes, but all they have to do is laugh. That's it. They can just say a statement and then laugh, and all the idiots are going to laugh along with them because they think that they're laughing at you and you're a flat earther and you're stupid. And these flat earth people who are going into these debates, they're not, like I said, they're not ferocious enough. They don't know that they're the ones who are in charge of the debate. They feel like they have something to prove, and they want to prove to everyone that the world's flat, when it's the opposite. You just need to keep fucking.
That's it, Saint Nick.
Pointing that finger at the.
There's a guy that comes in here a lot. His name's Miggy.
Yeah.
He's a super powerhouse at this point, man. He's turned the page to an extreme level, and he's really pushing hard and saying, "Look, man, we are not on the defense here, people.
Yeah, it's true. We're not,
and we're not, and
we're on the Arsenal. Yeah,
and that's our position at this point. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me. We've got so much information now. We are absolutely crushing these people to oblivion, as they say.
Yeah.
And it's been a great transformation, man. I'm glad I stuck through this whole process so far. And I know St. Nick, I know you get burnt. Man, you just got to take some time for yourself. I get that, man. But at the same time, man, we got to keep our feet on the fucking metal, on the pedal, man. We got to keep going.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, that's why I focus on people. I walk out into the street and I'll stop people. I say, do you have a few minutes? So can I ask you a few questions? Oh, what about? I say, well, I'd just be interested in interviewing you if it's possible. And then I'll pull out my little microphone and I just say, like, no cameras, nothing like that. I just want to get some honest responses from you. And I basically run through a lot of like Dell's questions. I've got a lot of my own. I've said a few of them tonight. You kind of get your own little thingy set up. And I feel like it compared to what I do online and whatever has happened online, I'm always getting breakthroughs when I do it face to face. But when it's behind the screen, people, like, what did Mike Tyson say? People are too comfortable with saying stuff without getting a smack in the face. And it's true. So people will, when people are on the other side of their phone, they're just in their own head and like no one's really challenging them. They're just thinking about it themselves, so they don't really think properly. So when you can get them face to face, I don't know, I think that's the best way. That's what I try and do anyway.
Well, it's good for you. It's good for them. I mean,
the thing about TikTok is like how do people actually present evidence on TikTok in the debate?
It's you can use a video. So me personally, I just have photographs that are already pre-saved in my thing, and then I'll pull, like for example, the ones I posted on the moon earlier. If someone was trying to say to me that the moon's a solid object that you could land on, I've got loads of videos that I could use and talk people through. That's how I do it. I use my own content to walk people through it, and that's how I get the whatever on the TikTok. But I think it's mainly because like I got the first week I only got like 100 views on my lives, and then there was one day where I had an argument with someone and it just went to like 600-700 people. I was like, man, I'm gonna do this all the time. So I just started not shouting, but like I won't entertain the Globe at all. And if a Globe person comes in, I'll literally just fucking shred it and just say, look, I'm not going to, and explain why. So how
does it work? Is it like anybody can join, multiple people, one person? Like
1,000 followers to be able to join. Once you've got 1,000 followers, you can join someone's live. And like you can get up to 6 people in a live, which is what happens. So like I was in one with 6 people today, and these they'll make sure it's like 5-on-1 as well. So you need to come prepared, and there'll be 5.
That's not a problem.
Yeah, there's about 5.
Dude, when you don't have the evidence, you don't have the evidence. You could have 1,000 people. It's not a problem. It's like not a problem. Like,
mate, honestly, like. Get on that. Like I'm gonna start. Like I've been banned, so I've only just started again. I've just got 800 followers on my new account, so I'm gonna start going lives again. But it takes a while because it's not censored, but there has to be interest. Do you know what I mean? That's what it works off algorithms. So if there's no interest, you're not gonna get anywhere. That's why it's best to fucking try and trigger people if you can.
Yeah, I mean, that's TikTok's thing is to create the dopamine rush.
Exactly, yeah, and it's a horrible thing to do, but you got to do it to get that interest from people. And
Well, one of the problems I find with Goldbergs and debating them is either they're ignorant or they're lying. Sometimes both.
Exactly.
And it's like that's why I'm asking, how do you present evidence? Because if you just say, listen, dude, you're lying. Like someone will say, "Oh, I saw Kurt from an airplane." Oh, you're lying. Like if people that are watching, they're just automatically going to assume that you're wrong. Or if, like, say someone says some so-called scientific fact in quotes, right? Scientific fact. Example, the moon is made of like a rock, and you're like, no, it isn't. It's made of this. They're just going to default to that, whatever. Like, you're automatically, with anything you say is automatically, if it contradicts what the Glober says, it's automatically wrong. So the Glober can tell a lie, and even though you pointed out, you're automatically wrong, even though it's a blatant lie. That's one of the problems that I find of, like, we can overcome it here on the server because we can just like present the evidence in the live stream voice text. So like that, it can be overcome. Like, Glober saying all sorts of shit, dude, and I just like bury them in like citations. Like, I'll just bury you in citations. You can try and deny it all you want. Like, there's all the fucking evidence. Like, you know,
on that, I need these citations behind me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going with common sense. Like, that's what I never try to pretend to be a physicist. I say all the physics I've learned, everything I've learned is through flat Earth. Like, I'm honest, and I'll say, look, I had a grasp of things, you know, like I've got like molecular chemistry. I've got, you know, but it's not, you know, like I said, you know, I never.
Oftentimes, they don't know what the evidence is. That's like the whole point. Is like they'll say some stuff, so-called scientific facts, and all you have to do is go, okay, what's the evidence for that? What's the data points that you analyzed to state that scientific fact? And all they can do is like point to somebody else's claim or have a citation to somebody else's claim. Then when you look at that, there's no evidence for that. They're citing somebody else that claims it. And you can never get to the actual like data that supports, you know, their little space story or whatever. And like that's often all I do, like all I have to do with a Glober is they make a statement, I go, okay, what's the evidence for that? Like and it's there's never anything.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, they've given me a nickname because of it, and they call me Nick.
Nick. Oh God.
Nick. Right, well, there's one guy anyway. One guy said it today. I've never heard it other than before that. But he said
that's total projection, bro.
It's like, oh God. I said first, I'd never even heard or seen of this guy before anyway, and it was literally just because I'm denying things that, for example, I will deny the double helix. I'll deny the existence of the double helix and the DNA strand because you can't show me a photograph of it. You can't show me it under the microscope. You can never show me that double helix, but we believe it. We believe it exists, but that's just another CGI image you've given me. There's no such thing as a double helix. Show me it. I want to see the double helix. I want to see it under the microscope. I want to see it in the form that you've shown me here. And even just something like that, and there is no proof of it. It's just another concept. It's another mathematical fucking magical, you know, it's a spiral of some form of shape and I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that you can't prove the existence of it.
It's trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away.
Yeah, exactly. There's another one.
Okay, what? How do you know that? I got some red lights and blue lights.
Exactly.
Oh, really? That's all you got.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's all these phenomenon that they say exists on the globe, and like they don't have. Oh, the Earth is spinning. Blah blah blah. They'll tell you a whole story. Okay, what's the evidence for that? Dead end. Okay, there's a Coriolis effect. What's the evidence for that? Dead end. Okay, so weight changes by latitude. What's the evidence for that? Dead end. Say, if I go in a straight line, they end up back in the same place. What's the evidence for that? Dead end. Like, I can just go on and on and on and on. All these things are just a dead end. Like, when you actually ask for the evidence of it, it just goes nowhere.
Nowhere. It goes into some deep, you know, fucking professor's paper.
The best one is the 90-degree triangle, right? If we do a 90-degree triangle, and we're going to end up back at the same place. Like, whoever did that. Right? Whoever did that triangle. Oh no, but like I don't know. Somebody must have did it, or like
Can we change the diffraction to distraction by chance?
What did the guy say yesterday? There's billions of published papers. He didn't say millions. He said billions.
Oh shit!
He said there's billions of published papers of measuring curvature of the Earth. Just Google it, dude. Yeah. We actually have a Google Earther roll for people that tell us to just Google it.
No.
Yeah, dude. There's a Google Earther roll.
I love that.
Just Google it, dude. Like, yeah, that's a thing. That's the thing they do. Oh, what's your evidence for that? Oh, I don't know, man. Just Google it. Oh, so now I have to go find your evidence to prove your point. Well,
dude, that's happened at least 1,274 times in here, man. Guaranteed. Yeah, I have to Google your evidence for you. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking Mongo. All right, hold on. I got it.
When they come in here, sometimes like, well, I can't post links. I said, okay, just tell me the title of the paper. I'll Google the title of the paper.
Yeah.
And then they go silent because they're trying to Google something.
Yeah, because they're trying. Yeah. But if you ask them for the one, the NASA document, the definition and derivation of a linear aircraft.
Yeah.
As soon as you ask them that one, they won't mention that.
Oh, how dare you?
No, you don't know what derivation.
How dare you? Well, dude, man, even last week, USA Today magazine online produced a flat Earth paper talking about that very thing, same thing, that there's a bunch of aircraft that are built based off of a flat Earth, and there's papers out there that say that they build the airplanes and satellites based off a flat Earth. Stationary fucking plane. And they're like, well, of course, the pilots have to constantly adjust for the curvature while flying around the globe. Everybody knows this, man. Every pilot I've ever talked to said, no, man, we just level the bitch out and we just fly straight to France, dude. I mean, come on.
Isn't it funny how they use all these loaded terms as well? Like everything is like, for example, sorry, fucking hell, I'm so tired. It's 8:30 in the morning.
You've been up all night.
Fucking, when you just keep forgetting what I was talking about.
We're flying over a flat stationary plane with satellites and planes and everything.
Oh yeah, the loaded term. When they say, but what about every scientist? Every single one.
Yeah.
Every scientist in the world, and they know that they all support. Yeah. It's fucking bonkers. But they don't need. They don't know that it's been programmed into them. Oh, forgive them, Father, for they know.
Saint Nick.
Yeah, man.
Hey, don't be a div, okay? Nobody understands that term, man. I don't even think I understand it, man. What the fuck does that mean, man? What? I know you know what it means.
In UK, I think this is where you come from. A div is a divvy, which is, I think it comes from the word dividend, which I'm going into like a bit too much etymology here, but
it's okay.
Is an idiot. Yeah, it's not an idiot. It's like a silly Billy is a div.
Yeah.
Oh, you divvy, but it's more cutting. It's a bit sharper than being an idiot.
Okay, I like it. I've been using it for like 5 years. Yeah. I don't know what.
That's my buddy.
My buddy lived in. My buddy, he used it all the time. He lives in England, and I was like, oh shit, what the hell? He used Mongo. He used Mongo and div a lot. Those are his two things.
They're the nice words to say to people.
Nice words to call you an asshole, right? Don't be.
Oh, you're fucking not it.
You fucking.
You divvy. It's like saying you're silly, basically, in a nice jokey way, I think.
Yeah, and people. I use the word Mongo around here a lot more than most, and they're like, "What the fuck's a Mongo?" And it's just, it can be used in different terms, like "I love you," "Don't be a Mongo," or "Don't be a fucking Mongo because you're a fucking stupid shit." Fucking, right? Yeah, like it has a double meaning. Is basically, like a lot of words, man. Obviously, words have meanings, man. Oh my god, when that one fucking hit my ass, I was like, oh. Fuck off, man. Words have meanings? Oh, fuck. That's like a whole nother semester of fuck. I have to go research this shit now for 6 months. Oh fuck.
Yeah, I got up on that for a while. You know the words like the magic, like the words that sound like other words. Do you know what I mean? Like the weekdays.
Like feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your feet, or does that mean like we're measuring some shit?
Yeah.
What do you got going there?
Where, and where? You know, we've got 4 different words that are exactly the same words, but they have 4 different meanings.
It's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That's totally wrong.
Patience and spelling.
And then they spell it, and then there's like, silent letters and shit and words, and you're like, what do you mean comb? Comb? Where the fuck's the B? Ain't no fucking B in comb. Fuck off.
So Nick, you were talking about symbolism and your friend that works in TV. So I haven't had a chance to like look into it. I just saw a little thing about it. That Carl Jung actually made like a list or a book of archetypal symbols.
Yes.
That have been like used since, however time immemorial. So I don't know if you're aware of that. It's just
no. What's his name? What was that guy's name?
Carl Jung, the psychologist.
Yeah. I defo knew or heard of him before. But yeah, these symbols have been used to subconsciously subdue. Again, fucking it.
Well, I mean, like maybe you can get through your friend's head that symbolism isn't just like something that's been concocted by flat earthers or crazy conspiracy theorists. That this isn't like new knowledge. Like symbolism has been around forever, and it doesn't even matter if you believe in it. There's other people that believe. Yeah, exactly, they do. And like things like numerology. Like if I believe in numerology, and if I believe like I see some word that adds up to some number, and then I act upon that, it's effective. Like it's real because I just did something to make it real.
Exactly. That's what I said that to my mom. I said, she's like, oh, but none of that stuff's real. I'm like, so if there's people who think it's real and they're acting accordingly, then it's fucking real. Because there's evil people doing evil things for evil means here. And for me to do what you're doing and just turn a blind eye I'm just as bad.
If there's like a room full of people and I all think they're freaking lizard people, right? And I like take out a machine gun and mow them all down. Effectively, they were lizard people. At least they were to me, and they're all dead because I thought they were lizard people. Like I'm making it real.
Yeah.
Like I'm projecting it into reality. Like it doesn't matter if everybody else believes it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, these symbols do have effects on the subconscious, and I think the subconscious. That's what I think. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to like look into it because I just like found out about it. It was either today or yesterday.
Yeah.
But I gotta look into it. Carl Jung is like obviously he's pretty much between him and Freud. It's the foundation of modern psychology. So a lot of these people, they need so-called trust the science. They need science to back up anything you say. Yeah, so if there's some basis in it in mainstream science, maybe they'll accept it more, or maybe even look into it.
Yeah, that Freud was a cokehead, last I heard.
Yeah, he injected it. Yeah, he injected it. He was a cocaine injector.
Hitler had a concoction of fucking cocaine and whiz and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, all kinds of weird shit in there, bro.
Better than drinking pee.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking right.
I drink my pee after I injected cocaine. Yeah, high again. Right?
No one else can have pee. See, that was another reason why. Because I was trying to figure out what it was for Dave. I was like, there's always something silly that they put with these people. Do you know what I mean? Like, say Eric DeBay. There's not really Eric DeBay's stuff's fucking fire. All his knowledge is pretty sick. But then he will constantly push this circle map as if it's a fact. And I'm not denying, maybe it is the circle map of the UN nations. I don't know. But no one here, and no one who can physically speak to me, or no one knows.
Say, hey man, that's it for sure, man. 100%. I don't doubt about it, man. I got the map. Here it is. No.
Exactly. I've got the map checked out, bro. No, you don't know. You've seen it, and you know, and you could prove it. You don't know. You just and that's where when I started, when someone challenged the flat Earth map, I was like, "Don't do this to me."
I always loved.
Everything just
you're not going to know this guy, but his name was Robert Bassano,
right?
And he was a PhD student looking into flat Earth, man, back in like 2016, and he would always say, "It's not what you know, it's what you can prove."
Yeah, exactly.
And I always stuck with me, man. I mean, since I got into this, I was like, dude, it is about what we can prove.
Exactly.
He interviewed the deputy mission director for the Hubble Space Program.
That's right. He interviewed.
Oh, you got to hear this, dude. It's
crazy. God, dude.
The guy has worked for Hubble for 30 years, and he's never seen the Hubble telescope.
And he also interviewed the guy that was one of the guys that was in charge of Sophia, which was
that's the plane.
That's the plane with the telescope in it. Yeah, he interviewed both the Hubble guy and Sophia. It was suspicious, man. Like, how the fuck did he get these motherfuckers on the phone? But I watched his techniques. I watched how he did it. He had balls. He knew the language. He knew all their language, man. That's the key.
He's the guy who exposed them.
And yeah, it was a great exposure.
Well, he was great at like fanning their ego. He was great at he had a really good way of almost like a salesman of getting the information out of them in a non-threatening way, so they weren't aware of what he was getting at.
Yeah. Is he the one who exposed him? He's the one who was filming where he said, "And what happens if you have a leak?" And he goes, "Well, you have a leak."
No, that wasn't. No, that's actually like a mainstream YouTuber. Well, he was. What was that guy's name? Smarter Every Day. That was a Smarter Every Day guy.
I'm not talking about Wakey, are you?
No, I'm talking about. Smarter Every Day is like a mainstream science channel.
Right.
He went and interviewed. The videos about his dad worked on something, and then Don Pettit used to be there or was there, and he interviewed Don Pettit in the so-called ISS mock-up. And got that shit on film. And he doesn't even believe it. He's a full-blown glober. His dad works on satellites. You know what I mean? He's a full-blown dude. And he didn't even believe Don Pettit's bullshit.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a leak? That one?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. He's like, no, come on.
Yeah, real good engineer.
He's like, there's got to be a something somewhere. There's a safety manual. I know I'm the safety officer, and I should be the one telling everybody exactly where all the safety equipment is. But maybe the manual's over there, or maybe it's over here. I don't really know.
I'm sure there's a procedure.
No,
I'm sure there's
Don Pettit. Well, the thing about Don Pettit is he had the record at one point in time, according to NASA, for the person with the most hours in space. He also had the most different job assignments.
Photographs.
He had the most various job assignments. So he was a mechanic. He at one of those job assignments he was the safety officer for the International Space Station. He was the safety officer. So why doesn't the safety officer know how to fix the frickin' window?
Exactly.
It doesn't know where he has to go to find out how to fix the window. It's crazy. Yeah. And Don Pettit is this is where I think they're trolling us. Because Don Pettit is obviously mentally handicapped, in my opinion. That dude is obviously mentally handicapped. He's
100%.
Maybe an 80 IQ, maybe 70 IQ. He's deficient. And that isn't to crack on him or anything. It's just an observable fact. He's not a smart person. It's like they're trolling us though. Like, you can be retarded and go to space. You can be a cripple that can't move and talks to a freaking robo voice, and you're the smartest person on the planet, right? Stephen Hawking, right? Stephen Hawking was the biggest troll. Like, this dude is like functionally retarded, and he's supposed to be like the smartest person on the planet. A vegetable is the smartest person on the smartest human. What's that say about this? But this is what I'm saying is this is how like the elite think of like the sheep, right? That even the smartest human is a retard.
Yeah. Right. There you go.
But I think Don Pettit actually believes all this stuff, and then it's kind of like he doesn't have to come out and lie. He's so stupid they can put him in an airplane and say, "Oh, he's in space," and he just tells us all he's in space or whatever. Like.
Dude, they probably just like repeat it to him like 3 times, and like he just like integrates that as a memory.
Okay,
he's probably like just like an MK Ultra stooge, man.
I'm a MK Ultra stooge, and I'll do anything you want.
Well, did you ever see that TV show in England called Space Cadets, where they convinced 6 people that they were actually going to space, but the 6 people that passed all the tests were the 6 dumbest, most gullible people they could find. And they all believed they were going to space, supposedly.
Yep. I saw it. They spent like millions of dollars to produce that show, man. It was millions of dollars, man, millions. And they produced that show, man.
So here's the funny thing: it was still cheaper than doing it for real. Because that's the stupidest argument. It's more expensive to fake the moon landing than to go to the moon.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of drugs are you on, man?
What the hell?
Thinking.
I mean, the average, like, Tom Cruise movie probably cost, $250 million, whatever. It's nothing compared to NASA. It's nothing. It's zero. It's like, $250 million, man. We got 27 billion a year coming over here. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, we can't fake shit.
But think about also what they're faking. They're faking something that no one's ever experienced. They have nothing to compare it to, right? Yeah. So how do you go, that's fake because the real thing I experienced that looks like this? Like, there's nothing to compare it to. You can't even say it's fake. Like, it's just such a stupid. It's one of the stupidest Apollo arguments. It's too expensive to fake it. Yeah, it's like telling me it's more expensive to make a fake car than a real car. Like, that's just dumb on every level. Like, I don't.
I've never even thought about it. Now you've broken it down. I can't wait until someone says that to me again.
Like, yeah, it's absurd to think making a cheap knockoff of something is more expensive than the real thing, right? I'm gonna make a fake Rolex, but it's gonna be more expensive than the Rolex. Like, what? What the hell are you talking
about, man? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Don't be ridiculous.
Right? Completely. Yeah. It's lunacy.
Don't be a div.
Making a space movie in the 1960s would cost more than sending a rocket to the moon. It's ludicrous.
It is.
Hey. The very, very first movie ever made in all of human history that we know of in our modern history was A Trip to the Moon. And in the beginning scenes, there's a bunch of wizards standing around in robes and hats and all kinds of crazy shit. And they're collaborating and they're talking like we are here on Discord. And then they take off their wizardry hats and they put on lab coats. And they put the lab coats on and they say, we're going to the moon. And they go to the chalkboard and they draw out that we're going to go here to the moon. The very first movie ever made was The Trip to the Moon. And it was made in France.
That's kind of funny, man. Though I like now that you're reminding me, I didn't even notice the wizard to lab coat thing.
Yeah, wizard to lab coats.
Wow.
Switcheroony, I call it. And
because astronomy started as astrology.
Yeah.
Right? So it went from wizards to lab coats. It literally did that.
Wizard to lab coats, huh? I'm just pointing it out, man. I'm not
film, I didn't know. I knew it was very, very early, like fucking early Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I remember that
France.
Posted, I've remembered that image all my life. That was this like woman in the moon, but I couldn't remember where it was from until a couple of years ago when I looked into this. But I didn't know it was. I didn't even know it was called that. A Trip to the Moon.
Trip to the Moon.
Isn't it?
A Trip to the Luna.
Yeah, it's in French or something, right? Wasn't it in French?
Yeah, it's in French. You don't need. And there's no translation needed here, man. It's
just acting. It's like
yeah, they didn't have sound in movies back then. Yeah.
They were just like running around doing very flamboyant movements.
Hey, in the live stream voice text, Indio dropped the Plantis Veritas interview with.
Oh right, yeah, Dick.
Yeah, which one is that, Indio?
Well, that's just a link to the channel, but I'll post a link to the Hubble deputy director. It's a pretty eye-opening interview. Like this guy, well, the whole thing is pretty eye-opening because he did it on a live stream. So the first thing he does, he starts going through NASA's phone book to try and reach somebody, and everybody's phone goes to voicemail. It takes him 15 minutes to get a human being. And then when he finally gets a human being, it's this deputy director guy. And then he starts saying, I'm a PhD student. I'm doing a thesis on this. And can I ask you some questions? And, and then it just goes off from there. And he's just asking him basic questions like, well, how does it do this? Does anybody got eyes on the Hubble? Have you ever seen it? How do you keep it up in the air? Basically, but the way he phrased it, he got the guy, he played stupid, and he got the guy to be like, man, Hubble doesn't have any propulsion on it. You're all snotty, right? Hubble doesn't have propulsion on it. It's been in orbit for 40 years.
No propulsion.
What happened to orbital decay? It's supposed to be 20 miles underneath the Earth.
Man, there's no propulsion on Hubble, but yet it's only 350 miles up. And there is this thing called orbital decay. Oh my goodness! What? Oh yeah, we know all about orbital decay, man. And he even said that Hubble should have crashed into.
I'll post the video. Hold on a second.
The Hubble should have crashed into the Mariana Trench years ago,
10 years ago,
something like that, right? And I was like, oh my goodness, he's right. Oh man, what? Fuck, he's right.
Bonkers.
Fucking Mongo. You fucking divs.
Lucky to be alive, though. This is definitely the most exciting time in history, for sure.
It's pretty exciting, man. But I also think about when those Mongos were back in World War II, man. Our parents, our grandparents. I know they were thinking this is the most exciting time to be alive. And I know they were, man.
Do you reckon?
And
but they were all brainwashed and sent to war, and they believed that they were doing something good. One of the things that really winds me up about the war. One of the facts I heard. Have you heard about the is it the White Roses? Have you heard about the White Roses?
No.
So there were women. There was a, and this is how they've always manipulated women throughout society. Well, they always have anyway. But this is one of the things they did. They got women to. It was just like how. So basically, what a woman looks for in a man is he's got to have a job, right? That's one of the main things, yeah.
Right.
That's a societal conformity, right? Having a job. Right. If you're self-employed, you don't have a job. You're working for yourself. You got money's working for you. Man, I'm a bit tired. So I'm not gonna reel this off very fluently, but
I get where you're going. I get where you're going with it because there is those societal pressures.
Yes. Well, one of them was they used to get women, and they were taken. So any man who decided not to go to war, they would tell women to go in the streets. Well, it was like a craze. So women were walking around with these white roses, and they were going and putting them on men, and it was to basically say that you're a pussy for not going to war.
Right.
And women were doing white roses or white something, and it was it was like and it made men feel guilty and go off. So more men went off to war. And I swear, the only reason why any of us believe what we believe now, and how they've put any of this shit through that we're having to deal with now, is because they sent all the men, all the fighting men, all the people who would have took a stance against this. They sent them all off to war, killed them. So. And then what you've got, like what you were mentioning earlier, with you've got all the orphans, you've got the baby incubators, you've got the Cabbage Patch Kids, all this stuff.
Cabbage Patch Kids, baby. Woo, my favorite, man. Oh, shit.
Someone mentioned it earlier.
I love the Cabbage Patch Kids, man. Yeah.
That's where they've come.
Look, I lived in the county where those were invented by the person that invented them. Used to sell them at the flea market that was like 20 miles down the road. So like all the little girls, this is when I was in 3rd grade, they would take the Cabbage Patch Kids before Coleco bought them and gave them plastic heads. But the whole thing used to be that pantyhose filled with cotton. The whole thing, and the eyes and shit, they were sewn on. They were sewn like with thread. Yeah. So like they cost like $800. And this is like back in 1982 or 83. So the little girls would bring these, and kids, it's like the 3rd grade. They're all dirty and shit, right? Kids have no idea about money. So these little girls are dragging these Cabbage Patch Kids with them that are almost their size because it's 3rd grade, right? And the Cabbage Patch Kids are almost as big as the little girl, but they're all dirty and nasty and everything. It's just, but they would make the girls put them like on top of like a bookcase. So all day long, I got to sit there and stare at this row of Cabbage Patch Kids. Fucking annoying, dude.
Ah, fuck. What a mind fuck that shit is, man.
Yeah, then they got bought by Coleco like in 83 or 84. And then they mass produced them so that everybody got them. I also thought that was kind of weird. Like,
yeah, sure.
How did this become mainstream? The whole thing about that is why people wanted was the birth certificate. That was the like the selling point. That was the cool point. Each Cabbage Patch Kid has its unique name with a birth certificate. That was the selling point, and that's why little girls wanted them.
Really?
Right? They wanted that government document, even though it wasn't technically from the government, but like that was like it. Like your doll wasn't like everybody else's doll. They were all unique. Instead of having like assembly line dolls that just like spat out, where every girl, like a Raggedy Annie doll back then. So every little girl's got a Raggedy Annie doll. They all look the same. Yeah. The idea was everybody has a unique doll. The doll has its unique name. It's got a birth certificate, So some Cabbage Patch Kids would have a dimple in the face. Others would have like a dimple in the ass cheek. Like they just would alter them slightly so that yours would be unique.
They got... right now, they got this thing called American Girl. You familiar with that?
No, I never heard of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck off, man.
You kidding me? Jesus.
They got little dolls in wheelchairs. They got little dolls that are diabetic. They got little dolls that are like, transgender. I mean, they got little dolls that are like everything you can fucking think of, man.
They got like $20 crack holders.
I swear to God, they got little dolls that are flat earthers, man.
She got like two teeth or fucking hairs falling out.
Yeah.
Weighs 80 pounds.
Yeah.
American Girl.
American. Miguel is fucking dropping some fucking bombs.
And you gotta have the meth one, right? So she's got like scars on her face from like picking pimples, and there's like holes in
tattoos and shit.
Oh yeah, you gotta have the tattoos, right? Tramp stamp.
Oh shit, we are so fucked. You guys know that, right?
Yeah, I'm going to hell.
I'm glad you guys know that.
We're already there.
I'm fucked if I don't go to bed right now, man. My wife's going to be pissed. Love you guys. You guys take care, all right?
Take it easy.
I'm out.
All right. Peace out.
Good chat.
Peace. Yeah, come back, Saints. All right. Yeah. Cheers.
Who was that? Oh, what was his name?
Oh, Flat Earth Dude. He's been around a while. He used to be on like in the old days, like when Flat Earth kind of like first kicked off of YouTube. He was like, do you remember Free Chan? It was like a live stream. Yeah, he used to be on that all the time.
Oh right, sound.
Yeah.
Sound. Oh mate, I've got a lot of respect for people who've been in this a long time. Like I've known about all the other shit for a long time, and it's not, you just think, little old me, what can I do? How am I going to stop the chemtrails? Do you know what I mean? But then, Flat Earth, it just made me realize that the power is in our hands to change everything, really, because people believe this shit and it's not true.
I'm just glad we got off of freaking YouTube, man.
Yeah, I'm still on
YouTube. Was not a great I'm glad it's still there in some respects. But like that was a very limiting on like what could happen. That was a limiting factor.
The only way is you could fucking post anything, and like I know that because you can still fucking find pretty much anything on there. You know what I mean? Unless they found it first. As in, like, things weren't censored as much back in the day.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, what I mean is like, so say I make a 10-minute video about something. Yeah. Some Gober will make a 30-minute video talking shit about that. Now I got to make an hour-long video to refute his 30-minute video, right? And then he'll make a 2-hour video or 2 videos to refute my 1 hour. Like it's like it's an endless thing where they can just keep it going forever and ever and ever and never be resolved because they'll, as you know, they'll gish gallop all over the place. What about the moon? What about the sun? What about eclipses? What about this? What about that? And like that you can't, so that you can never, like, it's whack-a-mole. You can never nail them down. And they do it to like keep the conversation. This is how I figure. They don't want any actual information transfer. They don't want that to happen. They want everything to be chaotic, not understandable, just discombobulated all over the place, so that anybody that like sees or watches it, when they walk away, they're more confused than they were when they went into it. Yeah. And then eventually someone's going to go like, this topic's too much for me. Like, I'm not like, I don't understand any of it. It's just too confusing. I'm going to go watch the Kardashians. Like, you know.
Well, why do you think they've got people like the face of it, like Dave, drinking piss?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. People like Mark Sargent and fucking. I don't like talking about like other so-called flat earthers on here. It's just like, because I don't like the drama part. But like, it's at the point in time where like, I don't know these people personally, but they have a track record of making stupid mistakes. And sorry, I have to call it what it is. They make stupid mistakes interacting with the media when they know what the media does. Like, you should know by now, if you interact with the media, they're going to edit your shit to make you look bad, and there's nothing you can do about it. So just stay the frick away and don't interact with them.
I don't think anyone's here. I mean, we're all here for this. This is like another sub thing, but no one's here to make friends. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, I have, but that's not my purpose.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I want friends. I want to make as many friends as possible. I think it's ridiculous. Anyone who thinks opposite to that, you know, it can't hurt.
Yeah, you're a sociopath, basically.
but the main thing is, we're not here to make friends. We're not here because it's like, oh, this is our getaway. Like, we've got nowhere else to go, so this is our refuge, just to try and find some relevance in the world. That's what.
Oh, dude, that's the most annoying one too. You're just trying to feel special, motherfucker. I am special, independent of this, bro.
They want us to be put into that category, and it's hard. You know, sometimes I laugh along with them, and I think, like, sometimes, like, it took me a while to get into it, because when I knew Flat Earth instantly. The first time I was mentioned, and the first video I watched, when I watched properly, when I gave it a chance in 2020, I was like, oh shit, yeah, I remembered. I was like, fuck, my mate told me this in 2014. I remembered it instantly. I was like, oh shit, yeah. So I wasn't there to argue. I was there to learn. And the first video, I was like, right, let's go and find some Flat Earth stuff. So I just typed in Flat Earth YouTube, and this is early 2020, like right at the beginning. So it wasn't really that censored then. Everything came up, but the top one was the National Geographic one. You know, where they send a boat out into the middle of a lake.
Oh my God, they need to retract that at this point. Like
they need to make, because that was the first one I watched, and I was watching it thinking, okay, so Nat Geo. I've been watching Nat Geo all my life. Nat Geo with a creme de la creme, tippity top of fucking. Do you know what I mean? Of like the Earth and geographical stuff.
Yeah, they've been promoting the globe for 150 years, man. Like they're all over the globe. Like literally, that's their part of their thing, right? That's part of it. Geographic, right? So that's part of it. Like their shtick, their marketing, their product is the 100%. Globe.
So I said to myself, right, these are going to be the best. So I'm going to look at their scientific experiment. And then before they'd even got onto the lake, I was like, right, so I'm working out while they're trying to get it. So they're going to send that boat across, and they're going to, and they're holding this flag. And I said, right, so they must be attaching that to something. They're going to attach that to the mast. They're going to attach it to some part of the boat, and they're going to sail out with it. And then we're going to see it go, okay, I can see how this is going to work. And then they get on the boat, and there's like 4 men in this like little rickety dinghy. And then they're holding the flag, and immediately I go, hold on. First of all, they're holding the flag. They haven't. This experiment is dodgy already, because the flag isn't, in a set position where it would be if it was on a mast or something. And then as they go out, you can clearly see that they dip. They're holding the flag, so it's not set on anything. Mate, this is supposed to be a scientific experiment from National Geographic. There's too many independent variables. There's too many things that can go wrong that aren't exact. Do you know what I mean? When you're doing an experiment, and I'm not a scientist and I can pull this apart. Within 2 minutes of watching it, I went, the Earth's flat, 100%. 100%. If National Geographic are making a video like this, and I can debunk it myself without any prior knowledge just by watching it.
It's worse than that. They present visual evidence that disproves their claim. They say, look, the bottom flag is gone and the horizon's behind the flag. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how did they not catch that in editing?
They did. They caught it. They knew. This is what I've come to. My conclusion is they know. They know everything. They've left their trail of breadcrumbs for the people who are intelligent enough to get it. I really don't think that.
Is it a litmus test for stupid people? Like, if you buy this, you'll buy anything. Like,
that's exactly what it is, honestly. And it's horrible to say, because mate, we were stupid. How long did I believe it? 30 years.
Yeah, but so funny because she goes up to the person, and that like the person, and obviously those people are biased. They're part of that.
Yeah.
Stupid group, right? And she asks, you're like, well, why does this happen? Well, it can only happen because of the curvature of the Earth. And then they show the image, and then it's like the horizon's behind the flag. Like, what? Like, what the hell? Like, it's in National Geographic supposed to be a scientific, it's supposedly scientific type freaking periodical, and this is what they do. I actually think it's kind of like a gift, man, because I've presented to many Globers that come in here, particularly when they say stuff goes over the horizon or stuff disappears over the horizon. And I'll show them that, right? And I'll go, where's the bottom stripe? And they'll go just instinctively, well, it went over the curve of the Earth. I'm like, well, why is the horizon behind the flag? And it just totally like blows up everything in their mind because now it doesn't compute. Like my whole premise that things disappear bottom up and it only can happen because of Earth curve, and like they can't go a flat earther did this. They can't say any of their regular nonsense because it's National Geographic, and National Geographic says that's the curve of the Earth, and they have to also say that's the curve of the Earth, even though they can see the horizon behind the flag. You see the situation they're in? They have to either say, my eyes are lying to me, or National Geographic is freaking stupid. And they get stuck, and they, like, usually when that happens, they freaking spiral out of the server. They'll still say, all flat earthers this and all flat earthers that. So there's like a pattern of behavior kind of like in this server, right? They'll come in with a gotcha. We'll debunk it. They try plan B, but they're half-assed studied on plan B. Then they go plan C, and they're even worsely studied on that. And then we actually start trying to teach them like the actual what the hell's going on. And then once they can't refute what we say, they'll they'll say all flat earthers this, all flat earthers that, all flat earthers what. They start talking about us, and then they curse and spiral out of the server. And this is like a repeating pattern that happens all the time. It's like clockwork.
Yeah, it is. Same thing. I had one today. I was in someone's live. I only tried to get on because the day before I went on their live and I got booted. So like these people, they have all these moderators in the account. So like the chat's moderated
Is this
by
on TikTok?
Yeah, this is the TikTok thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So the chat's moderated by people like specific moderators, and then the host is obviously busy chatting. But you find out like, so when you try and chat, basically someone barred me and I got blocked from this live whilst I was on it. You know what I mean? I'm on the panel, so I'm one of the 6 boxes that you can go in, and they're all, you can either have your camera on or not. And so there's 6 people who can talk at a time, and then you've got a feed, a conversation, the chat feed underneath. And then I wasn't talking. I'd muted myself. People were talking, but I wanted to go and comment on what they'd said, and because like when I write the comments, I try not to say anything unless it's a fact. When we're talking this stuff, and so I was just writing some things. And then the next thing, I'll go to try and type something, and it says I've been muted by the moderators while I'm on the panel, so I could still speak. And then I said, whoa. So I literally just unmuted myself, and I said, guys, I don't know what's going on, but we're here fighting censorship. And I've been censored while I'm on the panel by one of your moderators in the chat. I'm not allowed to write anything in the chat here. What's going on? And then the guy made a poll, and oh mate, it was just messy. So
they made a poll of whether you should be allowed to type in the chat.
They said what I said, and they said it was false information when it wasn't. It was complete factual. And he made a poll for the other thingies for everyone to answer whether he should have whether he should have muted me or not. And so I said, as soon as I saw the poll, I read it, and I was like, look. And I'm talking still on the live, and there's about 500 people there. And I said, look, the guy's just made a poll to ask you guys whether he should. I said, look, he's already feeling guilty. He's already been caught out. And now because I've mentioned it, blah, 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 blah. And then boom, kicked. They kicked me and blocked me from the site.
Of course, you exposed them, man, as dishonest people.
In front of 500-600 people. And now, so like, it was a killer moment. It was like, oh.
That's a big W, man. That's a win. Seriously, that's a win, dude. Because listen, I've heard. I mean, look at Owen Benjamin. There's so many people like they come to Flat Earth because Globers talk. It literally you want to they make people more Flat Earthers than Flat Earthers make Flat Earthers. Quite honestly, by the things they do, by the way they act, by the things they say. And people go, listen, if this was just because people on the surface, that aren't familiar with the topic, they think that this is just something straightforward. That if they watch a debate, it's just going to be straightforward. The flat earther's going to say something about the Bible, and then the other guy's going to present all this scientific evidence, and then the debate's going to be over, and it's just going to be an easy win. But then when they come watch the debate, that's not what they see. They see logical fallacies, ad homs, nonsense, claims they can't prove, and just all these tactics and gimmicks and why do they have to do that if truth's on their side? I mean, even a common person has the intuition to tell when some shady shit's going on. Exactly. And they intuitively go, something shady's going on. There might be something to this flat earth stuff, because why would they have to do these shady tactics if it was straightforward? Why do they have to call them names if it's straightforward? Why?
So another thing that woke me up is I went on to the comments of that video, the one I've just talked about. I went on to the comments, National Geographic, and I read the top 100 comments of. Well, I only read the first couple, which was enough to put me off. But I went through and I read them all because I wanted to find out how far I have to go down until I see anything that supports flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? And there was just nothing. I ran out of hope, because I went through 100 comments and was like, this just isn't going to happen. And then that's when I knew. I was like, these comments are placed here just like because I've
delete it, dude. They delete all the negative, like the comments that don't go along with whatever they want. They'll just delete them.
Exactly. But and all the comments were, I hope. What was it? I hope you don't reproduce. That was the one that really stung me.
Bleach, right? Drink bleach. Don't reproduce. Your parents must be really proud. I just
to myself, I was like, I can't be a flat earther because I'm a popular person. This is social suicide. That was the word and I've used that word since I thought of it. Well, I'm not saying I fucking created it, but that's exactly what it is. And that's what I faced with anyway. Social suicide. Like everyone who I knew had any kind of respect for me.
Well, you have to point it out, though.
Well,
you have to that's like something I always try, like when they go that way, right? When they try to like get me to like when a globe earther or anti-flat earther or anybody goes that route where like, oh, you're gonna be shamed. You're never gonna go anywhere in life. Like, I just exposed that directly. Like, so your proof of the globe is social ostracization. Like, that's how you get people to think the Earth's a globe, is to punish them.
Yeah.
And I just you're just like, you're gonna punish people that don't believe in the globe. That sure sounds like a cult to me.
Yeah, definitely. I never even thought of that.
Because that's what it actually is. They're trying to, like, are you familiar with Gem Panda and his clown crony nonsense?
Who, sorry?
Gem Panda. He's an anti-flat earther. He's like been around forever. He has a Discord called Debate Flat Earth and More. I suggest you never go on it if you want to keep your like sanity. But it's just because it's all anti-flat earthers, like the ones off of YouTube that have been around since way in from 2017, 2016, that time, even later. They also had a Discord and they used to like raid our other Discord server. Anyway, that's what their tactic is. Their whole thing is to like
belittle.
If they see a flat earther like in a YouTube chat, they'll try to ridicule, belittle them, call them stupid, basically talk shit to them. The purpose is they want people to see that if you look at this topic, you're going to be abused.
100%.
That's the point. It's to send a message. Look at flat Earth, you're going to be abused. It's really, it's literally that they want you to be publicly humiliated, punished, ridiculed, and like they want other people to see it. They're not ashamed of. That's why, like Professor Dave, that's why people watch him, because they want to see, like, they want to dogpile on someone. They want to, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Professor Dave video, but he's really sarcastic, name calling, ad homs, whatever, insults. That's oh my God, no, you don't. Anyway, we call him like.
Oh my God!
I believe you never heard of Professor Dave.
Of course I do. No, I thought there was a flat Earth Professor Dave. No, Professor Dave, who's not even a professor. Mate, I've got a video of him saying that he just reads the scripts that are provided.
Yeah, we got all those. Yeah, we got those. We got another one that says like he's not even a professor. He's just like made up that name in tongue in cheek. We also got like screenshots because he was an actor.
Yes.
He was like an actor, so we got all the stuff from like Internet Movie Database and like movies, like little short clips that he was in, like when he was trying to be an actor. They're freaking hilarious. He's a horrible actor, needless to say.
Another reason with all the flat things is, why is it that all good looking ish? Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying they're all fucking, like Brad Pitt, but all of these people, most of these people, like kind of they look like actors, crisis actors, just most people who they use in the mainstream, because like the more visually appealing you are, the more of a reach you're going to have with people. Do you know what I mean? So they use that as they're called a honeypot, isn't it? The CIA.
Oh yeah, the honeypot.
Yeah,
that's been around for a while.
Yeah, and I've noticed it with. I notice it with all, you see it on the news, you see it everywhere, but it's another one of their techniques. And anyway, it's a bit off topic. Mate, I'm proper tired.
Yeah. Well, but the social stigmatization and the ridicule, that's part of it. And it's, and like, I can just like I don't know. I've just been doing this interacting with Goldbergs in this way for gotta be 5 years now. So I know every gimmick, every tactic, every ploy, every possible propaganda, because I've seen them all many times. So it's very easy for me to pick out. As soon as they do it, I just go, "You're doing this." I already know what you're doing. It's and the reason they're doing it is because they're trying to fool anybody listening. They're not doing it for me, and they're not doing it for themselves. They're doing it to onlookers.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I just stop them straight away. And I'll always one good thing is because part of their script, and this is why in that guy, part of their script is they also have to fucking defend the moon landing. So I'll just stop them and just go, hold on a sec. Just for the people in the chat or for anyone listening, can I get a definitive answer? Yes or no? Do you believe they landed on the moon? And they have to say yes. It's part of their contract. These people are contracted, obviously. It's part of their job. They have to defend everything. So, and the majority of people now are fucking so done with the moon landing debate that they are all on our side anyway. So I'll go, hold on, just to expose you. Do you trust and do you believe the moon landing? Just for everyone in the chat, because I'd like to try and get ahead of that one. And usually when they say yes, you win. You'll win the majority. If you can, if they still believe in the moon landing, I don't know if that's. I don't know if I'm wrong to think that, but maybe it's just the way I ask the question. But I very rarely ever get people defending the moon landing these days. Very rare.
It's nearly impossible to defend.
It is impossible.
Honestly, it's so it's so bad. There's so many levels that you can pick it apart at. It's like, what do you want? It's like a grab bag. What do you pick something. Just you believe the moon landing, just pick something about it, and I'll just debunk that one part. It's endless. It's almost endless, dude.
Well,
I said, the Apollo, just like the Apollo lander, that one thing right there debunks all the moon landings. The fact they used it is not possible to use an untested piece of equipment like that. It's not possible. We know that from vast human experience of making shit. You just don't design it on paper, make it, and it works. Nothing works that way. You ask a carpenter, ask a freaking electrician, ask a plumber, ask anybody that does shit in the real world.
Anything that you make. Anything.
Yeah, anything. Anybody that
mechanical.
Listen, even in your job, right? The first time you cooked any particular freaking meal, it didn't come out perfect the first time.
No.
Right? You got to work on it. You got to do trial and error. That's how we really kind of learn things, trial and error.
I didn't know that fact about the moon lander. I didn't know that one. Yeah,
in my opinion, the ones who defend it to the death seem to be the baby boomers, the ones who watched it as a child.
Yeah.
The thing is, it wasn't live on TV. They actually think they saw it live. It was on the radio.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing, dude. They all think they saw it live on TV. No, that was pre-recorded. What was live was the radio. One small step for man. That was on the radio. It wasn't on TV. But they swear to God it was on TV. This is how memories it's well known in psychology now that memories alter over time.
Yes.
Especially memories of public events. So because you interact with people and people tell you their experience and this person tells you your experience. And then someone will tell you their experience and then you remember, you pick up on something that you kind of missed and then you misremember it, or you keep adding details from other people's details. Then after 4 decades, right, your memory of what happened is nothing like what you actually experienced.
Yeah, exactly. It's just we've all got little white lies that help us in some stories that we have, and you end up telling those stories so often that you believe those little alters that you've made. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're little small, a lot of them are just
exaggerations and shit like that, man.
Yeah, it's some small detail. So I'll give you an example. It's 9/11.
Yeah,
people were oh, I saw the building exploded. And then people, it was an airplane. Now they saw an airplane. because somebody else said that it was an airplane. And what they actually saw was like when they looked up at the building, they probably saw like a flash of a shadow or something for an instant. But now that shadow becomes an airplane. You know what I mean? They saw something, they don't know what it was, but now someone's inserted, filled in the details, right? Supposedly.
Filled in the gaps, yeah.
And that's kind of what we do, right? We have gaps in our knowledge, and then we interact with other people, and other people gives you like what they think they saw, and hopefully they saw different things. So maybe their different things fill in some of your gaps, and some of the things you say fill in their gaps. And now, after a while talking, you both have the exact same story, right? But both of you, when you experienced it, you kind of slightly misperceived it. Like your memory is 90% accurate, and their memory is 90% accurate. And then you just merged your memories together, and now both your memories are 80% accurate.
Well, they're actively trying to make us not trust our memory as well, with things like the Coriolis effect, the fucking Mandela effect and stuff like that.
The Mandela effect, yeah. Dude, I'll tell you just from personal, they did say Mandela died in prison when I was a kid, dude.
The same. I can remember that shit. And then he came about, and I was like, isn't he dead? Like,
yeah, then they were like, he got out of prison. It was like 5 years later. Like, what are you talking about? That dude's deader than a doornail. Like, he died in prison. Dude, I remember. Look, listen, I remember seeing it. Like, I remember, like, the news channel was it was NBC News. It was Tom Brokaw. They freaking actually showed like a graphic, right? A graphic of like because they didn't have like a photograph. So they showed like a graphic like in the corner of it of like a fucking prison cell and like a fucking black dude. Like it was, dude, I remember it like distinctly.
What's his name? Mandela. I want to know when
Nelson Mandela. That he died in prison.
Mandela.
And they claimed like another prisoner killed him or something.
Yeah. Oh, I can't type it in.
3 other prisoners, I guess, killed him.
Give me the truth. They're going to give me the fucking bullshit, aren't they? Mandela death. Let me see. Died in 2013. So it was the 90s then, wasn't it? Like his first death, his real death. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So in 1999, he was serving as if he was president of South Africa from 94 to 99, his real death must have been in like between 99 and 2005, I'd say, I guess. That's when, I'm not sure though. That's when I would have heard it.
I remember in the 80s, probably like 87 or 88, somewhere in there that they said that he was dead. That say he got killed in prison by other prisoners. And then all of a sudden, he just like popped up out of the woodwork like 5 or 6 years later, whatever it was. And they're like, yeah, Nelson Mandela just got released from prison. And the thing is, that whole period of time, right, there was no intervening news because like apartheid was a thing that was kind of on the news like regularly, like maybe once a week or once a month, come on the news like, yep, yeah. Nelson Mandela in jail for like, 300, blah, blah, 3,000 days or whatever they kept saying. Right. And like they'd like update the work, update America every fucking whatever, some amount of time. And then like they said he died and they stopped talking about it. Right. And then like all of a sudden, boom, he's alive again. And now they are talking about it again. Like, what the hell? Like someone messed up the script or something.
Shit. Right. So he was in 1967. No, he was 67. So yeah, that's from 20. Yeah, that would have been in the 80s then.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, it was like in the 80s, man. I was like a teenager. They said he died in prison.
Yeah, that's fucking.
I don't remember exactly the year, but I remember the broadcast because it was like the nightly news. Like that's like, this was like, I mean, cable existed, but like it wasn't as big as it is. So like, everybody kind of got their news from the same 3 networks: ABC, NBC, and CBS.
Here we go. The Mandela effect, a conspiracy theory. There we go.
How is it a conspiracy? Who's the conspirators? How do you call that? Dude, that bothers me because it's not a conspiracy theory because there's no conspirators.
Would the conspirators be I would have said the government, wouldn't
it? Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, that could be one interpretation, I guess.
If they killed him.
The original Mandela effect was supposed to be like there's some time warp where we're going into like another dimension or something, and it's changing like the past. That was like the first version of it.
Yeah.
And then people started blaming it on CERN. And then, like, you know, they turned on CERN, and that's when it all happened. And, like, you know, people are speculating.
Yeah.
On what, like, why is it that people are having, like, these false memories? I don't ever remember it being blamed on any individual as, like, intentionally doing it.
Do you know what? You can't find a single photo of him from back in the day. I'm looking at just Nelson Mandela. Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I did see like a photo like from when he was like originally arrested, like the African National Congress, like from that happened like in the early '80s, I think.
Yeah, that's not the same guy. I've got two different pictures. Wow. They switched this guy. I reckon. I don't know.
He was seriously dark skinned. What I remember, like when he was younger, I thought he was dark skinned, and like when he's old, all of a sudden he's a light skin.
Looks like the type of guy you couldn't really replace that easy, but that's weird. Yeah, so there's a lot of things. What's the one? There's the Monopoly Man with the monocle. That's a definite. You know, I remember that as a child. There's people who still have versions of the game where it does have a monocle. So it's like they want us to not trust our you know, our own memories. I think that's what it's about.
I think the James Bond ones are the most convincing for me because
what's that one?
Well, you can watch the old movie back, and it's I think it's Moonraker. You know, with Jaws, the guy with the metal teeth, the big guy. And at the end of one of the movies, he meets some girl and she smiles and she's got metal teeth as well. And they fall in love. And that's the whole punchline. She's got she's got braces, basically.
Yeah,
and then
I remember that. Yeah.
Now, she's not got braces anymore. She's got normal teeth. The whole scene doesn't make sense.
No fucking way.
Seriously. And I actually read a BBC article. And it was discussing the anniversary of when Jaws met this girl and they both got braces. And that article's been deleted.
What?
They've even made commercials where they put the actor from Jaws in a supermarket and he meets a girl in the supermarket and she's got braces where they're recreating the scene. But you watch the movie back now, or watch that scene back, it doesn't make any sense. She's got normal teeth. It doesn't make sense at all.
That's the whole thing. It's kind of like the Beauty and the Beast thing, right? The beauty tames the savage beast, but the only reason she thought she was a beauty is because she had metal teeth like he did.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of the scene, and now she's got normal teeth. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Oh shit! I'm watching it now. Yeah. Oh, you remember that when she smiled? Oh my god!
The thing is, this can't be fuckery from the government because there's Mandela residue, but the old movie shows something different to what we all remember, and it's like it must be something supernatural or something like that that's happened, right? Or we all just misremembering.
Go back and edit it.
Hey, you guys think that
I have to go on eBay and buy an old version on beta tape or VHS or something?
That's the best way to do it. Just find something old, because like I said,
Hey, do you think it could be possible that instead of like it being a supernatural thing or something that's in our heads, that actually there's a type of material that they've built or created, like CDs, movies, and all these things with, and not all the material has it. Like for the older stuff, that's why there's residue. But there's a material that is reprogrammable matter, and when the time comes, this matter can just be programmed through some type of EMF or electrical signal, and it literally changes like Fantasia style.
Yeah. Could well be.
I think that's the most logical explanation. I've seen things on the internet about that programmable matter and then being able to alter things, even alter like ink on paper. So it says something different, you know?
Yeah. Oh man. To me, it's.
I think that's easier and more logical than them being able to actually get and tinker with our minds. You know, I mean, all our minds are of sound of one sound body, and we all remember the residue in certain things. And then there is actual certain residue, meaning like maybe that material didn't have that certain type of nano in it, but they put it in most things. So when the time came, it changed or whatever. You know.
Here's one, and this is just a piss take. Right, so Watch Mojo. This is full on propaganda. But anyway, the Fonz. Did the Fonz wear a black leather jacket or a brown?
Black.
I remember black.
Fucking black in it. Oh, this one's trying to
black with a white vest, right?
Yeah, like a white tee kind of thing and a black leather, like tight kind of thing. Yeah. Well, it's just an image, and it says. It's not the black, it's a brown one. Even just that bullshit. I can remember the Fonz as being, wearing a black jacket. You know what I mean? Fucking cool, isn't he? Oh, mate.
Well, there's a Darth Vader one too, and there's somebody I've actually seen the video of it. Someone is like, "No, Luke, I'm your father. I'm your father, Luke." That controversy. So there's not only the handwritten notes that say the old way. There's a toy they made. And that says it. You push the button and it says it. It says it the way everybody remembers it, not the way it is now.
Yeah.
Now there's a really interesting one, and it's really interesting because the residue is in the prequel. So the Silence of the Lambs one. So
yes, what's that one?
I'm not aware of that. When he meets Clarice Starling when she first arrives, he says, "Hello, Clarice," because he already knows her name, right? And at the end of Red Dragon, the movie ends, and he goes, "Oh, this FBI agent's going to come meet you," and he goes, "What's her name?" And the movie ends, right, setting up the scene for Silence of the Lambs, where she walks in and he already knows the name. He goes, "Hello, Clarice," and it's meant to be creepy. So the residue is in Red Dragon, the prequel, because they've written the last line based off the famous line, "Hello, Clarice," because he already knows the name. But she walks into the room and meets him now, and he just says, "Good morning."
Yeah, mad.
There's no "Hello, Clarice." Like the whole end of Red Dragon is completely redundant now.
Yeah, what the fuck? But that's the thing. You need to get the originals. Like the ones where we believe that we've seen these to be able to know for sure. Like
I'm gonna go to flea markets and buy old Bond tapes.
Yeah, I do believe that they've changed everyone.
And a VCR because I don't have one anymore, so I got to buy a VCR too.
I don't believe there's such thing. Like the biggest proof is and they would have they won't do it on anyone else's fucking song because if they're still alive they won't get away with it. But when Queen died, not Queen, but you know what I mean. When Freddie Mercury died. The fuck was that? Sorry, it's knocking on my door. It's not even 9 o'clock. Oh, it's 10. Yeah, so when Freddie Mercury died, they've taken out "We Are the Champions of the World." You know that on that song? It goes, "We are the champions."
Oh yeah.
They've taken that out of the song, but that was definitely in the song. And you can go back and go watch the original video of the song, of Queen playing the song. It's still on there. You know what I mean? And then they've taken it out of the album version or any other version that you can buy nowadays. They've taken the last bit of the world out. So that in itself is just proof that they're willing to do this. You know what I mean?
No. My objection to that is when you hear him live, you could class that as residue.
What? Of the world?
Yeah. When you hear him singing it live,
you can see it.
You can class that as residue because they're singing the live song based off what we all remember, right? Just like someone writes an article about something based off all what we remember.
Live, it's a live performance.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Yeah. But that could be classed as residue itself.
But how could it be if he's singing it? Like he's singing it. It's not residue. The guy made the song. The guy wrote the song. The conspiracy didn't happen until after he died. Every time he sang the song, he said "of the world" every single time. And then after
in the official song now, we're told that there's no of the world.
No, but it is.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But it's like when you see the actor who played Darth Vader, and he says the line from the movie, and it's the line we all remember. But in the movie, that line isn't there. That's the thing. So even the actor's saying the line, and it's now residue. It's like even the singer's singing the song live, but in the actual song that we all get shown or buy or whatever, the line isn't there.
This is the thing, and this is the thing. It is in the song, and you can prove it, right? Just go and look at it. It can't be residue because he wrote it in the song, he sung it in the song, and he performed it every time he sung the song. It's not what everyone thinks happened; it's what happened, right? So there is no residue. Do you know what I mean? Like every time he sung the song, it was of the world. Every time he performed the song, it said of the world. So every time everyone else heard it, it was always of the world. It's in the song, but now they've taken.
But if I listen to the song now, not a live version, would it say of the world?
Any version he sung, it always said that. It was the ending of the
song. But now, if we went and listen to it,
there isn't a version in it, unless you've got an original. Well,
that's what I mean. The originals, they don't say this. That's what's created the whole Mandela effect. Like, you can go back and watch some of these movies that have been on YouTube for like 20 years.
And it's go and watch the original, and it's in the original. Are you listening? Come on, bro. Yeah. I just explained the same thing 3 times. He actually sings this. He actually says it, yeah? It's not. This is before the Mandela effect. This is before any changes. So this guy's still alive when he's singing it. So Queen, champions of the world, yeah? So we are the champions. So the official video, it's 3 minutes 9. I'm going to just zoom to the end.
Oh yeah, but is this a live performance, right?
No, this is the Queen official video. So this is one posted for ago, right? I know exactly what you mean, but you're not getting that can't. Yeah.
Sorry, you're breaking up on you, totally, bro.
I actually owned the 45 of this when I was in 2nd grade.
Mate.
So on the B side was We Will Rock You. If anybody knows what a record is anymore.
They've taken it out at the ending, but it's definitely in the song. So go and watch him say it. Yeah, honestly, that you can debunk every one of the Mandela effects. Personally, he says it every single time. Yeah, that's the one I've just watched, the official. But they stop it. They stop the video at the end. So watch of the world. Is anyone there?
Yeah, I just watched it now, that video, but it stops before he says of the world, right?
Exactly, but that's just on that video. In that performance, about a second after that stops, the reason why they stopped it when they stopped it is because he says, of the world. Literally, every single time he's ever sung it, it's the whole point of the song, that bit at the end, it's not just we are the champions, the song's we are the champions of the world. So,
of course, yeah, of course.
It's again, if they've made you believe that he's never sung that or he never wrote that in the song, or that's not the original, then they have got you with the Mandela effect. You already believe it. Where me, I will deny any of it because you can most of them phony. Like that one.
Well, I think sometimes people are clutching at straws with the Mandela, and sometimes it's stuff where they can't edit it out because you can watch the old version back.
Exactly. This is one of the like champions of the world.
I do find it a fun subject though. Like,
yeah, it's good. I like
interview with the Vampire. The movie it's called Interview with a Vampire. Everyone remembers The Vampire.
I don't even know what that is. Never heard that.
You know the movie with Tom Cruise from the 90s? Or
no, I don't think I watched that.
Okay.
Interview with a Vampire.
Well, it doesn't even make sense anymore. Interview with a Vampire.
That's Anne Rice. Anne Rice wrote that.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely some things that humans thought were one thing but weren't, but not have gone back and thought a different years later. Do you know what I mean? Like, not well. These are just my beliefs. I just don't think. I don't know. I watch them too closely. The amount of things they're doing to try and manipulate what you believe in your mind. It's so. Do not underestimate the lengths that they'll go. You have no idea how much money they're willing to spend just to control your mind.
Of course, yeah. They've got infinite money, essentially. So.
Never end, right? Where are you from anyway, lad?
Me, just near Manchester.
Oh, whereabouts?
Macclesfield.
Okay. Macclesfield, yeah, I'm in Warrington.
You're in Warrington? Oh, right, yeah, Cheshire.
I'm in Warrington now. This is where I bought a house here. But
you're from like Southport or somewhere like that?
Nah, I'm not from around here. Wirral, the other side of Liverpool.
Oh, Wirral. I'm originally from Wigan, so...
Oh, yeah, sound, yeah. It's a local. Sound. Yeah. Happy days. When did you figure this out?
I don't know, about 2015, something like that.
Yeah. What that, mate? Fair dues. I'd have been mad. I'd have lost my marbles already.
Yeah. But my personal opinion, I'm under the impression now with all these flat Earth shills that no one's going to like to hear this, but the term flat Earth, although I'm a flat earther, right, but the term flat Earth is a psyop.
100%, it's a loaded term. Yeah,
it's a 100%. Loaded term. Like it's gone from, I think it's a controlled release under the term flat Earth. That's why we've got these flat Earth shills that released it.
100%.
Like,
and that's
if we were in a situation where the whole world all started to figure out separately that the Earth's not a globe, and they're all posting videos under completely different titles, it'd be impossible to control and stop.
Yes, 100%. Sorry, man. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have said this, but I completely agree with you right now. It's controlled release. Nobody can convince me otherwise. It fucking is. They do this thing where they're trolling it, and then they make it look like they're censoring it, and they want people to think like this whole thing with YouTube, and they're like, oh, what are you gonna do about these banners and shit? Like they just put that out there. They just put that out there to mess with people, to make them think, oh, it is dumb. It's not real, and that it totally works for 85-90% of the people out there. But the longer this goes on, give it 3 to 5 more years, everybody's gonna know.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we're labelled under the term flat Earth, this movement or whatever you want to call it can't go anywhere. Because as soon as someone types it into Google or on the internet, we're only going to see what they want us to see.
Yeah. But the good thing is people are getting intelligent now. And the things that the people are starting to realise, okay, so the things that they don't want me to look into are the things I should look into. Which is exactly why they did this with the flat Earth, right? Let's make flat Earth look as silly as possible so that people can start looking into it. But I really do think that, I don't know, I've just got a lot of optimism, and I do really trust that people are going to start seeing, because people are going to start seeing things more clearly as soon as they start admitting to themselves that they've been fooled, which I haven't seen a lot of yet. Where there's a lot of people, I've seen people come out and say, okay, I was wrong, maybe I shouldn't have taken that vaccine. But no one, I haven't seen anyone who was on that side become an advocate on our side yet. Have you? Has anyone seen anyone go from radical, what would you call it? Radical anti-conspiracy to, on the conspiracy side? I've not seen one case like that.
Really. Not really.
No. So until I see something like that, then but the thing is, right, so I was never gonna I was never going to challenge, say, flat Earth or the likes of chemtrails or anything like that. Anyway, I was always aware of the fucking dodgy governments. I'm always aware that money was dodgy. Always aware of the banks. Always aware of chemtrails. Well, since I was like 18, I watched Zeitgeist when I was 18, so I was pretty clued up back then. But it didn't have anything about the Earth. As soon as the Earth hit me, it was like, how the fuck can, you know what I mean? Like, how is this not common knowledge? How have they got away with it?
Yeah, it changes everything, doesn't
it? Yeah, it completely changed my life to a point where the first thing I wanted to do was have a family. And that's literally my next mission, is just to, like, the only thing I want to do in this world now is have a family and pass on knowledge, pass on everything. Where when I believed in all the propaganda, I literally did believe that the world was dangerous, the sea levels were going to rise, that there's too many people here, there's too much pollution going on and all this shit, we're going to run out of fossil fuels. And I thought it'd be wrong to bring a child into this world. So I used to get angry at my friends for having kids as well. Be like, fucking hell.
I know, yeah. Exactly the same, mate. When I was like 22, I couldn't think of anything worse. I was like, oh no.
I used to say, oh, mate, when you're going to keep it. You're going to keep it, you can't keep it.
Yeah, now I'm thinking that's terrible. Like,
I'm thinking, what the fuck? I was completely hoodwinked and brainwashed and didn't even know, never even thought about it. I was just following what everyone else was saying. Fucked up. Fucking mad. Do you have many people from the UK who you're friends with about this stuff then?
Oh, I've lost a lot of friends over it.
100%. I did mine ferociously. I'm completely public. That's why I know there's people who are hiding from me just because they've heard what my new belief is. Do you know what I mean? They're afraid to, where we were really close friends, and now I haven't heard from them in like 3 years since COVID.
Nah, like I keep it close to my chest these days, because when I first heard about it, I was telling everybody about it.
Yeah.
I sort of saw the effect it was having on people, and I saw the way people went after me for it as well. Like, in the workplace and things.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, like the flat earthers, is like Agent Smiths. Anyone can just change into an anti-flat earther and go after you.
100%.
So I'll keep it close to my chest, pretty much.
Yeah, fair play.
I mean, I don't deny it or anything like that. I just don't promote. I don't know if promote is the right word. I don't try and push it, if you know what I mean. I don't argue it in public or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, mate, I'm like I said, ferocious. I'm out on the streets doing it. Like, I just believe. So I've had my freedom taken away. Basically, my freedom's been taken away. People have infringed on my rights, and also had just a lot of shit go on in the last 3 years since this COVID stuff. So exposing COVID doesn't do anything, I've found, because I did all that shit back in the back when before it was even commonly, well, wasn't really. I suppose it was after the.
We shouldn't talk about this in the live stream. Sorry, dude.
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, this is on YouTube. Shit.
Yeah. It's a YouTube live stream.
Oh, it's a YouTube live stream. Oh shit! Yeah, you can't say half of the stuff we've been talking about. Yeah. Anyway, I love those jabs. Thank God I've had 7 of them. I got my 8th soon.
Get your booster.
Hopefully that'll sort it out. Hopefully I'll stop getting COVID after that. But yeah, no, mate. Honestly, I was getting into that stuff, and I realized, shit, this is an IQ test. It's pretty simple. So I kind of thought, well, so is the globe. If you're gonna get and I don't think you could wake up to the globe and not get anything else. I don't know. I had such and my experience is so unique that I don't understand. I can't expect anyone else to have a similar understanding or epiphany, or I don't know, what I had, because it meant so much to me when I found out that, like, oh mate, the tears that were just so honest and raw. I hadn't cried in years, and it was just like, I wasn't crying like boo hoo. It was like beautiful. It was like, wow, this is fucking mad. I was like, this is real. I was like, this is fucked up. It brought magic back into the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, and wonder, like, what the fuck is this?
Mine was all, just like that as well. Like, it was. I wasn't crying, but it would have been tears of joy. Like,
I have tears for people to this day, where I could literally make myself cry. Not cry like boo-hoo cry. I'm a fucking adult. But I mean, like, I could stream tears just from thinking about what this is doing mentally to people. That's how much it struck the bone with me. Like, that's how, like, I know that people are living their lives differently because they think that they're an insignificant speck of dust on a spinning, wobbling, dangerous space pear that's fucking spinning out of control in an infinite vacuum of nothingness that could, an asteroid could hit you at any time, and before you there was dinosaurs, and that's what happened. An asteroid came and wiped them all out, so that could happen to you at any time. This is literally, that's the globe model. That's what you never think about it, but that's how dangerous it is. It is a dangerous, you're you literally mean nothing. You're a worthless speck of in a fucking random infinite universe that's expanding. How the fuck is that possible? How can infinity expand? If it's infinite, how can it expand? It's
madness. It's madness. Well, to address what you said when you said, you had tears of joy. For some people, finding out the truth is the complete opposite of that. It's so painful and sad. They don't want to know. And my example, I realized this when, my mum's like, she's a baby boomer. She won't listen to anything basically, so I don't even try. But I was watching the Truman Show with her, right?
Yeah.
And for me, the bit where he starts to find out where everything's a lie, that's the happy part. He's having this realization.
Yeah.
But for her, that was the sad part.
Really?
Yeah. And she was like, oh, this is so sad. He's finding it. And I was like, what? This is the uplifting bit of the movie, right?
Yeah. Do you know why that is, though? It's because you're sitting there resonating, going, this is what's happening to me. And your mom will be sat there thinking, well, I don't know. But that's why I resonated. That's why it was the happiest moment for me. Because when I was watching again, I was getting giddy thinking, like how he's figuring out everything's happening, because it's exactly what you're seeing in reality. That's what I think, anyway.
I think you're right there. Yeah. She had nothing to resonate with.
She's not resonating with it, and she's thinking, oh, God, his whole life's been a lie. And she's not even identifying that that's who she is, same as, everyone, really. Maybe she has to cross that bridge. I don't know, though. But that's why, because I remember that bit specifically because I didn't really notice it the first time I saw the film. But when I went and watched it again, looking out for flat earth stuff and the truth, the music changes and he's driving in that car, isn't he? And he's like, he starts fucking, this is going to come. Yeah. And he just knows everything that's going to happen.
Yeah. When he starts driving and he starts going round and round and round the roundabout.
Yeah. And he's like,
the woman thinks she's
the music gets dead upbeat. For a truther, because that's it, you start realizing that this is my reality. Like this is my shit. Yeah. Oh mate, it's amazing. What a fucking amazing life. But shit one at the same time. Like, cause like I hate this information and I love it at the same time because it's literally isolated me completely. But I don't know if that's what's meant to happen. Am I meant to be? Is this saving me from something outside? Or something that I could have been, because usually I find, and usually you do find in life, that a few years later you'll look back and you'll go, shit, I'm glad that happened because otherwise this could have happened. Do you know what I mean? Like there's always a reason for every step. And I really think that it is just one of those things that right now, even though like me personally, fucking hell. Like I had a big group of friends still do, you know what I mean? Still friends with them, but I could go around and see them, but I choose not to reach out to them anymore because they know my point of view. I know that they don't like it. I'd rather them reach out and say, hey, do you fancy doing something? And since I made that decision, I haven't had a call from any of them. We're talking 2 years now. And we were like best mates since like kids and stuff. I have had one call from one mate just saying, when are you going to come and see me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
32.
So, yeah, 32. I mean, I don't know if it's it could be an age thing. Like as you do get older, you end up less and less in contact with your friends and things. Like people start.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. It's just no, these are real ones who I've known them since I was like 5. And not all of them. I'm just talking about like the ones I'm talking about. There's probably 5 people I'm talking about, and they're literally definitely avoiding because they still, we're a group and they still meet up with each other. I'm just not getting the memo these days, and it's strictly because of flat Earth. And
this is another thing. I think this is the reason you should always put family over friends, because with family, you can have these disagreements about things, but you're still bonded by blood.
Yeah, 100%.
Brothers and sisters. But we've been led to believe, and I think this has been some like fucking brainwashing that's gone on over the years with TV shows like Friends.
Yeah,
treasure friends over family. How many millions of people have watched Friends and moved to the city?
Yeah,
the city, not started a family,
Yeah.
And Friends is not about family. I mean, it's about the clues in the title. It's all about friends, and I've met. I live in London, right, and I've met so many women, right, that are hitting 35, 40. They haven't had children.
Yeah,
and they are sad. They've come here for a career. They know now when they hit 60, it's going to be nobody.
Exactly. Not even 60. Wait till 45 comes knocking. You realise, wow, that time's already gone. I can't have kids now. And now you've got no one. And like it's a sad reality for them. And this is literally my girlfriend. My ex, literally I spoke with her a couple of months ago. But I kind of was, I felt sorry for her in a way. And we were talking about these points of views, and like to the point where we were going to have a kid, and I was thinking, because I want a kid now, I want to have a family, and that really resonated with her because she's at that time where she's 35. Do you know what I mean? So she's getting, and I'm so glad it didn't happen. I'm so glad everything's a blessing. But we were, this is literally fucking 3 or 4 months ago, and I was just thinking, just because of the time, I don't know what's going on in the world. I was kind of thinking of old school. I've been listening to a bit of Andrew Tate, and I'm thinking, man, I might just fucking just have the kid just while I can. No matter what happens between me and her, I'm still going to be an amazing dad anyway. You know what I mean? And I was just thinking, shall I? Just because, time and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't, because it turned out she fucking cheated on me, mate.
Oh, okay.
Fucking dodgy, mate. Well, she hadn't cheated on me. We split up for like a month. A month and a half, and in that month she went out with her friends, and she said it was a drunken kiss, and it's like, but she lied to me. When I got back to her, when we got back together, I said, look, I don't care if you've been, if whatever you've done, I don't care. I just want you to tell me now. I said, if you've been with anyone or spoken to anyone or anything, even romantically speaking with someone, I want to know. Otherwise, I'm not taking you back. We're not going back. And like I planned to go, and we were going on holiday. And I think because of the holiday, she lied, and she said, no, nothing. And then as soon as we got on holiday, I had a couple of drinks, and I was like, what did you do? And she was like, well, I had a drunken kiss. I said, well, I've got to believe it's just a drunken kiss now, but it's just a fucking piece of shit, really. And I dodged that bullet. Don't know why I fucking just told you that.
Yeah, it's all right.
Good, sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. Well, it is like
we're on this.
It is like a double-edged. It's like a two-pronged attack on families, because men. Yeah. It seems to me that men in the early 20s, when women are fertile, if the women want to have kids, then the men don't want to do it.
Yeah.
So you've got men who are in their early 20s when the women are fertile, not wanting to have kids, and then when the women get old enough, they can't have kids.
Men want to have kids, yeah.
And men want to have kids, and it's like, yeah, they've got like that. They've got us so by the balls in every fucking scenario. It's like,
especially the way that they split up the family unit, like that's the main one. So they've made it so expensive, so a man and a woman can't live off one household anymore. I mean, can't live off one income. You can't have a house. You can't have even the smallest of houses. You can't have a 2 up, 2 down, yeah, which you could have a family with one child, yeah, or 2. You can't have a 2 up, 2 down on an average wage. Do you know what I mean? And still support the man and the children. You can't do that anymore. So they're forcing women to go to work, which is forcing the kids to school. And then all they really care about is getting your kid into that school so they can brainwash your kid. That's the main thing. That is the main thing. If they want control of your kid's mind. Everything else it doesn't matter. It's a void. If they can get control, so they're doing all sorts of stuff, which is like that's why they try and empower women. They want single women because the single women will move away. They don't need a man, so the single women, but they're going to have to put their kids in school because they're a single mom and they're going out and they're earning from themselves. There's just so many different angles to this division. That's the main. Obviously, it's just divide and conquer. Whether you got white and black, rich and poor, left and right, up and down. It's exhausting when you think about it.
I know.
Yeah, and that's why I go on this TikTok live things because I just fucking every now and again I'll just have a rant and I'll shout at everyone, and everyone just fucking shuts up because you can obviously hear the passion for one. And I think it just resonates. I'm just like, look at you all fucking arguing, and I'll name some things that are going wrong in the world, and I'll say, and you're fucking arguing whether how many fucking people whether women's body count matters or whether they should have fucking arrested Andrew Tate, and all that makes some of the trivial things that are getting spoken about, and the amount of people that are fucking feeding into all this nonsense. It just winds me up when there's actually real issues going on. And most importantly, we've got fucking kids starving all around the world. And these people are debating the fucking moon landing. I just say, mate, I'm not going to fucking debate the moon landing with a few grown adults here on a fucking TikTok thing. We've got children starving around the world. Starvation. You know what I mean? And you're fucking debating whether this shadows, in this angle. It's like, come on, lads. Are you fucking serious? NASA gets 60 million a day. And as soon as, mate, I've never had, the only person who's ever said anything after that is this guy called Profoto Josh, which is why I keep mentioning him. And he's got under my skin. He works for NASA. And when I mentioned that, he posted a link to NASA's donation page, which fucking wound me up.
Oh, God. Well, that was his intention, I guess.
So again, it is his intention. The energy. He also works for NASA. Like that's his job. He literally works for NASA. He's a shill, just like the rest.
But TikTok can be a good platform, a useful tool for that until you get censored. I actually made a Flat Earth TikTok channel myself, and I'm shadow banned. I'm completely shadow. Only people who follow me can see my content now.
Yeah, I think that's
Before I got shadow banned, I was posting videos of, just like CGI shit on the ISS, green screen, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Some of the videos, they just get 100,000 views overnight, just like...
Yeah, and it's mad.
And they get so much exposure once they hit a For You page. And then overnight, it just dropped off. So I'd get like, the next one, it'd just be like 200 views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Completely killed it. But I had Globers messaging me saying, "Oh, we're going to use bots to report your account multiple times over and over, get it banned."
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the reason. But there's some flat earthers that have pretty big audiences in there.
Yeah.
They're really subtle about it. They don't mention the word flat earth, but they post flat earth content.
Yeah, that's it. You got to avoid those things that trap. Like I've mentioned it in this one. A video account, it's only just started to go live now, and that's Like the first, like some posts. I think I got. Oh yeah, I'm on it now. 25,000 views on my first post. Second one was a reply, which only got 2,000, and then the next one 48,000. But when I posted the on my other channel, I got 1 million on one of them, 1.2 million views, which is just bonkers for a flat Earth video.
Yeah.
For me, and considering I didn't have any followers. I didn't have any followers, didn't have any fucking anything. I'd only had the account for 3 weeks. It was my 27th post, I think. It's 27 posts. I only had like 2,000 followers, and then all of a sudden it just went fuck off. The first night it got, the first day it got, I think it was 100,000, and I was like, wow, I'm famous. And then it just kept going all week until it got to like 500,000, and then went to 1.2 million.
Pulled the plug on you, I guess.
Okay, the plug on me for saying something else.
Okay.
For saying faggot, I think, on a live or something like that. They did me for something I said on a live. Oh no, I know exactly what it was. Jesus Christ. They did me for my my live. Oh fuck! Have I got a video of it? I've got the video. The swastika.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Big Dipper.
Oh, okay, right.
Do you know what I mean?
What in the sky? What?
Yeah. So the swastika is the Big Dipper. The movement the Big Dipper makes in the year is what the swastika is. The symbol of the swastika. That's where that comes from.
Okay.
If you look into that, type into Google and see for yourself. Just type in these two things, and this is what I was telling people to do when I had like 700 people in my live. So I just got banned. So type in ancient swastika, and look at the origins and look in the images, and then just go through it all and see that the swastika's been around since the beginning.
Yeah. Well, I actually saw an Indian person the other day. He was wearing a swastika on his wrist.
Exactly. Right.
If you go to Japan, there's still swastikas everywhere.
Swastikas everywhere. On the Buddha, swastika. Everywhere, mate. The swastika. So the swastika, go and have a look into that. Ancient swastika. Just type in that. Go and look deep in. Do a deep dive. The swastika points us to the center. Points to the center of everything. That's the reason why they had to have World War II. They had to, well, not World War II. They had to vilify this symbol. They had to, because this symbol, without this symbol, they've got space, right? With this symbol, there's no space. There's no spinning, wobbling space ball, because this symbol points that the sky's spinning every day and it stays in the same place. This symbol is the symbol of understanding, truth, love across all of the world, and it always has been. Always has been. This is the one symbol that destroys. And I promise you post this, you'll get banned too. You go post this on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, anywhere. You try and explain where the swastika came from, and you're going to get banned for hate speech. But it's not about the hate speech. It's got nothing to do with hate speech, and it's not because it's like a Nazi thing. It's definitely like you can post this and avoid any. You don't even have to mention swastika, and it'll still get you. But yeah, it's the once you see this and you can understand this, I think it's a very good one to wake people up to. Like, look at that.
Yeah, well, they've turned the symbol of peace into a symbol of hate, haven't they?
Exactly.
And certainly made everything the opposite. Like they do.
Yeah, it's mental. Like, see, it's genius. I think it's genius. But I was going to mention earlier, maybe there's a reason why they have to lie to us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to come to the conclusion that whoever runs this place, it's something more than human. What's making me come to that conclusion even more is if you use a website called famouskin.com, everybody, and it tells you the bloodline of fucking every politician, actor, royalty, scientist, well, pseudo-scientist, they're all related. Every one of them.
Yeah, I know.
Connected in one way or another. Like every single one of them. It's insane.
I know, mate.
It's like for me, there's only two ways that can be done. Is one way would be that there's overseers that follow these bloodlines and control the shit, and they make sure that they're all put in the positions. And another way would be that there's some fucking they're not human, they're pretending to be human or whatever.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the I don't know, but I'd have to agree and say whatever's in control is inhumane. Like there's no
that we can definitely agree on.
How can something human have no humanity? That's they call them the blue bloods, and we call them psychopaths, which do exist. There are psychopaths, and they literally have no emotion. They've got no compassion, and they're just fucking cold blooded. And there are people like that walking amongst us today. Do you know what I mean? And they're not even part of the elites. So they do exist. I don't know. I really don't know.
Like it is madness though. Like it's like almost every famous singer. It's like how can the only people that aren't in there, right, are the ones that they can't choose. So famous athletes, famous sports stars.
Yeah,
because they're famous on ability.
People who, and that's, do you know who elect them? The public. Apart from the sports people, the public elects. So, like, if a famous singer makes it to number one, like for example, Rage Against the Machine, they're going to be part of it anyway. But say someone who comes from the street, you know what I mean, and then they get famous in their town, and then all of a sudden they're on telly. Yeah, these are the type of people that they can't plan because they're elected by us, but everything else is pushed to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And have you looked into the celebrity deformities? So, like, all these people that you're naming will also have some form of deformity in their body. Like, for example, Chandler had his third nipple. Iconic because they even put that into Friends. Look at Oprah. She's got like a sixth toe. I mean, really dive into like deformities, celebrity deformities, celebrity deformities. There we go. And yeah, here we go. You've got all the people who you expect to have, the ones, the top Illuminati ones, are all there. Harry Styles.
Harry Styles is what's his name's nephew, Simon Cowell's nephew.
Probably, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Here we go. Who's that guy? Oh, who's got another third nipple? Who's that guy? What's his name? Mark. I've forgotten his last name.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah. They've all got, honestly, they're all in it. All of them. And they've all got these, and they'll only mate, as in they'll only have sex, they'll only reproduce with the same bloodline. They literally put it in the films for us to see. Man, I've done it all night. I'm knackered. What film was I watching the other day? Oh yeah. It turned out to be really sadistic. It's fucking horrible. Shit. Just trying to think of the title. But we started watching it, and I was like, oh fuck, I wish I hadn't started watching this now. Watching it with my brother. Oh, I can't remember the film, but it basically it's like a script of kind of what they do. Have you seen Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, that's more the front of house kind of stuff. That's more like the parties. But this was kind of like the hillbilly. It was like a hillbilly film of, it's kind of like The Hills Have Eyes. Do you know what I mean? Like basically they're in the woods. You go to a random place and then you disappear and then you end up on the menu. And all these people are fucking related, and they're fucking all inbred and deformed and shit. And this is basically what they are. You know what I mean? But they've just put it in film format.
Yeah.
There's another one. I'm just looking at all the celebrities now. Christopher Walker, or Walken, or whatever his name is. LeBron. Oh yeah, that kid from fucking what's that film? What's that? Stranger Things.
Oh right, yeah.
You know the one with the mad teeth? Mate, actually, if you have a look in his mouth, it's not normal for anyone. I'm just looking at that now. No offense to the little guy, but that's fucking. Who's the one who everyone who admits to being a man as well? Megan Fox.
All right, okay.
She's got something.
That's a whole nother fucking.
That's another kettle of fish.
Yeah, it's a whole other rabbit hole. That one.
What do you think? Do you believe it? There's a video called.
I could believe it. I mean, it's definitely possible that they're putting fucking trannies, not only women men that are women, but women that are playing men as well.
Yeah.
They're much harder to spot.
Definitely.
Because a woman can just put a beard on, fucking grow a beard or whatever through testosterone and shit.
Yeah.
And get your tits removed, and it's like almost impossible to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your shoulders and stuff. But with a man, you've got a man's body, man's hands, fucking Adam's apple.
Adam's apple, big jawline.
All that shit, yeah, hips. It's all fucking
big clavicle. It's the hips, yeah. It's all about the hips, isn't it? That's why Shakira's song "Hips Don't Lie." That's what that's all about.
Hips don't lie, yeah.
That's not about fucking shaking her hips. It's about the trannies. And she's probably a real woman, I think. Maybe she's not. Maybe Shakira's one of them as well. I don't know.
Well, I think there's ones that are one of them and ones that have sold themselves to them.
Yes.
And you know what I think is the glue that holds it all together is blackmail.
Oh yeah, defo, 100%.
All these politicians and stuff that are reading these lines, blackmail holds it all together. And I think that's what these people like CIA or whatever like that.
Yeah.
So all they are is massive fucking things for blackmailing people.
Yeah. Can you remember back when we were kids, all the fucking there's been like a scandal at the where was it? The Playboy Mansion with Will Smith and 15-year-old girl. Do you know what I mean? Can you remember all of those headlines?
No.
Oh mate, I remember loads of scandals from the fucking Playboy Mansion when I was a kid. Loads of them. Just the the news of it. There'd be news of like, the scandal of someone with a young girl. And it never, the way it was worded was never like pedophile, never like underage girl. It was just 15-year-old girl or just a young girl or a teenage girl. It was never, the severity of the situation was never really voiced how it was. But I remember
it kind of wasn't back then.
Pardon?
I think back then they were kind of like kind of like more lenient, for lack of a better term, on that. They were just like, they just laughed it off, didn't they? Like 13-year. It's like, yeah. I seen an interview recently with Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah,
that guy is a fucking pedo. Like, there's an interview with him where he's going on about having sexual relations with a 13-year-old girl, and he's like, if she's up for it, it's fair. It's fair game. If she's up for it, and he's like, he's not even joking. He's been super serious in this interview, and the interviewer's going, no, like to him.
Yeah,
and he's like, yeah. He's just explaining away, like, even though she's still a child, if she's game, it's fair. It's like
fucking scumbag, mate.
Yeah,
and
massive
it's filmed. You know what I mean? Just look at his films and like literally look at the content in his films. He's a sick motherfucker. He's sick, twisted. He's definitely done these things. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing with these people is behind closed doors, they get to do whatever they want. And if that's what they want to do, like I kind of it makes me a bit squeamish thinking of the things that these people have actually got up to. Because money can buy you fucking anything, really can. Especially with the amount of money they've got. He's very good friends with him as well, Harvey Weinstein. But I'm just trying to find a picture of him. Have you seen a picture where he's got a girl's foot in his mouth?
No, I don't think so. But I don't fucking want to see it, mate. To be honest,
100%. You can't really see the girl. It's just you can see the size of the foot. He's 100% a pedo. And looking at it, you're like, what the?
I think that's what bonds them all as well. Like, if all these people are fucking in the same little club and they all know each other, have done these really perverse pedo things, like they're all bonded by that because they're all in this little group where, you know, they all know they're all fucking pedos and no one can do each other wrong because they can just tell someone. They just grass each other up.
You can't grass each other up because once you grass, you get told on as well. So that it's like honor amongst thieves kind of thing.
Yeah. They can't grass each other up, but they're also all in this same. They're all bonded by these atrocities.
Yeah.
You know, and it's fucking bad.
We're lucky, mate. Honestly, lucky to be living the way we are. You think you're like, oh, I wish I was an elite, or I wish I was one of. No way.
No way. Yeah, no way.
No, I'm not saying what you wish, but like people do. People want to be these stars, and like I did. I wanted to be fucking rich and famous at one point in my life, and then look at it, and it's like, wow, that's where it goes wrong for people. It's the greed, it's the thing, and then you'll sell out, and you'll do anything to get there, and then, it's just fucking mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you get sold into life as success. The time traveling thing baffles me as well. There's so much to it that I just think half of it's just out there just to make you fucking question. Not question, but like, what's the word? Mate, I'm just talking for the sake of it now.
Yeah, don't worry. It's like, I mean, you've been up all night, right? But I've just woken up like a couple of hours ago.
You just woke up, have you?
Fresh.
Oh, fresh, nice. Do you work at the moment? Are you working?
Yeah, I work.
What are you doing, or what do you
do? I am a croupier.
Oh, right, yeah, sound.
Yeah.
Oh, laughing. Oh, mate, I've been taking time off. I need to get myself into a job. Don't know what to do. I'm trying to think of something righteous.
I'm trying to quit, but I keep failing, but I keep trying to find something where I don't have a boss, basically.
Yeah. Oh, mate, that's the thing. Fucking.
Well, I don't have a boss, but not only that, I'm not fucking doing anyone dirty, you know. I'm not selling something that's gonna fucking.
That's the thing. It's so hard to make money in this world without selling part of your soul. Like one of the probably the easiest thing is time, which is exactly that's you're gonna have a job then. I mean, you're gonna have a boss. If you're selling your time for money, you're gonna have a boss. But yeah, I like fucking hell. I've had loads of ideas that would have been good. I was gonna get a load of masks in, but I couldn't do it.
Well,
I wasn't gonna sell masks. I'm an advocate for not wearing a mask. It's just like there's loads of things like that.
Check this that happened to me in 2019. I'd just come back from Japan, right, and everyone's wearing masks. And I'd just read this like study or this report. I can't remember what it was about different levels of insanity. It's written by this born again Christian in Civilization. I just come back from Japan. I was like, they're at this next level of insanity and control that we're not at yet. And I was like, maybe masks are going to take off in the UK. And this is 2019, right? And he ordered all these samples of masks from Alibaba. I was gonna sell them
Really? Yeah.
And then my wife was like, no one's going to work. And I'm not blaming my wife. It was me for being lazy. But and I didn't do it in the end. And then literally like fucking 5 months later, everyone's got a mask on. I'm like, shit.
I should have done that.
Yeah.
Nah. I mean, I was thinking of doing it after it happened. I was like, what will sell? I was thinking, but I couldn't have done it.
No,
I don't even think I could sell anything. I like I said earlier, I really think that knowledge is going to be, your information will be the next currency. So we're going to be all right. Just got to sit and wait out the storm, I think. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to walk off any cliffs anytime soon.
Definitely not.
You know, like I could see a few people walking off a cliff if they got told it was good for them.
Okay. I can see it now. People are doing it. Not a Professor Dave, yeah. Fuck, I hate that.
I can see them walking off a cliff because they got told the rocks at the bottom stop them getting sick.
Yeah. So I'm just catching up on what's fucking been posted here. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Have you seen that? Oh, what's that video? Have you seen look at it, yeah, I can't think of the name because I'm so tired.
I've spoke to Professor Dave a few times and he'll reply to you in YouTube comments.
Which one? Oh, Professor
Dave. The absolute douchebag. Yeah. He's an absolute douche. Like, any flat earther in his comment section on his videos, it's either him or someone who worked in his team if he has a team. But they'll reply straight away.
Yeah. It'll be it, mate, probably. Yeah, he probably doesn't have anything better to do. He's a dick. Fucking diamonds are forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a telling film. Capricorn 1, that's it. Where they basically the whole film is about faking a landing on Mars, and it's like exactly the same script that they probably used to fake the moon landing. It's funny. Definitely watch that. That's free on YouTube. That for anyone to watch as well. Capricorn 1. That's a good film. Oh yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, there's a few. There's an old film I've not seen yet, but I want to see it. It's called The Society, and it's about it's from like the 80s or the 70s, and it's about some fucking society.
Yeah,
that I don't know if they're human or not, but they fucking run the shit.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's a crazy movie to watch back now, and I only ever watched it as a kid, and I thought it was scary then and creepy, but now it's like it's even worse. Like the Roald Dahl, the film of the Roald Dahl book, The Witches.
Right.
Have you seen that movie?
I've definitely seen. I think I might have. You say it's a book?
It was originally a Roald Dahl book, and then he made the movie, The Witches.
I've never read the book. I've not seen the film.
So the film, The Witches, it's from the 90s. This is a kids' movie, bear in mind. And the premise of the movie is that there's an organisation, a charitable organisation that's a kids' charity, and it's just a front for a bunch of witches that capture and eat children, right?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and at the very start of the movie, there's this witch trying to tempt this fucking kid down from a tree, and then it fucking eats it, kills it, and eats it, right? And this is a kids' movie.
What the fuck?
And then you watch it back, right? And in the credits, it doesn't mention this. But all the witches, right, are just men in wigs. They're all men in drags. And you never notice it as a kid. And in the credits, it doesn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
And then you look at it back, and it's like all the witches in the crowd. It's like this big witches convention. They're just men in wigs. They're all Chinese.
Yeah, same with that. What's that film? Hocus Pocus. Have you seen that? It was a kids' film with my sister and my fucking cousin when I was a kid. Well, when I was like 8 or 9 or something, and they were kids. And I've watched this film back again. It's about witches, about Halloween. And it's an American film made in the 90s. And there's stuff about it with like, like missing kids on the milk bottle. on a milk carton. There's that. There's also they also say that the children taste the better, and we eat children and shit. They make a magic potion, mate. It's just all like kind of adrenochrome kind of hints. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was. When I first researched into that, I was like, "This ain't real. I'm gonna prove this wrong because I don't want to believe it's real. I don't want to go there, so I'm going to debunk it, and it'll probably be easy to do." And then the more I looked into it, the more I started remembering every fucking film, like The Philosopher's Stone and all of these things, Nicholas Flamel, all these names and things that they've put in films and books and stuff for us to see. You know, like, honestly, there were things like I was researching this stuff and I was being reminded of, like, the Power Rangers film and things that I'd watched when I was a child. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck and why are these? Is there a relevance to this? And then it's like these little, you know, like subconscious messages they put in things.
Yeah.
Well, mate, they're in everything, and I don't know whether it's just my mind making these connections, but yeah. Fuck, sorry, mate, my mind just keeps going blank.
No, they have got us by the balls in all this fucking media. But
only mentally, not physically. They wrote the book. They've written themselves out at the end. In the next, I reckon it'll take 10 years, and we'll have like true freedom.
I don't know what that the other way, mate. It looks like it's going the other way, where we're gonna have smart.
It's going the other way, yeah. Either that, or, mate. If it goes the other way, then it's going the other way, and then the scriptures are going to play out exactly, and we're all going to get put to death. That's the truth. If it goes the other way, that's what happens. They sell us out, as in the sheep, and we get put to death, and we die with pride and dignity. That's what it says in the book. And if the prophecies are coming true, which they have been, you know.
Yeah, well, I can take that.
Yeah, I will. I'll die with it. I'm ready to die now. I'll die on this.
I'm ready to go. Like, I mean, I don't want to go, but I'm fucking ready.
We don't. But this is the thing. You can. Well, I don't believe in that 100%, but manifest, Jeremy. I'm not manifesting to die. I'm going to manifest the win. You know what I mean? I don't believe that. I said I'm willing to die for this, and I say it every day. But I'm not going to have to. I don't need to. It's not going to get that far. You know, all people have already been dying left, right, and center throughout history. I don't think another death is on the cards for me. I know that might sound crazy. There you go. That's the image. Adam Unsalted posted it before. That's the image that I had as my profile picture, and they removed that too. So
the globe model is broken. That
no. Wait. Oh. Shit, I've scrolled. Not the globe. Scroll up.
The slotted one. Yeah. I see it.
That exact image was my image for my my thingy, and then they said that I wasn't allowed to change my profile picture either. For something like it was like a week. I was allowed to change anything, and I changed it. But yeah, they're hot on that symbol, and it's not because of the Nazis. It's nothing to do with the Nazis. 60. I'm gonna have to stay up all day now today. So I'm sleeping.
I don't know how you do it. I can't do it. I mean, I work nights. I can't stay up. I just go to bed.
Yeah. No, I've done it. Like I've been struggling, but I keep like, for example, we're playing. I don't usually. Don't judge me. To be honest, I got this for. I do a lot of flat smacking on there. My name on the PlayStation. I only bought it like 2 weeks ago, just to have a go, a little blast from the past. I don't know if you ever played Modern Warfare 2 back in the day.
Yeah. I did.
Yeah, it was the only game, like Modern Warfare 2, like Team Deathmatch. It was the only game I played as a kid. You know, I never played any of the shooter games apart from like Sonic and fucking Crash Bandicoot when I was like PlayStation 1. I never played any other games. And then someone got me onto that when I was like 18. I had to go with that first, that Call of Duty. And I fucking loved it. I played that for like a year solid. But then I got rid of a PlayStation and I hadn't had one since. And I hadn't even played one since. So I haven't even played the PS5 or anything. But when someone told me that but they've made a new Modern Warfare 2, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna get it and see what it's like. And that's what I've got. But now it's got loads of different, you can have headsets on. And it's like this thing called Warzone. I'm sure maybe you know what it is.
Oh, you can proximity chat. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm fucking on there. My name is Spaces Fake as Fuck. And the amount of people I'm having good conversations with, because I'm not even bringing it up. People are just reading my name and going, so do you really believe that then? And I'm like, believe what? And they're like, do you believe space is fake? And I'm like, fake as fuck, mate, yeah. And it just starts conversations, and they'll be like, well, mate, I don't know what you mean, but yeah, they definitely didn't land on the moon and shit like that. And so I'm definitely doing my bit online. And the reason why I did it is because it's like the people who we want to reach are in these entertainment boxes. Do you know what I mean? They're sat behind a fucking TV. They're sat behind their computer, or they're sat playing on the PlayStation because they're consuming. They're wasting their time consuming entertainment mindlessly. It is mindless and it's selfish. You know, when you do something like that, it's a selfish habit. You're only pleasing your own selfish needs. I'm doing it. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but that's what it is. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no benefit. No one else is going to benefit from me playing that PlayStation game. I'm not going to benefit. No one else is going to benefit. So that is a selfish pleasure, is it? Not, you know, it's just like me having a wank or anything. Oh, it's a selfish pleasure. And sorry.
Yeah,
it doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't get you anywhere. You're not going to be any better or worse off. Well, worse off, just having less. You're going to be younger. I mean, older, and you've lost time. There's no benefit from playing games.
Well, I see it like this, right? In a mental asylum.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's still like this today, right? All the patients, they're all dosed up with tranquilizing drugs, playing games. And now they've convinced us, or a lot of young men, to tranquilize themselves, but they smoke weed and play games, right?
Yeah.
And they're kind of putting themselves in that mental institute.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Just smoke weed and play these games. Don't think about anything else.
Yeah,
don't do anything else, and that's it. The life passes them by in their active years.
What if they just legalized in America? And I swear they want to do it here too, but they make too much money on it because they sell it to America. So we've been the largest producers of medical cannabis since the beginning of time. Well, not the beginning of time, but you know what I mean. Since the beginning, the UK has been the largest, and we still are. Even today, we're still the largest producers of medical cannabis. That might have changed in the last few years, to be fair, but. To be fair, that might have changed a lot, but that's something.
So many people now that are just like, yeah, smoke weed every day. And don't get me wrong, I smoked weed every day I could for like nearly 20 years, and it's like, and now I'm like, I can't even touch it, you know.
Yeah, I can. Like, don't get me wrong. That's one thing that waking up has done amazing things for me. Is I learned discipline, self-discipline. And like, I won't do things where I would smoke all day long and try and smoke as much as possible. Partially because we were trying to escape reality. That's why I believe that we were doing.
Yeah, it's a form of escape.
Reality, escape. And I still believe most people are escaping it. But once you face reality, you don't want anything else. Like, I don't want anything but reality. Like, give me it in its rawest, most fucking brutal form. Because I'm going to chase, for the rest of my life, I'm probably going to chase that feeling of having your mind blown like the Flat Earth did. It's never going to happen. I don't think there's, apart from when we do actually find the truth, which will be, who knows, but I think I'll be chasing that feeling for the rest of my life. That fucking uncertainty of not knowing, and like, the fact that we could be something that actually matters. And I don't know, it felt so good. And it wasn't like I was trying, like I needed something like that. It was just like, wow, this makes more sense. Like, because I've always thought, and everyone has always thought, what the fuck is this? What do we do? Like, think of the way things are. Like, just think of the human anatomy. Why isn't your mouth in your ears? Why isn't your fucking eyes on the side of your face and on your ears? Why is your nose in the middle? Why are all these things the way they are? It's perfect. Do you know what I mean? But it's not. It's just, it is what it is. It's the only way we know it, and it's the only way it is. But it's like, why or what or what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? What is it? These questions can't be answered with it was a big bang, and so get to work. I don't know. I just think there's so much wonder left now.
Yeah, exactly. There is.
I think it's amazing. So did you meet your missus through this stuff, or did you already know?
No. No, she's a hairdresser.
Oh yeah.
Well, she was doing hairdressing. Met her that
way. She on your page, or
what?
Is she on the same page as you? Well, not as bothered.
That's a tough one. She listens to what I say, like, but she's kind of like, yeah. Not like, I don't know. She's like, oh yeah. But then she's not.
That's your thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So, I mean, I told her not to take the vaccine, and she had a lot of pressure to take it, and she never took it.
That's good. Well, when she realizes how amazing that is, she'll start listening to you.
Well, I did tell her I'd divorce her if she took it.
Yeah, just as well.
Straight up, I was like, if you take that, I'm getting a divorce.
Well, mate, that would destroy you anyway.
Yeah, if she took it and I didn't, yeah.
100%.
Told me, but she's not allowed it. She's been offered jobs. She works freelance in America, and she's had to turn them down because she can't go.
Really?
Yeah, she needs to be blessed to get in America still.
Yeah. Fuck that, mate. Mate, I bet you all those laws will change now. They weren't laws. They're not allowed to say that. Everyone who's done that is liable to a fucking lawsuit if anyone wants to follow it through, by the way. If they say that you can, I'm sure you're going to have to get a lawyer or something to do the legislation. But at some point, people are going to be getting a shitload of compensation, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I looked into it during the lockdown times, and there was all the lawyers were like just fully booked. They would like leave a message. Everyone was putting a claim in,
Probably because the more important ones, like someone mentioned earlier, the people who they've got a kid and they weren't allowed to see their dying kid, and shit like that. Like that, I bet you fucking people busy with shit like that. Like even I had a friend who died in lockdown who had nothing to do with COVID. And they put his death down as it had everything to do with COVID. Sorry, this is probably the reason why I went so anti as well. My best mate had a accidental. Well, I'd like to think it's an accidental overdose from the lockdown. Like in the first lockdown, he lost everything. He was living in London. He had a nice flat. He was living with his missus. He lost his job, so he lost work first instantly, and then he couldn't pay his rent for his flat. Him and his missus arguing. Lost his missus, lost his flat, moved home, lost his job, lost everything. Argued with his family when he got home instantly, and it was his birthday the next day, and he went back down to his, and he tried to ring me. I missed his call. He said, I just had a missed call, and then a text message saying, sort your phone out. And then the next day, I had a call saying he was found dead. He hung himself. And then the fucking, I went to his funeral, and they put it down as a COVID death. You know what I mean? Where he'd taken like a fatal dose of fucking, what was it? That had some form of opiates in his system. Which is not something that, it's just not like him. I don't know. It was fucking mad, and it was directly because of, if there was no lockdown, that wouldn't have happened to him. So I blame
in this country. Suicide's the biggest killer of men under 40.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Probably is in a lot of Western countries. I know of a bunch of people that have done it.
Same, yeah.
But if I always think if they'd figured out shit, like they would never have taken that path. Like
you never go down that path if you know the truth. Like I would never kill myself.
Yeah, I could never consider going down that path. Like
no matter what, it's a gift to be here. You know what I mean?
You just don't know that they're special.
Yeah.
I'm here for a reason. They think this fucking atheist bullshit where, nothing means anything.
Yeah.
It's like...
It's that nothing could be further from the truth.
It's 100% nothing when we die. Even though it's like none of that can be proven.
Yeah.
Let's just end it now. And if fuck knows what happens to them afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know what this thing is yet. I'm fucking not sure what we're doing here. I believe that we're on like some kind of a cycle.
Yeah,
we've
been along those lines.
Since the beginning. We just can't remember anything, and you start again or something. I don't know.
Well, there's a theory that we keep recycling until we figure out how to escape.
Yeah,
we're just trapped in here until you get to wherever the escape point is, either the North Pole or Antarctica or whatever. Until you get that far in the game, you just recycle and recycle and recycle.
Yeah,
keep producing for the people that run this fucking prison.
Yeah, it's fucking mad. How's that work, though? How's that work?
Consciousness.
Consciousness. Does it just fly off and go in somewhere else? What? It's magic.
Gets reset.
But consciousness in itself is magic. You know what I mean? Like just the ability. Like when you say you walk into a field of cows, yeah, you walk past a field of cows. All those cows will stop and look at you. They'll look at you, and there's a conscious thing going on there. The cow knows you're there. The cow knows you're there and is thinking that you're there. And obviously your mind's a little bit deeper, but that is consciousness. Everything has consciousness, you know what I mean? And that in itself is proof of God. Like just the ability for me and you to discuss this is proof of intelligence. The fact that we have the ability to even think about it and comprehend ourselves is, to me, that's what fucking God is.
But this discussion is what I think differentiates us from animals. For some reason, humans can do stuff with their minds that no animal can do, I think.
Yeah, are we sure about that, though?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, as in verbally, like, we might not know. You know, they're in control of all the sciences. They do you know there's one thing they do? They do try and they try and keep us away from dolphins. I don't know if you've heard that. They literally stop scientists from working with dolphins. Pardon?
They say dolphins can talk to each other, can't they?
Yeah. I'm sure. Maybe it's just a conspiracy, but I did hear someone say recently in the Truth Movement that there's something going on there with dolphins and like prohibiting.
Well, I know people do dolphin births, don't they?
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Where you have your baby in a pool where there's a dolphin in it or something like that, and it's I can't remember what happens, but it's meant to be something fucking mental that happens. It's like really good. I can't remember the details. It's something I'd have to look at again. But I know dolphin birthing is a thing where you get born with a fucking dolphin.
Mad.
It does something. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I want a fucking natural. I say I'll definitely, as if I'm gonna have it. I'll be having a natural birth, me. Oh yeah. In a dolphin birth. Oh no, I'm just watching dolphins give birth now.
Right.
Dolphin human birth. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Can't remember the reason though.
I'm just looking at images. Oh, but there's something there.
Dolphin-assisted childbirth, that's it. Sounds fucking mental when you say it, a dolphin. It's like something from a comedy sketch, a fucking dolphin helping you give birth.
That's real. That's the real God. The worm. Well, there's a kaleidoscope. We are all spinning the tubes at different speeds. Carl Sagan, he's another one.
Oh, he's massive shield. The worst one is Brian Cox for me. Fucking hell.
Yeah, mate.
Brian
Cox, he just annoys me.
And he lies, but he's another one who tries to appeal to the youth. Like he's botoxed his face. He purposely puts on a soft voice. And it's all about appealing to the youth and families and shit.
Yeah, it is about being cool and yeah. Oh, mate, it's so annoying. You know, when he says, I don't know anyone who's ever thought that the Earth is flat. Have you seen him say that?
He says no one has ever in human history thought the Earth was flat, and it's just a straight out lie.
No,
he lied. Like,
how can anyone say that when literally part of the curriculum that you learn is that everyone used to believe the Earth was flat until we learned that.
Yeah,
until you know. It like how mate, it just fucking winds me up. I want to kill him. Like that's the thing. Like I'm extreme. I'm a full on extremist. Like they would put me down as a terrorist. Where when I speak to these shills, I'll just say, honestly, we're coming for you, mate. Calm as a bitch. I say there was one thing like they keep saying that I'm threatening to kill them because I said if it was up to me, everyone who's out there deliberately who is deliberately deceiving and misleading the public would receive the death penalty and they'd be hanged. And that is literally, and I've said this to them. And when I say that, they go awfully quiet. You know what I mean? And they also block me.
The punishment's got to fit the crime.
Pardon?
The punishment's got to fit the crime, though, hasn't it? Like,
100%. Mate, like
the death penalty is fucking correct.
You think that's too much?
Too much.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, from a biblical point of view, like, I think I don't know what it says exactly, actually, but I think the death penalty only applies to fucking people who've murdered or whatever.
Oh, deception is of the devil. It's, it is murder in a way, I think. Fucking hell, murdered my baby. Murdered the baby that I could have had. No, I'm joking. Nah, mate, I might just be extreme. I'm totally fine with that. We're not always going to agree. But like it meant so much to me that, yeah, it changed my life so much that if they're out there still brainwashing others, yeah, if it was up to me, it would be for if they knew what they're doing, like actively deceiving people. Unless when it all comes out, they say, right, all right, well, we've got to come out clean now. Yes, okay, this is why we were lying, but here's the reason why, and they've got a good reason for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then I go, fair enough. But if they are actively deceiving the public for financial gain, and just because they've been told to by like higher places, yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, named, shamed, imprisoned, punished. You know,
I don't believe in
titles.
I don't believe in prisons, really. I don't believe that we should have. I don't believe in reformity either. I don't believe in change. Once a thief, always a thief. That's why they cut your hands off, mate. Do you know what I mean? There's no
Well, that's more than certain. You could say you've changed at some point, but under new information.
Yeah, but have I changed? Have I really? Have I changed, or have my mind? Have I just decided that I've changed? Because like I thought I'd changed and I'd never smoke weed again. Here I am. I've just had 3 weeks on the weed. I've just quit again. I'm off it for 3 days now, but I've just had 3 weeks on it after 2 years off it since I woke up. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, have I changed, or have I got a mindset where I think I've changed?
Yeah, but that's just one aspect, though, isn't it? We like you know now that you have a different opinion on it. Your opinion's changed.
Yeah, but here we go. Like let's say a pedo goes in to 5 years because that's about all they get. Do you think they're going to come out and do it again?
Of course, yeah. I mean,
I would kill them. Me personally, like I know it's frowned upon. It's frowned upon to kill anyone else, and who is anyone to say that they should take a life? No one, but God. I get that, but I don't know. I'm brutal. I'm real, and I'm honest. And there are some things that I just don't think deserve forgiveness. I don't believe everyone deserves a second chance. Well, I believe everyone does, but I don't believe every scenario.
It's like I'm willing to guess. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think a lot of us are in this situation that, like, you might have done stuff when in your teenage years or early 20s, early adulthood, that you would never dream of doing now.
100%. Yeah.
100%. Like, I mean, me too. You know, and in that aspect, I would say I've changed. You know, but
is the potential there still?
What, to do it again?
Yeah. Like, yeah. To be fair, actually, maybe there is.
No, I think there is.
So, are we talking about pedos? Are we talking about fucking? NASA?
We're talking different crimes. Obviously, like I've never done anything like that. I never would. No dream of doing it. But those people, it's like people who've already committed murder and fucking done harm to children and stuff like that. They deserve everything they get. You know, that's like.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So there we go. They've made a mistake. Would you trust them to not make it again? Because that's what you're saying here. When you're saying, okay, so I've done some things when I was a kid that I wouldn't do now, so I've changed. But it's like, okay, that's your opinion on your specific circumstance. But let's say I came around to your house when I was 5 years old and I stole from your fucking cookie jar. Yeah. I come back when I'm 10. Are you going to hide the cookie jar, or are you going to just trust that I'm not going to do it again? You're going to hide because you're a human being and you learn on pattern recognition. You're going to hide the cookie jar because you're going to remember that, and you're going to go, oh, well, even so, I won't let him have the temptation. I won't give him the temptation, so I'll help him out and I'll hide the cookie jar. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe not. But
I think it's more complex than what we're making it. Like, not everyone's just straight up thieves. People go through spells.
No, I'm brutal about it, and like I said, it comes down to personal. Like, what harm has it done you, and the harm it's done me, and the amount of what it means to me. Behind bars isn't enough, to be honest.
Yeah, depends on the crime.
I think the death penalty. They need to bring back capital punishment. I don't know. Maybe I'm brutal, but maybe I've just convinced myself into it because I'm trying to scare these shills, and they do. Like, I said this to a guy today on a live feed, hundreds of people watching, and his bottom lip started quivering when he started defending himself, saying that he's not a part of NASA, even though he is a part of NASA. He's like, well, when you're speaking to me, it's not just talking to NASA. I'm just a subdivision, and I'm just one of the photographers. And it's like, mate, you work for NASA. You're here. You're trying to deceive the people. I'm just letting you know that when this all blows over, we won't forget who you are, and we'll be coming for you. And I just say stuff like that because it makes them think. And I also get an honest response from them. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they weren't working for NASA, they'd fucking kick off. And they'd have something to say. Do you know what I mean? When you get emotionally, well, most people, unless you just want to be the bigger person, just go, okay, if that's what you think, that's what you think. But these people aren't doing that. They're literally, I can see them getting agitated, and I do it to try and expose them and try and see who's who. And
yeah, it's like you want them to know that they're going to be held accountable for their actions.
Yeah. And like most people are just debating with them, like as if it's just, this is it. Oh, it's just, and if you're wrong, and oh, okay, and they'll be able to say sorry. I'm saying, mate, no, I can see you. I know what you're doing. I'm watching you. And the moment we take over power, I'm going to come and find you, and we're not going to let you. You know what I mean? We're gonna hold you accountable for these, because it is crimes against humanity. That's what they're doing. Just misleading the public. Misleading the public is, well, I think, I don't know, maybe I'm just brutal with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I guess everyone's got their own opinion on it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what the correct punishment would be.
No, maybe it is. Maybe
they want to decide what the correct punishment.
But it works, as in it works for me, and that's what I'm telling. That's what I used to say to Josh. It's rattling them up. It's rattling their cage. Like literally, if you go and look at, there's one guy he's literally called Pro Photo Josh. He's not got a massive account. He's got like 4,000 followers or something. But he's on all of these lives, and he's friends with all of the main people. Yeah, and he works for NASA. And this guy, when I said this to him, he starts making videos about me. Starts fucking like I'm living in his head rent free. And I only said it once. And
can I just give you a little tip going forward? Be really careful what you say in regards to this online, even now on this, because in the UK, we don't have freedom of speech here.
No, I have freedom of speech wherever I stand, mate. I don't live
online. Well, put it like this: so far, over 3,000 people have been arrested in the UK for saying stuff on the internet. You make it an idle threat as a joke, you're going to prison, mate. Fucking, they don't mess around with this shit as well. Like, they're really fucking.
That's fine. That's fine. I never threatened him personally. I just said if it was up to me. I never said anything else. And then he said, and then I gave him hypotheticals. He said, so what would you do? I said, what? If you came up to me? Well, I said, first of all, I've already told you to leave me alone. So I'd what did I say? Yeah, I'd get you done for something because I've already told him to leave me alone. He's the one harassing me. You've got to add. He's the one my child.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm just saying in the future, just be super careful.
Oh, mate, that's true. 100%. If they come with any, even if they come at me, they can't. You know, they would not. I don't live under that jurisdiction, so they wouldn't be able to arrest me. Anyway, like I don't. Do you know, like the laws don't hold up in the court of law anyway. So I just don't believe that they have any kind of. I don't know. I'd love. Like, who do you know personally who's been arrested?
No, I don't know anyone personally, but I've seen. You can look at. Sometimes you can go online and you can look at who's been arrested, and it's like, oh, this person was sentenced to this, in your local area. And I see it pop up quite a bit in London. People getting arrested, doing 3 years in prison for fucking writing something on a fucking social media.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that as well. But usually they have actually threatened people. Do you know what I mean? And mate, I'm logical. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm speaking my mind. To be honest, I'm speaking whatever I want to say. And that's the whole point of free speech. And I'll say it up until the point where they arrest me. Because
the law they'll do you with is the Malicious Communications Act. That's what they get you on with.
Right.
That's why we don't have freedom of speech in this country, because of that act.
Yeah.
So unless you know how to get around that.
Well, I think all you have to do is just not literally threaten anybody. Like
no, it's not just threatening people. It depends what you say as well.
Well, they could probably put it, if they really want to get you, mate, they can get you with anything. Like when we're talking law, the laws, they bend the law anyway. There's no law that tells them that you can say anything and they can arrest you. That law doesn't exist. Not a true law that's been passed by, the people. Because you've got to remember, the people are the ones who put these laws through, not government. It's the people. They have to be accepted by the people before they get put through. That's why they go into Parliament. That's what Parliament's about, is to do the vote and everything. It's supposed to be on our behalf. Supposed to be originally. So a lot of these laws, they're not real laws. Like there's a law now that says that they can come and take you out of your house at any time. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's a real law. It's just there's so many they're acts. Maybe they are. I don't know. I just don't live in fear, so I don't let any of that affect me whatsoever. If I've said it, they want to come and arrest me, they can come and arrest me. They've got to find me first, then they've got to catch me. And then if they do that, fair enough. There's nothing I could do because of the power that they wield. Then I'll just have to wait inside until I get out, and then I'll be out of this country and they'd never see me again. I'm fully aware of the power of the establishment. I know what I'm fighting against. Don't worry about that. They can arrest me for what I'm saying now. Look, I'll say, eventually I want to kill the fucking... I would like to have all of the cabinet hanging at some point. You know what I mean? I'll say anything. I don't care.
All right, yeah. All I'm saying is just cover yourself, watch your back. Yeah, obviously.
I'm grateful. Thank you. And I'm only talking hypothetical. Anyone, if we were to go into court and they were going to hold this up against me, they've got to prove to a 12-man jury that I'm actually going to do the things I'm talking about. When I'm not even.
That's what I mean. The malicious communications, that they only need to prove that you've done malicious communications, and that's what people.
No, but if I plead not guilty, I need a 12-man jury. Then, if I plead not guilty, it's a trial. It's got nothing to do with the judge. It's to do with the trial. So they've got to convince a 12-man jury that I'm guilty of the crimes that they. Well, if I was to plead guilty, then yeah, they could throw whatever at me. But if I plead not guilty in the court of law, then that means I have a trial, which means on trial that I've got a 12-man jury, and they've got to convince a 12-man jury that I meant what I said, that I was going to follow through with what I said. Do you know what I mean? You have to prove so much in court.
Yeah, I don't know if they have to prove whether you meant it or was going to follow through with it. You'd have to look at the exact law. Well, not when I say law, act yourself.
That's the thing. Here we go.
It's not a law, it's an act. Yeah.
Just said it. Is it an act or is it a law? Because a law is a law and an act is an act. They can't make new laws. The laws have been set. You can't just make a new law. So in the last 10 years, if they've made a new law, it's not a law, it's an act. What's an act? It's a play. So you're playing out an act. It's not lawful. So I could literally walk into court and I could say those things and say, where do you derive your power from? And they'll have to answer that from the public. And then I say, can you show me the public law that's written with this law? And then it'll get thrown out of court. Honestly, mate, I've fucking watched this hundreds of times. I've been looking into the law. It's all, if it's an act or a statute, then it's not a law. And a law is a law. There's laws and then there's acts and statutes. Like, for example, if you got done for anything on the road, it's a traffic act. So it's the Road Traffic Act of 1917 or whatever it is. Yeah. So let's say you've been done for being on the phone when you've been driving. So that's an act. So for an act, they send you a summons to court. You get summoned to court. You don't have to go to court. It's your summons. You know what I mean? Like, you can summons the dead, which is exactly what they're doing. You're a dead, obviously, you're a legal corporation, dead body or whatever. Dead corporation. It's all mumbo jumbo nonsense. I'm not saying that they can't throw you in prison for it, but you have to follow by their rules. You have to agree to go to prison. And to do that, you have to be a participant. A willing participant has to show up. So if you just don't show up, you've already fucking... Do you know what I mean? They're not going to come in unless it's like a very serious crime, like like you killed someone or something like that, or anything worthy of coming out for your arrest, like a warrant, which threat online doesn't warrant that.
Well, no, it shouldn't do, but some reason, all the police are told to fucking enforce it. Like the 3,000 people that have been arrested, that doesn't include the house calls and shit like that.
That doesn't include who, sorry?
The house calls from the police where they just come round and tell you to cool it. They give you like back off. Just like a gang or something, yeah. Like
I've seen that happen. Not to me. But that's the thing, I've never even been on their radar. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Not afraid of them. I've been done by the police before. Like I've done I've done my time.
Court TV license.
Say again?
I've been in court for TV license. That's it.
Did you have a TV?
Yeah, they got me in court. I didn't know what I was doing.
Went to court. Oh mate, that's the first move. Never go. Don't go to court.
More people go to court in the UK for TV license than any other reason.
Really? Well, they're trying to find me now. They've literally said that they're thinking, mate, they can't do anything. First of all, I will fucking scream at the guy. I'll say, because of the BBC, you want me to pay for my brainwashing? British Brainwashing Corporation, no chance. I'd go mad on him, and he'd walk away anyway. So, yeah, I think it's just the way you handle things, maybe. If you like a lot of the times, mate, if you get some people coming to your door knocking for money, like say a bailiff, if you try and be nice with them, they're going to get that money out of you. If you're a dick with them, they're not getting anything. Do you know what I mean? There is a way of in certain situations, and they'll prey on the weak. I'm not saying you're weak. I'm just saying when you try and conform, they really do. They'll get you.
Well, when they got me, it was years ago. It was before I really knew anything.
Same.
I was like, I'll let him come in, and because my housemate was growing weed and shit at the time in his room, so I was like, I'll let him come in. I'll make him a brew, but really nice to him, and we'll just agree and sort it out. we agreed on something with a TV license guy. He's like, yeah, just pay 30 quid and that's it for the last 2 years. You sorted. I was like, yeah, sweet, sorted. It's 30 quid, and I've just gone 2 years, no license. And then fucking a month later, I've missed a court summons, and it's like, you fucking bastard! You just come in and lied to me and proper stitched me up.
Weasel, mate. One thing that happened to me is this is what I did. I fucking I had a debt collector round, and I had red letter, and I was like, and they came round, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna have to pay this. Can't remember what it was for. I think it was for council tax of all things. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to pay this, and it was like 500 quid. It was like 100 quid that had been quadrupled, and I was like, what the fuck? It had been quadrupled so quick that it was just like, shit. I don't want this going any higher. And this is before I knew all that stuff about common law, where all I would have had to say is, I need a wet ink signed document from the judge. That's what I want to see. Otherwise, you're not coming in this house, and I'm not paying you a penny. Because I know a lot about the law, and especially like common law and third party, and like their third party recovery system, basically, like, because they are not, they're a private business. Any debt collecting company is a private business that's there. They've been paid to get back someone's money. They're not, it's not like the fucking council comes out to your door to get you to get the council tax. They've paid someone to come and get the money from you. And so that person who's coming to get money from you, you've not entered a contract with that person. And it is illegal in the UK or any country. It's illegal to go and demand money from anybody without a fucking written contract. That in itself is illegal. These are facts. Like, it's illegal. So first of all, for him to come and demand, he's already breaking the law to come and demand money from me. Secondly, sorry, fucking hell, I'm going fast asleep. So what are we talking about? Common law. Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've got to go post office, take a shower, get ready for the day, mate. I'll good chatting to you anyway.
Nice chat.
Catch you around, yeah.
Yeah, Sam, mate, take it easy.
All right, see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Yeah, I think I'm going to Scooby-Doo too. All right, too long.
it's been a long night, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I've got a feeling that these funny flat earthers, you know, we're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of me energy drink. And then, you know, cause last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and like try to like, you know, talk to these like flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, hold on, I need one of them, yeah, like running Red Bulls or something, you know, just I wanna go to Jupiter. Gonna bring some alcohol. Gonna bring my gal cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. Gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. Bring something for eating too, because I don't know, bring barbecue, mate. Bring barbecue, yeah, we got the bottle. Alright, lads, alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you know, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. A long night last night now. Partying with me girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just get on a rocket. Just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, again we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up. Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man. Listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind. about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake-ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time. The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be